Just outside of Dawsonville, Georgia, race fans, you are looking at Atlanta Motorsports Park's karting complex, and we're here today for the opening round of our 2023 Championship Karting Series. Good afternoon, race fans. I am John Matthews. I will be joined on the call this afternoon by Will Rigdon, as well as our pit reporter, Stephen Newbold. We have a great day in store, some cold temperatures, as well as a lot of excitement in the pits. We do want to get started with our opening prayer, so if you would please rise and remove your caps for our invocation. Dear God, it is written that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. As we embark on this 2023 racing season, I just ask for your presence along each step of that journey. A journey of highs and lows, but hopefully also of your presence, your comfort, and your grace. And I lift up all this in Jesus' name. Amen. I ask that you remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. Race fans, it is time for racing here at Atlanta Motorsports Park's karting complex. As you can see from the shot on your screen, the United States flag bristling in the breeze, and that's one of our top stories here for the racing this afternoon. 43-degree temperatures after a rainstorm moved in overnight. Cold temperatures replaced it, as well as a stiff northwesterly wind. Current temperature is 43 degrees. The high today is forecast to be 49, so a chilly day will be challenging drivers on the track. If this is your first time watching a race here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, the karting complex track is a 17-turn facility designed by Herman Tilke, a well-known racetrack developer. The course length is just slightly under 1 mile. The screen on shot here, we're seeing our start-finish line. The race format today: there will be 2 rounds of racing for each class. We will start with our pre-finals. Those will be 10-lap races. And then later in the afternoon, we will have our 12-lap finals. The lineups for the pre-finals were established by qualifying that happened earlier this morning. And how drivers finish in the pre-final will determine their starting spot in the final race. The first class that we will see on track will be our Lo206 Cadet and Junior class, so we'll have 2 tracks running together. I can share with you that I feel the building shaking, and that's something that those Lo206s really provide. It's a 4-stroke Briggs & Stratton engine. They have a lower grumble than we'll see in other classes this afternoon, but they can make the building shake, and there's definitely a lot of them on hand. Want to let you know some of the staff that is helping to produce our program today. The executive producer this afternoon is Will Rigdon. Our director of the broadcast is Ethan Denny. On cameras, we have a team working for us: Nathan Woodland, Kavion Cook, and Trevor Metzger. And we will also have some drone coverage, Jeff Farver and Daryl Cannon. And then we also have our tower cam, Blaine Hensley. The race director for activities this afternoon is Lucas Arnett. Our starter, Hunter Hulsley. Leading up the technical inspection of the karts is Cade Cohen. And timing and scoring this afternoon, Jennifer Sabrell. If you are watching online, if you have the app Race Monitor, that is what we are using for our timing and scoring this afternoon. I've mentioned that today is the opening round of the AMP Kart Championship Series. 8 races make up this series. So we're here today, Saturday, March 18th. We'll be back in action April 22nd, then May 6th, June 3rd, July 22nd, August 5th, September 9th, and the season will conclude October 14th. Right now, you can see for the first time this afternoon in our broadcast, karts are on track. They're out on their warm-up lap. And when I say warm-up today, these drivers are really going to have to work hard to get those tires up to temperature with temps in the low 40s. I was able to talk to a couple drivers. The cold temperatures will also affect the drivers themselves. I saw a lot of drivers having some sort of neck cover to try to keep the cold air out, but the one part drivers really struggle with are their hands. They do wear gloves, but the gloves are meant more for gripping the steering wheel. They don't provide a ton of warmth, and there's nowhere to hide those hands. Those are just out on the front of the kart. So drivers might be struggling with some numbness by the end of their time on their session. So here we go with our Lo206 Cadet and Junior class on track. You can see them trying to get lined up 2 by 2, and looks like we're going to go one more time around here as the drivers are all still trying to get lined up and stacked up. Now, they won't do a complete pace lap. You'll see right there, they do the cutoff later in the day when we have our kid karts on track. They use that cutoff as part of their race. They do not do the full 17-turn setup. But here in the Lo206 Cadet and Junior class, they're going to use the full 17-turn course. Now, the Lo206, this is a mixed race with cadets and juniors. Cadets are ages 7 to 12, juniors ages 12 to 15. So you can think of junior as almost a middle schooler, cadet being elementary age. They're side by side. And for the first time today, the green flag waving in the air, courtesy of our starter, Hunter Hulsey, as the karts charge into turn 1. Now here we see one of the signature turns here from our drone shot at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Turn number 2. Drivers drop 3 stories down that hill into a U-turn and immediately turn right back up the hill. Now the drivers have worked through turn 3, 4. By that building is where we're broadcasting from today. And they'll head downhill through the kink of turn 6 and 7 down the long back straightaway. There's technically turn 8 right there, a slight bend. Then drivers will be hard on the brakes into turn number 9, leading into our S's section. So you can see it's a beautiful sunny day here. Don't sleep on the temperature, though. It is a cool one out there as our top 3 karts have broken away as they head up through turn 13. Now they'll be downhill through turns 14 and 15. And here we're getting a close action shot through turn number 13, just showing some of the elevation change here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So for the first time today, the karts come down the main straightaway and put lap number 1 on the board. And our leader so far, Lincoln Massey and Bowen Green, among the top 3 there, and now they're going to work on lap number 2. So we see a side-by-side battle here, Massey and Green battling, and they're going to fade back in line. So once again, we are enjoying our Lo206 Cadet and Junior race. 2 groups in one racing at the same time. So we're seeing a side-by-side battle here, and that is Bowen Green, I believe, working down to the inside, trying to pick up a position. These are some of the names that we recall from the 2022 season here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So our top three have mostly broken away from the rest of the field. They're going to go nose to tail into turn 16. That's a heavy braking area and a great passing area when the time is right. Drivers sweep off turn 17 and then down that front straightaway to put lap number 2 on the board. Turn 1 there is an off-camber left-hand turn, and then the drivers will be hard on the brakes downhill into turn number 2. And then full gas as they lumber up this 3-story climb through turn 3. Then they'll sweep past our vantage point once again. And they will be down through the kink. The kink is the lowest point elevation-wise on this track as we have a battle for the lead setting up here. Can't quite tell if the karts are drafting. So for now, they're just going to stay in line as Bowen Green is able to hold off Lincoln Massey for the moment. Race fans do want to let you know, coming up after this, we will have our tag, junior, senior, and master classes all running together. But right now you are enjoying our Lo206 cadet and junior classes. Looks like our top 2 have broken away just a little bit from 3rd place. So it's Emma Sherman who's in the lead, Schumann, then Bowen Green, and Lincoln Massey. So they'll battle up the hill. Once again, 3 laps in. This is a 10-lap scheduled race here. Drivers had a practice session as well as qualifying earlier in the day, so now they should have their karts dialed in. With the cold temperatures, you could see a lot of work happening in the pit area trying to adjust the engines, the carburation to make sure that they're getting maximum power from these small Briggs & Stratton engines. There were a few rule changes in the off-season. Most of the rule changes were increases in weight. They don't affect these classes, but I can imagine over the off-season, maybe some of the older drivers gained a little bit of weight, and they are being blessed with a little bit of a weight change in their class. So our top 2 is going to head down and put lap number 4 on the board. Emma Schumann leads Bowen Green, and then Lincoln Massey is in 3rd. Couple of seconds back. So these top 2 have been nose to tail just about from the get-go. Just once again seeing some great action. They slide past our vantage point on the gas, full throttle, downhill through the kink in 6 and 7. And again, you almost see some bump drafting happen right down that back straightaway. Will Green look to the inside? He does not. So top 2 still go nose to tail. At this point, since they're not competing for overall riches for the day, maybe the drivers have just decided let's put some distance behind 3rd place because these drivers would be top 2 when we start our final later in the afternoon. So they would be on the front row. There's not a lot of incentive right now for the drivers to start battling. That could let the rest of the field catch back up. So the scoring and updating is corrected. Luke Giglio is your leader with Bowen Green just behind about 1/10 of a second. Giglio and Green both were winners last season. There we can see Green bumping Giglio up the hill, trying to give him a little bit more momentum. Up the hill out of turn 2 is the slowest point on this facility, and now drivers will be reaching their maximum speed here again as we see Green pushing Giglio down that long back straightaway here at Atlanta Motorsports Park's karting complex. Some of the shots you can see in the background, that is the main track that wraps around this facility. That is another Herman Tilke designed track, 2 miles in length, 16 turns with some aggressive elevation changes just like here on the kart track. So Giglio leads Green down into turn 16 and through turn 17. And when they come around this time, they're going to put lap number 6 on the board. 4 more laps to go, and they've opened up quite a good distance over Lincoln Massey. Now, many of these drivers, when I've mentioned age ranges, they will graduate up. So some of our drivers that we see today will be familiar names. They will be in different classes that we're not used to seeing them. Giglio and Green are both in the cadet class. And again, cadet, think of elementary students age 7 to 12. At some point, you have to just get the feeling that Green is going to try to take a peek to the inside of Giglio. But for now, Luke Giglio is your leader as they sweep around turn 9 in the S's. Then they'll work back uphill off turn 12 and then through turn 13. An exciting uphill right-hand turn, and then they'll crest the hill, the highest point of this facility, and then sweep downhill full throttle through turns 14 and 15. And right about there, they get hard on the brakes to slow just enough for turns 16 and 17, and then back full throttle down the front straightaway. Once again, we see green close to within just a couple of inches of Luke Giglio, but it seems like for now, green is content to follow in Giglio's tire tracks. So they're going to sweep past our vantage point. Here we get one of our lower shots. There you can see that red and white 168 of Luke Giglio, Bowen Green behind him. Once again, just content to ride in the tire tracks, gain some seat time and some experience. And then you can see that long gap back to Lincoln Massey as he was just going through the S's. Alyssa Vasquez and Vino Figueroa round out your top 5. If you are watching at home, I do ask you to give us a like as well as put something down in the comments, whether you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook Live. Let us know where you're watching from. It's always exciting. We know that people are watching not just from around the Georgia area. We have heard of fans watching all the way from in Ireland, so maybe they're just getting past St. Patrick's Day. Wherever you're racing from, please leave us a comment and let us know where you are enjoying the racing action this afternoon. Little contact through turn number 4 there. Green right on that rear bumper of Luke Giglio, getting Giglio a little bit loose going through that section. So at this point, as we are into the last 2 laps, we might start to see green ratchet up the pressure just a little bit more. So great racing all over this track. We do have about 14 karts involved in this cadet and junior race. Timing and scoring says Alyssa Vasquez is our top scored junior. The cadets almost have a bit of an advantage that they are just a lighter kart. They have to weigh 180, excuse me, that was a different class. Lo206 cadet, minimum weight's 250 pounds. The juniors have to weigh 320 pounds, so that weight can actually be a detriment to the juniors. As we see our cadets come by our vantage point for the last time, the white flag is out. Giglio continues to lead Bowen Green. Now it'll be interesting to see, is Green going to make one last attempt down through either turn 9 or turn 16, the best passing areas. That's Alyssa Vasquez in the white and pink kit. She is the leader in our junior division. So here we go. Following our leaders, they're swinging up turn number 13. Bowen's best chance will be down into 16, right to the rear bumper of Giglio. Will he look for an inside move? He looks to the outside as Giglio plays defense on the inside. Are we going to see a crossover? Green tries to work to the bottom. Here he comes to the stretch, to the line. It is, looked like Green got it. Bowen Green pips Luke Giglio at the line to capture the Lo206 Cadet Pre-Final. It did seem like Green was setting up Giglio and just stalking and waiting for his moment. And you could see on that last turn complex, Bowen Green got aggressive, and then Giglio tried to block on the inside of 16. That forced him wide on 17. Green with the nice crossover move and was able to win at the line, but only just the difference, 13 one-thousandths of a second, so not more than just a couple of inches. Other drivers, Lincoln Massey came in third. Alyssa Vasquez was our top Lo206 junior driver. Now all the drivers will have to pass over the scales. Top 3, this something new this year. They'll all go into a virtual quarantine and have to just get an inspection done before they're released. Now, I have mentioned that I'll be joined up in the announce booth by Will Rigdon. We also have the third member of our announce team, Stephen Newbold, who is down in the pits, and he will have at points today, a chance to speak with our race winners. Next race that we'll be preparing to roll onto the track will be our Tag Junior Senior Master. That's a little different racing experience. These Lo206 engines are 4-stroke. When we do get the tags on track, they have that 2-stroke, so it's a much higher pitch sound, more like a motorcycle engine. And here we're seeing our top drivers as they're going to go through, after the scales, go through tech. That pink 07, that's Alyssa Vasquez, our top in Tag Junior. So the drivers just have to get some tech done before they will be able to head back to their haulers and make some adjustments for the 12-lap final later today. So a beautiful sunny day, but cold here. You can see hoodies, hats, and coats are the gear for the day. A lot of drivers in the summertime would be very hot with a fire suit and then having layers underneath it. On a day like today, they are enjoying those layers and trying to keep the cold air out when it can get in around the neck, down around the feet, or even in and around the hands. So you probably see a lot of cold hands and numb fingers for the drivers through the course of the day. Well, now I see the third member of our announce crew working down to the tech area. I'm going to send it down to Stephen Newbold in our impromptu victory lane with our winners from our first race. Take it away, Stephen.
Guys up at the booth, this is Steve Newbold here with the race winner. Buddy, can you tell us how you did that? I mean, that was a really close race.
Yeah, I just stuck behind Luke. He would get me at some places, and I'd get the draft right back up to him. And he went down to the block to block that last corner, and I held the outside and managed to crisscross him.
That's good, buddy. Can you also tell me, how long have you been running?
This will be my 5th year.
Awesome. Well, you did good job out there. Can I get a fist bump? There we go. All right, guys, that was us with the race winner. Back to you guys up the booth.
All right. Thank you, Stephen. So that was our race winner, Bowen Green, picking up the win in the pre-final of the Lo206 cadet class. I hear engines warming up beneath me, and that would be our next group, Tag, Junior, Senior, and Master divisions. So this is just a look at the beautiful facility here for the karting complex at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We are located about 3 miles west of Dawsonville, Georgia. Dawsonville is located north of Atlanta. Dawsonville, known in racing history as the home of Bill Elliott and his son, and also NASCAR champion Chase Elliott. The Georgia Racing Hall of Fame is located on the eastern side of the downtown area, so there's a rich racing history in the Dawsonville area, as well as a rich moonshine history. Highway 9 running through the city is how Bill Elliott decided to choose his number 9, and at one point that highway was known as running more moonshine than any other road in the United States. You can see some wisps of smoke rolling out from under the building, and that is a telltale sign of a 2-stroke engine. That's what these tags are, with the gas and oil mixed together. Very high revving, and with that, a very high-pitched whine to these engines. The tag in tag stands for touch and go. Really, these are meant to be an out-of-the-box engine solution. Now, with 3 classes on track, junior, senior, and master. Really, the only difference that you'll see is the age of the drivers as well as the weight of the karts. Tag junior, 320 pounds, but for those in tag master, they get a little more allowance, 410 pounds. You can imagine with master being 30 years and above, they're going to be carrying a little more weight than a kid that might be in middle school. So tags rolling out onto the track. You can see the drivers vigorously swerving back and forth. That's an attempt to try to heat up those tires on a cold day like today where they've been sitting in the pits just waiting and staging. Those tires get cold. They don't grip as well. They need to get the tires warm. A nice warm, sticky tire will give the drivers maximum performance. So right now you can see the drivers just on the gas and then swerving back and forth, trying to create some extra friction to warm up the tires. With 3 groups on the facility, we may split up the drivers when they start into a couple of separate groups, and that really allows the juniors to have a race, and then it allows the seniors and masters to have their own race. So they're not racing amongst each other. It becomes a little more of a clean race. But we're going to get a pass through here as we're trying to get both fields stacked up and staged up. And then once we do get underway, 10 laps will be the distance. The lineup for this race was established by qualifying earlier today as one of our drivers looks to be having a problem here down the front straightaway. Something else you can see on these tags, they do have a radiator that's off to the left side of the driver, and they're going to wave off that start. But the drivers do have a radiator that on a hot day helps them get rid of some of the heat in the engine so they're able to maintain peak performance. On a colder day like today, they probably don't need a ton of cooling out of that radiator system. As one of our drivers comes to a stop, good catch there. I don't know what was thrown to him, but he was able to quickly catch something and get on the way. All under the eyes of our starter. You can see him there, and that is Hunter Halsey. He's going to look over the field as they are 2 by 2. He likes what he sees. Green flag is in the air for our tag junior, senior, and master pre-final. These drivers are going to charge down the hill into turn number 2. Our seniors leading the way with some masters tagging behind. According to timing and scoring, Daniel Perez, your early leader, and already he has jumped out to several kart lengths ahead of Leonardo Paredes and Sam Machado. Those are 3 names that were very familiar as far as being winners last year, but Perez already having a hot hand in that 282 as he's going to sweep through the S's, and now he's going to charge uphill. So Perez in that mostly white, and then he has a green and multicolored helmet. Drones flying along, one of our exciting additions here. You're getting a great bird's eye view of what these karts do. Now they're going to charge back down the front straightaway. There goes Perez in first, and it's Paredes Machado and Mateo Rubio Luengo. 3 karts having a great battle for second place. Now, once again, the karts do kind of lumber up that hill. Once again, it's 3 stories down, a U-turn, and 3 stories up. The most extreme karting decline and incline in the world, part of this Herman Tilke designed course. They do have arrive and drive karting as well as karting schools here, a full range of karting opportunities. So if you want to experience speed, you can just do it with arrive and drive a kart upwards of 55 miles an hour. And they also have different karting schools during the season where you can race on karts that are pretty close to the Lo206 class we saw. Well, at this time, it's my pleasure to welcome into our announce booth not only your executive producer today, but he's going to announce with me, Will Rigdon. Will, welcome to the action.
Hey, John, pleasure to be back in the booth with you today. Oh, man, it was something getting us on air today, but first race of the season, getting through our technical gremlins. But, man, I am excited to be here, excited to be back racing. And it looks like we are right underway right now with our tag senior. It looks like tag senior, tag master right now. Daniel Perez is your race leader.
And no very familiar name there. When Perez was running late last year, he seemed to be able to just drop the hammer at the go and immediately just open up a gap over his pursuers. And we're seeing that again today.
Yes, we are. And I would expect no less from him this season. So he's a common name at the top of the leaderboard that we see every year. And look at that great shot here from our FPV camera. Got Daryl Cannon, Killboy.com, running the FPV camera. As you see those karts diving into turn 2 right now.
And the drone doesn't do true justice to just how steep that hill is, how much the elevation changes around this course.
No, it's 42 feet of elevation change. So, you know, most people, if you got a 2-story house, go get on top of your roof and look straight down
to the basement.
Yeah, look down by the basement door, and that's about how tall that drop is.
Now, here with this shot, you can really see the drivers turn and start to go uphill. That's turn 13 there. Just after turn 13, that crest of the hill is the highest point on this facility. And then it's downhill into a blind 14. Will, I've done the rental karts here one time, and compared to a no elevation change track, every turn is a challenge here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And it almost feels like you're going to roll that cart when you come through 14, because that is a blind hill. You're almost at full speed coming through it. And the way that turn is set up, the entire weight of the cart will shift to the outside. And so, you know, you're sitting there hugging the apex on the inside, and the whole cart will just lift up and float to the outside. And it's an absolute pucker factor when you're in a cart going through there.
Looks like we have a local caution out by turn number 9. One of the carts has come to a stop and pulled off the track. Local cautions, we don't, like NASCAR style, you know, do any pitting or anything. Drivers just have to maintain their line, but now they're back under racing, and boy, I think that's 3 karts with a lapper in there. If not, it's a great 4-kart battle.
Oh, that's a big one right there. 2 karts together in turn 1. That is a huge local yellow. That's going to be a hot look at that. Oh,
dangerous
man,
moment.
they got to watch out those flags.
That was your leader, Danny Perez, sweeping through there, and now here comes 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, so you are right, Will.
That is not the place you want to get tangled up, because that is a blind turn coming uphill, and those drivers are pretty much full beans through that turn, so good on them for clearing that out in time, but that is a hairy spot to be stuck on track.
Turn 1 is a deceptive corner here. We don't talk about it a lot. It is uphill. It's also off camber. It's a left-hand turn, and boy, it just seems like the earth falls away to the right as you're going through that turn.
And it looks like it's going to be a battle of attrition out here today, John. I know this is the first race of the season, so a lot of these drivers are shaking out bugs, figuring out their setup. They just had practice and qualifying today, and that was it. You know, yesterday the weather was so rainy and cold that none of the drivers wanted to set up their setups for rain to get the practice in, because they wanted to be ready to go for today.
I can't say I blame them. Yesterday's weather here, we started in the 60s, persistent rain all day with temperatures dropping down into the 50s. And I could imagine if you brought the kart out and got it wet, you won't learn much because the track's wet, and then you're going to have to do a ton of cleaning and prep work to get ready for morning action here.
Well, the whole setup changes too when you go wet, because they're putting the rain tires on, and they're having to change up, you know, the torsion bars and some of their cast or camber adjustments, so that way the karts stick. And to be honest, that's not adjustments you want to be going through the day before race day. You typically want to be on your race setup, turning laps, you know, ready to go for Saturday. But when it rains on the day before race day, you know, that's racing. There's not much you can do. So these guys they're actively out here figuring their setups as we speak.
Speaking of turn, these drivers are doing about 51 or 52 second laps. So quite a bit of a speed jump over the Lo206 class here in our tag division. Now, Will, one of the storylines we're following are the temperatures. If we were here on a nice summer day, compare it to today where it's in the low 40s, what does that change for the driver? What does that change for the kart when it's this cold outside?
So the biggest thing is that denser air. And, hey, look at this. We got a pass right now. I believe that's looks like Sam Machado making the move on Danny Perez coming down the back straightaway. And we'll see when they get by next time at the line. But to answer your question, the cold air, really what makes a difference is the engine tuning, because that denser, colder air, those engines are going to run real hot, or not hot, they're going to be running a lot more power. So they have to take that into consideration when tuning the carburetors and getting these things singing for when they're out on the racetrack.
That battle, there was actually Leonardo Paredes was able to get by Sam Machado.
So that was the pass for second.
And Mateo has just been waiting in the wings there in third. Danny Perez just shot out the bottom of that shot in the lead. So he has a comfortable gap over this great battle here for second, third, and fourth. Will, I do know as I walked through the pits after practice, you could see a lot of drivers had their carts up on the little stacker that they have, and so many of the engines working and tweaking that I can imagine the carburetor jetting really has to change when it gets this cold. As you said, cold air, when it's dry air, is nice and dense, so you can get a lot of power out of it if you have it adjusted right.
Well, and that's the big advantage to having a tuner on your team during race day. You know, a lot of these guys, when they get started out, they've got, you know, it's usually a dad or it's themselves wrenching on the car. And right now where white flag is out, so 1 lap to go. There's your leader, Danny Perez, getting by some lap traffic. And here's your 2nd, 3rd, 4th place getting by some traffic as well. Leonardo Preda is still leading that group. Mateo Rubio hot on his tail. But the big thing with having a tuner on your team, John, is for those exact reasons. They can adjust to atmospheric conditions, to track conditions for the day. And realistically, what you're paying for is those years of experience. And a lot of the top guys, it's not their dad, it's not them wrenching. They have a paid tuner in the pits wrenching on their car.
Some of what we'd call the factory teams, as we see him sweeping down the front straightaway. Danny Perez takes the checkers in our tag senior master race, and here's that great battle for second, the 3 red carts. Leonardo Preda.
Oh, it looks like Sam Machado just edging out Mateo.
So great battling right to the line. That's really important for Paredes to be second. He'll start outside the front row in the 12-lap final today. That'll leave Machado and Rubio on that 2nd row.
To be honest with you, turn 1 on this track, outside position is not necessarily bad position because you can carry a little bit more speed coming through turn 1. So it'll be interesting to see what happens once they set up for the final race to see who can get the whole shot and who can get through the turn first, because as you know, position is everything when that field is diving into turn 2.
Absolutely. Now, we have talked about needing to tune the engine. What do drivers need to do with the tires to manage through these colder temperatures today?
Well, main thing is just get them up to temperature before they get on track, because you'll see them scrubbing those tires, swerving back and forth.
You see the aggressive swerving out there.
Every little bit counts, because if they start that race on cold tires, it's going to take a lap or 2 for them to come in, and especially when the temperatures are this low, when the track temperature is this low, because it was over freezing last night, and everybody's it's just starting to warm up here. I feel like a lizard when I go outside and catch some of those sun rays. But it's going to be interesting to see as the track warms up, as the tires start warming up. We're running an open tire today on everything that's not a 4-stroke. So we had some supply issues getting tires in, so we're just running the Vega Reds. I believe it's the Vega Reds. I didn't look at my my notes before sitting down here. But the 4-strokes are on the Vegas, and then everybody else, the 2-strokes, are on open tires today. And I think we've got Steven down in the pits right now. We're waiting to see if he's got somebody to interview.
Steven's going to try to grab the winners from our tag senior division.
I know y'all can't see him, but I'm up here in race control, so I'm looking at the multiple camera feeds, seeing what he's up to down there. We're almost ready to go.
Now, would drivers add air to the tires as well to try to compensate for the colder temperatures?
Yes. The tire pressure is a big thing. That's the one thing you're going to see everybody checking as they come off the track immediately to see where they're at. Because as those tires are overinflated, underinflated, that definitely affects the grip patch on the tire.
Ideally, you'd want a perfectly level tire so you get that maximum grip. If you have too much air, the tire will crown up like a basketball and you'll only be gripping on the center. If you have too little air, you'll be running on the outside. So you want to find that ideal, but as the tire races and heats up, the pressure will increase. So you're trying to strike a balance between too little grip at the beginning on the outside, and then the tire gets to be like a basketball by the end of the race.
And speaking of...
Yeah, and we see him down in with our winners of our pre-final. Take it away, pit reporter Stephen Newbold.
How's it going, guys? Well, one thing that was not cold today? Your driving style. Let's talk about that. I mean, that was an impressive start all the way through. You had that. Tell me a little bit about it.
Well, we practice a lot. We know the track. We're locals, so we had the advantage. We know the setups, and we worked really hard for this, so that paid off.
Awesome. So tell us a little bit more about yourself. How long have you been doing this?
10 years.
10 years. Whoa.
10 years. It's been a long journey, but I love it.
Well, congratulations. Good job today.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully see you here later.
You will.
All right, guys, back up to you.
Thank you, Stephen. Well, race fans, that's really impressive to hear. A driver, like Daniel Perez just said, 10 years doing this. There was a time decades ago where drivers wouldn't start getting experience until they had gotten to their driver's license at 16. Now a lot of drivers have 10 years of experience by the time they can legally drive on the streets, and that's the case for Daniel Perez, our winner in our Lo206 Senior Pre-Final. Now the next group of cars that we will see rolling out onto the track will be the youngest drivers in the race today, and it is our Kid Kart division. Kid Kart really is a beginner group for new drivers, ages 5 to 7. If you think about age 5 to 7, realistically, these are kindergartners, maybe in the first grade. The karts they drive on will weigh somewhere between 150 and 186 pounds. That's the kart with the kid on them. You could say a lot of adults, of you watching at home, you are above those weight limits, just you yourself. So we are really seeing young kids out there getting their first experience in racing. These engines, they're just a couple of horsepower in them, so they are definitely slower karts, and they're not powerful enough to make it up that hill after the turn 2 signature turn here at this karting complex. So they're going to run a reduced course called the Jelly Bean. They will come past the start-finish line and take turn 1. Then they will take a left turn across what we call the cutoff. And from there, they'll suddenly appear in the middle of turn 14. They'll sweep down through 15, and then on the brakes for 16 and 17. So a little bit of a modified oval with some elevation change involved. They still run a 10-lap race, but because of the shortness of it, they'll do about 30-second laps. So these races will click off quite quickly once they do get started. So once again, race fans, this is race number 1 of our Kart Championship Series. We'll be back in action Saturday, April 22nd, and you can watch on that day just like you are today, whether that's YouTube or on Facebook Live. And these karts race rain or shine. A lot of the tracks around Georgia on this, even on this beautiful day, the dirt tracks had to rain out. They got so much rain yesterday, but these karting tracks, they'll race in the rain. They will race on beautiful sunny days like you see today. So here we're lining up our kid kart. They do a standing start. It just helps the drivers be able to get organized and side by side without having to do it at speed. So they're one of 2 classes that will use a standing start today. The other is our top of the line shifter class, and that's for a little bit different reason, testing a driver's full portfolio of skills. So
now,
we're in our kid kart. We're seeing the future here at
yes,
Atlanta
we
Motorsports
are.
Park.
Now, John, I heard you talking about dirt tracks. Now, you just finished your first full season announcing at a dirt track. Am
That's
I
right.
not mistaken?
You're correct.
Why don't you tell the listeners at home about what you do down at Sonoya?
I'm the announcer down at Sonoya Raceway. That's a 3/8 mile dirt track about 25 miles south of Atlanta Airport. We're located down in Coweta County. Sonoya is more known as being the host of when they filmed the show The Walking Dead down there. Sonoya Raceway, though, it's a high bank 3/8 mile oval. It runs a gray clay, not a typical Georgia red clay, but they're a Saturday night dirt track, and some of the drivers may migrate from this type of karting up to the dirt tracks, but there you'll see stock cars up to purpose-built racing machines. A lot of fun. I definitely encourage all the listeners out there, no matter what type of motorsports it is, get out and support local racing, because it's from local racing. That's where NASCAR stars come. That's where Formula One stars, they have to start at some local race. And I always say, get out and support local racing when you have the chance.
Well, anything that will get kids into motorsports, because that's where the ladder starts. That's how we're going to have a future in racing. And as tracks keep shutting down around us, the only way we're going to keep things going is by parents getting involved, by more kids getting involved, even young adults. I mean, if you're a teenager, if you're in your early 20s, get involved. It's not as hard, it's not as scary as you think. You know, we're a bunch of friendly people out here. We don't bite. Everybody is. One of the things I love about racing is it's so communal. You know, you can walk around the pits. Now, granted, if you're going to last season's champion, he's probably not going to give you too many tips on your setup. But there are plenty of guys in the mid-pack that will happily share their knowledge, what they know, help you get set up, you know, ask if you need help wrenching on race day. And it's –
and really it's they compete with each other, but they also cooperate and help each other. You'll see a lot of guys, do you have a set of brake pads? Do you have a clutch? You know, they'll share equipment. Or when a driver damages a car or a cart, other drivers will help try to fix it to get them out there for the feature.
The best one I saw up at Main Track was a guy blew a transmission in his Miata during practice, and he was back out there for race 1 with a new transmission because he just phoned up his buddy and said, "Hey, you got a transmission?" Yeah. "Oh yeah, I got my spares in the garage."
Wait a minute, that sounds like Days of Thunder. Where'd you get it? Well, we stole it. and this is keeping a tradition. Charles Head not with us this afternoon. Charles and I always seem to have a joke about how soon we'll have a Days of Thunder quote. So it was race 3 today. So green flags in the air for our Kid Kart Pre-Final. They're going to go 10 laps here on the Jelly Bean, and already we can see Tyson Burkett out to a quick lead. You'll notice some of these last names you'll hear in other races. Luca Vino Figueroa, younger brother of Giacchino, and Arlo Stowers, I imagine, is Bo's younger sibling. So once again, we see that a lot of families involved, but the next, I don't want to say generation, but it's, you know, the younger parts of the family coming up. As Tyson Burkett is already across the start-finish line, he is out to a big lead here, but he's running a different kart. Will two different types of karts involved in this race. Tell us a little bit more about those.
So what you're seeing is Tyson Burkett, the reason he has got so much extra power is he's running the Lo206 Kid Kart, and it looks like he's the only one. Actually, it looks like there's another in an Lo206. Those have quite a bit more power than the little Comer engines. Now, the kids, they run the most restrictive slide out of all the LO motors. Oh, and it looks like Stower's going wide. And it looks like there might have been a pass. Actually, that might have been Burkett getting around.
Might be Burkett putting people down. This kart that's coming around, that Stowers almost went off into the fence between 16 and 17. So you were saying about the power. The Lo206's race fans have a slide in them. It's almost like how far you can push the gas pedal and how far the carburetor opens up. We may mention words like green, yellow, or red, and it just indicates how basically far open the butterflies on the carburetor get. The more open, the more power you'll get. But as Will's hinting, as here we see Burkett trying to go 3 wide down through turn 15. He has that Lo206 kart wound up compared to these Comers.
He has got that dialed in, John, and he is putting laps down right now.
I can almost see the smile under that helmet from here.
And this is a great shot right now from the IllumaCube Skycam is what we're going to call it. One of our drone pilots, Jeffrey Farver, this is his personal drone, his first time out flying it today. And he got the new latest, greatest Mavic 3, which for us, we're happy to take advantage of because it's got a beautiful 1080p feed right now. And that's what you guys are looking at on your screens at home.
Something else in the background that you see there, a lot of fresh asphalt. AMP continuing to invest in the facility here in the off-season. They expanded the pitting and the parking area out there. So whether
you show up this morning, you wouldn't have known because we had so many people registered.
I was parked, I'll just say, down the street. But you're right. If you come for a Rive and Drive, there's plenty of parking now from when you come for that trip. Or if you're here on a race day, you can see a lot of the haulers in the parking lot. So expansion of the pitting, making it a little easier for the patrons here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yeah, and y'all can see that just in the top corner of your screen. We added about 45, 50 more trailer parking spaces with that expansion. So I know a lot of people were happy for that. They also, you can see in the lower paddock, we expanded that little strip by the grass area because prior to this season, those spots were only 20 foot. And so now we can fit 40-foot trailers in there, which allows a lot more teams a lot more space to set up.
And this is something I see it at Sonoya Raceway, other tracks across Georgia and really the United States. The haulers have gotten bigger. It used to be you'd go to a stock car race, you'd have a pickup truck with an open hauler behind, and now you see these 40-foot stacker haulers with the motor coach in the front, and it's taken 60-something feet to fit the entire hauler. So where before you could fit 2 or maybe 3 of the old haulers. Now one big hauler comes in and soaks up all the space.
Yeah, a lot of the guys out here, they don't just race at AMP. A lot of these guys will pack up and go up to GoPro for their monthly series. We typically try not to overlap with them, so that way our drivers can race in both that series and in our series. And then some of the other drivers will hit the national circuit. They'll go to SCUSA events, Natties out in Vegas, and you got to have them. You got to load it up, everything you own, to be able to leave town and go racing. And that's not even showing the guys that have garages here. These are just the guys that trailer in on race day. We've got another about 50, 60 garages that are all open and in the pit area right now up by the building.
I think we're following this lead car here. That is Tyson Burkett. He has 9 on the score, so we may see a checkered flag come out here for Tyson. Let's see what flag's in the air. It is the checkered flag out. So Tyson Burkett comes home a dominant run in the Lo206 Kid Kart Pre-Final.
We definitely want to see if Steve can get an interview here. The kids cart is always my favorite for victory lane interviews.
And Arlo Stowers was the winner in the Comer Kid Kart portion of this event. And now, something race fans to watch for, and we often forget when we say kids. When you see these kids next to our pit reporter, I mean, they're kids out there.
Yes.
You see that they're not waist high up to an adult.
Also keep in mind, too, we have programs here at AMP specifically aimed for children. So if you're the parent of a 5-, 6-year-old, you're into racing, you think they'll be into racing, we've got academies, we've got private instruction, we've got a whole new fleet of junior electric carts. And we're soon to be offering arrive and drive options for children as young as 5 years of age.
Wow.
So when we go to this victory lane interview, keep that in mind, because you are never too young to get into racing.
Where can people find out more information about the arrive and drive karting options here at AMP?
So right now you can go to www.atlantamotorsportspark.com, or you can go to ampkartracing.com. They'll both send you to the same place. And we've got all that information up there. The juniors program is going to be coming out shortly. We have not published this, so y'all are hearing it live here first from me, breaking on air. But we are about to start arrive and drive. Ages 5 and up will have go-karts, so you can show up and drive.
That's another exciting development. Will, I share for the viewers at home, the building has come alive as the Lo206 Senior Division karts are warming up under the building. Again, those 4-stroke engines with that deep, satisfying rumble as they get warmed up.
And let's see if we got anybody down there trying to motion over to our producer, see if we can get some interviews. We can hear all those LO motors below us.
More than just hear them, you can feel them. These are Briggs & Stratton engines, almost like what you would see on a lawnmower, but tuned up for better racing performance. But they're a lot more durable than some of the other racing engines that you see. Unlike in the tags, there's no radiator on these Lo206s. They are all air-cooled. And so with that, I see our intrepid reporter, Steven,
he's
down
waiting on
there.
them to get done with the tech. So we're real stringent on tech down there. So the winner has to go across the tech line first, and then he's got to push his cart off into quarantine for further inspection. And once they get through that process, then Steve can get his hands on them.
And what are they looking for when they're down in tech? Beyond the weight, obviously they have to reach a minimum weight. What do they look for beyond that?
Just checking to make sure they got the right slide, make sure they hadn't drilled any extra holes in the airbox. They have a machine to check if there's any tire prep, because some of the guys like to put, it's like super glue, and it looks like we're not going to have one today. So I think he might have already taken back off. But they're looking. The other thing is tire prep. They want to make sure they're not putting
no soak in the tires down there. All right, now you see rolling out on your screen, and they're going to come down the hill, but they're really making this building come alive. Our Lo206 Senior Division, and you can see a small horde of them going down that. And I will say, last year and the year before that, it is this Lo206 division that was one of our most consistently competitive fields out on the track.
Well, this is going to be the race to watch today. This is all the Lo206 Senior and Masters, so everybody pretty much ages 15 and up riding a 4-stroke LO motor is going to be in this grid today. And that's already looking about 20-plus karts, so this will be a fun one to watch. Should be a lot of action coming into turn 2. And let's see if they get gridded up first time by.
One of the longtime supporters of Atlanta Motorsports Park, Jose Garcia, I believe, is running in the Lo206 Master division today. He's the one that told me a driver's hands can get very cold in these conditions. When your hands are up on that steering wheel, no shielding, no way to hide them, and they're getting airflow of 60 miles an hour over them with gloves that are meant for gripping, but not necessarily for keeping warm. Drivers are side by side. Our starter, Hunter Halsey, likes what he sees, and he waves that green flag. We're underway with our Lo206 Senior and Master Pre-Final. A couple cars getting a little wide off turn 1, and they're all going to thunder down the hill into turn number 2. This is really where those Lo206 engines lumber up the hill. It looks like they're at walking pace, and now we see them trying to get single file. The number 14 kart is the kart out at the front. We'll try to get a name on that as we flow along with them with our drone cam
And
down this long back straightaway.
They have to have that figured out coming through turn 4 because that kink is unforgiving.
Nicholas Laferdo in the double zeros in second. It says number 14's in the lead. Our scoring, I'm just looking for a name of 14 in our scoring system. I don't see it. Daniel Mitchell in timing and scoring, so we'll see when they come across the line. Will, what's always interesting about these karts is they almost seem to draft, and they'll get in groups of 3 or 4, and they really cannot escape each other once they sort of get into that drafting situation.
Well, and that's the thing with the LOs is they're kind of limited on their top speed. So once you get in a pack, they will suck up on each other, and especially with the long straightaways here at AMP, it's real easy for them to form a train and leave everybody behind.
So one of the names I mentioned earlier, Jose Garcia, listed as a senior. Will, we're going to call him a master today. And we've got a master out there running in third. But our top 2, you can see them pulling away. Daniel Mitchell with Nicholas Laferdo right to his rear bumper, pushing down the back straightaway.
And as you can see, you practically throw a blanket over your leaders right now. Nose to tail, 1-2 coming through the S's. And that does look like Dan Mitchell with VRD. He is the helmsman of the junior F1 program here at AMP. And so he likes to join us every couple of race days. He'll bring his guys out. He'll hop in a cart, show them how it's done. It's always fun. Hopefully we'll get him on the post-race interview because I know he's always got some fun things to say.
So with the drafting setting up 2 or 3 chase 2 here, Daniel Mitchell leading Nicholas Laferdo in second. Then it's Florentino, Juan Garcia, and Michael Succo in fifth. And it really seems like that group of 3 is catching our top 2.
If they're not careful and they start racing themselves, the leaders will get away from them. So they have to work together because right now the goal needs to be just stay with the leaders.
So it's 2, and then 1. Now we got a side-by-side battle. Laferdo looks to the outside. Little communication via hand signal there. Don't know what they were exactly saying, but Mitchell holds on. Now we see a crossover. Laferdo slots into first as our top 3 nose to tail off the S's.
I believe that was the Italian hand gesture for good weather we're having today.
They do communicate, and obviously there's some, we'll say, vulgar gestures out there. That might have seemed more like a thank you for letting me go. Another signal you'll see is when a driver taps the back of their helmet, which is saying, hey, guys, let's get in line, let's get some laps, and fight. We might fight it out on the last lap, but let's wait until then so we don't lose
all
spots.
that action for first and second has allowed third place Florentino to be able to catch up to the leaders. So now we're running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nose to tail. So that train is caught back up. And I don't expect this to change this race, John.
Nope.
This is going to be 8 more laps of this.
The rubber band has pulled everyone back together again as our top 5 on screen, thundering down through the S's.
Great shot from our FPV drone.
How fast does an Lo206 get? Are they probably, 65 miles an hour?
We're doing about 60 right now, 60, 65. Depends on the gearing they have. Some guys will gear it shorter to help with the hills and the elevation. Some guys will gear it taller because with that elevation, you can get more speed coming down. And that's all part of the tuning and the setup on the day.
And we'll see that sometimes where some drivers are better at the end of the straightaway. Some drivers are really good coming up off turn 2 where you need that low end power. Now, you said the drivers were going 60 miles an hour. That gives you a feel. Our arrive and drive karts here, 55 miles an hour. So you're almost the same speed, but I believe you told me the Lo206 karts have better acceleration and they're a lot lighter than the rentals.
They're about half the weight. They're not quite half the horsepower, but those 4-strokes really have a lot of grunt and low-end torque, so you can feel the difference when they pull up the hill.
She said they're half the power of...
Yeah, the rental karts run about 12 to 13 horsepower. These LO karts are about 8 to 10.
Okay. And those rental karts are, I'll just say, hefty out there. There's
yes,
a lot of shielding on there, yeah.
There's a lot of more bumping and rubbing going on.
I know we've called races from the main track, and when you see the public karters go out through turn 9, you see many of them end up off the track on their first time around the circuit. Look at that top 3. I don't think you could get a coat of paint between the bumpers there as Laferdo leads Mitchell and Florentino. Once again, our top 5 content right now just to follow in the tire tracks.
And it looks like we got a mid-pack here forming just behind them. It looks like 6th through 9th place. So if these guys don't watch out, they might catch back up.
This is almost like a cycling race.
We're going to have a chain race here.
The peloton, as we see one driver looking to the inside. Now, this is the slowest point on the course. It's that uphill 3-story climb. As you see Laferdo continue to lead, then it's less than a kart length back to Mitchell in second. Florentino, Garcia, and
I think
Suko.
Florentino's getting ready to make the move here. He is eyeballing Dan Mitchell, so if Dan's not careful, he's going to get past here. He better watch out.
So our top 5, and then it's a good gap back to 6th and 7th. Lockwood and Carson Craig, driver I follow on Instagram, very active on there. A lot of these drivers, and Craig's one of them, will use this as a springboard to the next step in their racing career, and for a lot of them, that's going to be road course racing in some sort of sports cars.
I don't know if you've talked to Carson at all during the offseason. He actually did his first road race during the offseason. He got to get some seat time. I believe it was at Road Atlanta. He was telling me he got some seat time in a Miata, and he was tickled pink when I was talking to him about it. So, you know, a lot of these drivers, once they get to that 15, 16 years of age.
It looks like we had a pass for the lead. Mitchell might have dove to the inside of Laferdo there. One of the drivers who has really gone on that, Raiden Nickel, record holder in several of the classes here, now races his Miatas. They're going to go side by side off 5. Little other hand gesture there as Laferdo's back to 3rd.
And Florentino made the pass there. That was wild going through the kink, and look at this.
Oh, bumping down to
Laferdo's like, I'm taking that back.
You're right. Laferdo gets back into second. Garcia stuck his nose up in there to try to drive Florentino forward.
It might have looked for a crossover there, but I think they just were content to stick it single file.
But we talk about Raiden Nickel, where he's now raced. He's won a lot of races on the main track in Miata. Now we see him racing Miata and the downforce cars at other tracks and competing and winning as well. So really, these drivers sort of trying to follow that same script in their racing career.
Well, Raiden Nickel, his dad, Ryan, took over as the head of Primal Racing, so that definitely helps with the seat time over there in the Radicals. And it was funny because I see him during the summer. He's work. You know, they make him work. It's a summer job for him. He's got to work for his seat time.
I thought I saw on the screen, is Raiden here today? I thought I saw someone that looked a lot like him, but maybe I was mistaken.
I did not see him in the paddock, but that doesn't mean he is not here.
Well, hey, if Ryan's here, Will and I are always looking for some seat time in a downforce car as we see, trying to go 3 wide through turn 9. That can't work.
Who was that got shoved to the back there? Was that Suko that was on the receiving end of that?
It might have been. Boy, a real shuffling here as this is just lap 7. And once again, this is the pre-final. They're going to go 12 laps later on.
This is a preview of what we're going to get to see later this afternoon.
As they're going to try to be side by side into that braking area in 16. Once again, Will, you said if these drivers mess around too much, they're going to get caught by that second pack. So we'll see if they're able to pull them in. 2 laps to go is the signal from our starter, Hunter Halsey.
And it looks like that action for 3rd kind of put a little bit of gap between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So we'll see if they got 2 laps to reel that gap back in. Man, it'd be wild to see a 3-wide finish on this one, Charles. Or John, sorry, I'm going into autopilot.
That's a habit there. So Daniel Mitchell's back in the lead ahead of Nicholas Laferdo, and then it's Suko, Florentino, and Garcia seems to have come unhitched at the back of that group of 5. You can see the brightly colored yellow, red, and green helmet that Garcia has.
And that's our mid-pack. Looks like Carson Craig is leading that pack as they come through. So he must have made a pass since the last time by the line.
Well, I wonder if that's a slower car in there. They're about to
Could be
swamp
lap
by
traffic.
that driver there. So almost some battle up front. Loferdo not content to ride in second. Let's see what happens. If these two just stay where they are, they'd be on the front row for the final later. So you'd say there's no incentive to try to pass for first, but racers always want to race. Racers always want to win out there. And, yeah, Grant Lockwood's leading that group of 4. Lockwood, Craig, Mitz, and Ping running 6 through 9.
Looks like going too wide up the hill. Mitchell thinking about it, but
Loferdo got by.
Whoa!
Contact there right in the middle of 4 as Suko makes some contact with Mitchell.
Oh, and that's definitely going to hurt Mitchell's momentum heading down the back hill. And that's where you need all that momentum to get the run. So he's not going to have position going into turn 9. Let's see how this shakes out, John.
Some defensive driving there as well. You could see Loferdo drop way to the inside. You see that typically on the last lap as maybe getting side by side.
Mitchell. He's trying to make a move. He's messing with his head to the inside. He's going to make the pass through 14. If Loferdo doesn't watch out, Suko's going to get around him. Suko shoots wide, but Loferdo shoots to the inside. They are too wide coming through 17. Oh, look at this. Loferdo on the outside. Mitchell, they're going to make it. Oh, Mitchell gets it.
Get the win. Will, you could see the drivers ducking their heads to try to get extra aerodynamic advantages on that last lap.
It almost looked like Mitchell was trying to roll his tires with his hand to get any extra going down there. Wow, that was some racing.
The difference on timing and scoring. Daniel Mitchell, your winner, 8/1000ths of a second. So that's even closer than our junior race earlier today.
Dan put the master class on today, how to make that last lap pass. And, you know, he is the head instructor over at VRD. He's the one that's training the next, hopefully, F1 champions right now. You know, they're one of the few F1 training programs based in America. And he helms up that crew. So if anybody can do it, it should have been Dan. And, wow, putting on a class today, John.
Well, and they're going to start pretty much in that formation when they come out for the final.
That's going to be – I'm looking forward to that race.
As Loferdo will be on the outside of the front row. So they'll be swapped, but those two will be just about side by side for their start. So, wow, another great Lo206 Senior race. It did not disappoint once again. The next class you see lined up under the building, that is our tag, cadet, and rookie class. And these will be some 2-stroke engines coming out. We saw the tag seniors and masters earlier. So again, the difference with the tag, cadet, and rookie, there'll just be some younger drivers. 7 to 10 for rookie, 8 to 12 for the cadet classes. I see a lot of activity happening down, but we're going to send it down to Victory Lane with our announcer, Steven. Take it away.
How's it going, guys, up in the booth? We're here with our race winner. That was what I would call ungovernable. I mean, that was impressive. I mean, tell me about it.
I mean, qualified pole and then pre-final there, fighting with my teammate Nick, and it's the first time we raced against each other. I've been really looking forward to it. And yeah, I mean, we had a rule where we weren't going to pass too early, and then he passed me, so I passed him back, and then, you know, the last lap we changed lead twice, 3 times, you know. Yeah, it was really good. Really happy with that.
Awesome. Well, I mean, as ungovernable as that was, do you think the next round is going to be just as crazy?
Yeah, we got some changes to make to the car. I was a bit ignorant. So the team ran it, Doug. Doug wanted to make some changes, I didn't. I had a lot of understeer, so I'll get rid of that and I'll be faster again next race, for sure.
Awesome. Well, hopefully next time we'll see you out here. Good job.
Appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Stephen. He is part of the Ungovernable Racing Network. If you want to check out more from Stephen Newbold, the Ungovernable Racing Network. If you want to follow me and my exploits, if you are on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter, search for Georgia Racing Podcast. I know on Twitter the handle is GA Racing Podcast. On Facebook and Instagram, just search for Georgia Racing Podcast. You can follow my adventures up and down the highways and to the different tracks at Georgia when I'm not announcing at Sonoya Raceway. As an example, last week I was at Winder Barrow Speedway, a little quarter mile out on the way towards Athens, Georgia. A lot of great racing there on a Saturday night on the dirt track. So we do have a small breather in the action here. Whew, another great Lo206 Senior race. They're going to go 12 laps later in our program once we get into the final round. So now the tag cadets and rookies will come out. These are two-stroke engines. You'll see those telltale bluish-white plumes coming up behind the carts. Rookies, age 7 to 10. Cadets, ages 8 to 12. And these carts will weigh somewhere between 225 and 245 pounds. So think of an NFL linebacker. That's your minimum weight. And they are on Vega Reds. And when Will stops back in, he'll let me know exactly how sticky a red tire is versus a green. But these carts will be a little bit quicker than what we saw in the Lo206 class. But another great chance for drivers, these young drivers, to get important seat time to grow and develop in their racing careers. So as Will said, at any time to get more information about karting or the main track here, you can go to www.atlantamotorsportspark.com. That's atlantamotorsportspark.com. You can find out information about the happenings here, as well as how to become a member and enjoy the benefits of membership here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We are located just outside of Dawsonville, Georgia, which is north of Atlanta. So our tag rookie and cadet classes getting on track. You can see them weaving a little bit, trying to get some heat into those tires. These carts are a little narrower than what we see in our senior and master classes, as well as the rear tires being a little more narrow. So these drivers just trying to get warmed up, weaving back and forth, get some heat in those tires. They'll get lined up, and then they will race for 10 laps. The next group coming up after this is our KA100 class, another quick division here on the circuit. So the driver's trying to get staged. Our starter, Hunter Halsey, looks over the field and says, no, gentlemen, you got to be side by side on these starts. So it wasn't a fair start. They'll give them a no start. Drivers will take the cutoff there. That's a good view of the same cutoff when the kid carts are on track. That's how they short circuit the rest of the course and come on to the jelly bean. So this time the drivers will come through 16 and 17. The drone really doesn't do justice to just how steeply downhill it is from 16 to 17. That's another elevation drop there. Now the drivers look like they're in pretty good shape, but little out of alignment, so another false start call coming down from our race director, Lucas Arnett. Once again, we want the drivers to be side by side at a controlled pace when they come onto the main straightaway. So now we're going to try for take number 3 here. Sometimes the drivers get a little bit antsy, and you can imagine first race of the year. They've been anticipating this for months, so they're wound up and not quite able to be patient. So let's see, they're signaling for them to slow down. Let's see how they do here. Green flags in the air as Hunter Halsey brings our tag rookie and cadet race pre-final underway. One of the drivers right off into the runoff area there. Boy, it's tough to go too wide through turn number 1, and now they're going to labor up the hill, getting single file. Will, we're underway in our tag cadet rookie pre-final.
And Bowen Green, common name we heard last season, off to an early lead, although it looks like the action is heating up between Callan Berghofer and Gabriel Lopez Velarde. Gabriel was, I believe, one of the class winners last year in juniors.
Actually, all the names on screen are drivers that you see. Bo Stowers, his brother, was racing in the kid cart.
Actually, got it right here in front of us.
Bowen Green, Berghofer, Lopez Velarde, Adam Durst, Ryan Perez, all drivers that we saw last year. Camila Kanash, another driver, one of our younger females out there. So a lot of these drivers maybe stepping up a division as they age out.
Yes.
Here we put lap 1 on the board. Bowen Green, your leader, Callan Berghofer, and then Lopez Velarde rounding out the podium.
And that's where Velarde, he was our tag rookie for the summer series last year, made the move to tag cadet, was the winter series winner in cadet, and that's where he's racing today.
Now, Will, one of the differences I notice about these karts, these seem a lot narrower, especially in the back, than what we just saw in our Lo206
yes,
class.
and these are the cadets, the cadet chassis. They are definitely a much smaller footprint than an adult-sized chassis. This is kind of the mid-tier between when you go from that kid kart to a juniors kart, because pretty much once you're at age 13, 14, 15, you're pretty much in an adult-sized kart. And the big issue is just as these guys move up in classes, they have to change the engines out to get either more speed, more power to make that jump into the next class. And these are all the tags, so these are the faster versions of those cadet chassis.
You can see these drivers doing about 57-second laps. When the tag seniors and masters were out there, they were about 51 seconds. And now, is that a bigger engine, or just they have a slide in them that lets them open things up more?
So they're actually different engines. So these are the Micro Swift engines.
Okay.
So it's the X30s, the tag classes, they're running 100cc motors. These guys are running, I believe it's 50 or 55cc engines.
And now the rules say that they're on Vega reds. Reds and greens, what do these colors mean for tires?
So that's just the compound, that's the grip. As the karts get faster, they need to have grippier tires. The big difference in grip, obviously, is how quickly they wear. The goal with all this is to find a good compromise between tire wear and grip.
But what's grippier, the green or the red? Which tire would be
whichever
grippier?
one is on the two strokes. It should be the greens are the grippier ones.
Okay.
Two strokes are open tire today.
So, and today they're obviously running an open tire, so that's not going to be much. Well, it is a factor because you're going to see a lot of different tire setups out there, and I wasn't able to walk around and talk to a lot of the guys, so I didn't quite see what the preferred setup was. But I know some of the guys were happy to get rid of some of their old tires today. And then other guys, if they're really trying to win, they probably went out and bought a set of the grippiest things they could find.
Which is a lot like Formula One. You hear the drivers, whether they go out there in the whites, the yellows, or the reds. And it's really the softer the tire, you get better grip. But as time goes on, your performance will fall off at a certain point. If you run a stone-hard tire, you'll have no grip, but boy, it'll last forever out there.
Well, the big thing is just trying to keep the classes competitive, because you've got the guys that can afford the big, car stacker setups. They can afford a new set of tires every single day. But when you got the guys showing up with, carts in the bed of their pickup truck, you're trying to figure out a good medium between what's cost effective, so that way we can keep a competitive field and not just spin to win.
Look at the drop from the drone here. You can really appreciate just how far down turn number 2 drops. As we're following along here, Adam Durst and Ryan Perez battling in 4th and 5th. Again, those narrow tires as Perez takes a look down to the inside of Durst. Let's see if he's going to be able to make it stick. He does not. He fades back in behind. So this is a great battle here. 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Still looks like Perez is trying to push the issue, but cannot get alongside that number 81 of Durst. Yeah, really, you see on the bigger karts, they also get wider tires in the back, which I guess just means more grip as you go.
Well, and also you get more weight, more power. As you go up in the classes, everything gets exponentially more. And so, keeping the tires, keeping everything controlled, it helps keep the classes competitive.
I do know when we get to the shifter karts, those are the stickiest tires you have because they're putting so much power to the ground. They're literally ripping the tires off shredding the tires as they go through every single corner. Once again, our top 3, Bowen Green is your leader. Callan Berghofer is in 2nd with Gabriel Lopez Velarde in 3rd. Then it's a drop back to our 4th through 7th battle on track.
And a great shot there from the FPV camera as your leaders make their ways through turn 9 and into the S's. We're going to follow them back around here as they make their way through turns 13 into that blind sweeper that's turn 14. And it looks like Berghofer was thinking about it for a second, looked to the outside, got back in line.
Well, that's on the right side of the screen. That's 4th through 7th there with Durst still holding off Perez. Now here comes Perez looking to make a move. Little contact. Perez throwing a shoulder block there to get up into 4th place behind Durst. It looked like Perez thought he had Durst cleared. Didn't quite yet. And Durst almost sent off the rumble strips into the grass.
I was following the wrong race there, John.
It happened. The numbers on these karts are small, small little numbers. As looks like that might just be some lap traffic there. Once again, these drivers just really looking to get some seat time early season here, work out some kinks in the program, as those look like 3 lappers with 4th, 5th, and 6th about to sweep by them. It's hard to keep track with the color schemes on these cards.
Well, you've got the rookies and the cadets mixed up. So the rookies are the real novice, and the cadets are the ones that have about a season worth of seat time. So you're definitely going to see a little bit of disparity between the two when a rookie comes up, or when a cadet comes up on a rookie.
So Bowen Green had just crossed the start-finish line. Our nice battle for 4th through 7th got broken up once Perez got by Durst. There we can see that great battle for 2nd. They're just coming up the hill with Bowen Green. Has about a 10 kart length lead, so there we see that vivid blue kart. That's our 2nd place, Callan Berghofer. And we'll have to see if Lopez Velarde is going to be able to get by him. You know Velarde will want to be on the front row for the feature, but to do that, he's going to need to get by that blue 26 kart.
And we are 7 laps into this 10-lap contest, so it's going to be 2 to go next time by. So we're going to see if Gabriel Lopez Velarde has what it takes to overtake Berghofer, or if Berghofer can keep position. Because like you were saying, John, that outside pole position is really important going into the final race.
Bowen Green sweeps down through 16, and he's going to charge off 17. Seems like he has a comfortable lead. And for just a moment back there, you could see Lopez Velarde take a peek to the inside of Berghofer, thought better of it, and slid in behind the second place car.
You can see those carts cooking it into turn 1, almost getting a little sideways there. They are full beans coming through that turn.
I'll tell you, on a rental, that's an exhilarating corner because it fades away from you. I know people say you can take it wide open. I don't think I ever have been able to, because it seems like the cart wants to go right off the rumble strips and out into basically the grass strip that's there. So yeah, it's a deceptive little corner that really tests a driver's skill.
Well, once you get into these faster go-karts in the race chassis, you do have to lift slightly in some of the classes. In the rental karts, you can take it flat out, and it is very much a pucker factor when you come through there. But that's part of what makes the turn so much fun, because you're full speed as you're cresting that hill into turn 2. And as everybody knows, Thrill Hill, you're looking straight downward, full speed. Brakes are barely working.
White flag coming out from our starter, Hunter Halsey. So Bowen Green just has 17 more turns to victory. We still have that great battle for 2nd for now. Berghofer holding off Velarde, but here comes Velarde right to the rear bumper. Let's see what he might have in store. Can he get this good run down the back straightaway? Because turn 9 is a great passing opportunity.
And here's another great shot from our FPV camera following 2nd and 3rd place down the back straightaway. Let's see if Velarde can make a move here.
Doesn't look like he can, so the next best passing opportunity is turn 16. So let's see what can happen. Bowen Green, the man out front, he looks like he is set up for victory if he just keeps it between the curbs. But let's see what Velarde does.
He's going to have to stick a nose in here and get position. He's got the run. He's up on his bumper. But, oh, a little late on the binders, because it looks like Berghofer was able to outbrake him. He cuts in a little low, but not able to get around. And that's how it's going to stack up. Bowen Green, Callan Berghofer, and Gabriel Lopez Velarde, your top 3.
Checkered flag still waving. That should be Ryan Perez, and it is coming by for 4th, with Adam Durst rounding out your top 5. So our drivers are going to cross the scales, go through tech, make sure that everything is legal. But another great win for Bowen Green, another familiar name, with Berghofer and Velarde really battling nose to tail for 2nd. The driver's going to cross over the scales. Tech men know what they're doing down there, Will. All I know is we wouldn't have trouble making weight after this long winter season.
Yeah, I'd have to. Well, speaking of weight, you know, the LO Masters, I think they got the biggest bump during the off season.
Yeah, one of the rule changes that we're having fun with is that the Lo206 Masters can now weigh 10 additional pounds out there. They can now be, or now minimum weight is 400 pounds. And if drivers are underweight, they will add lead onto the cart, which can be to their advantage, that they can get the cart balanced.
Well, sometimes it can be a little comical when you see the real little kids, because they're so underweight. I mean, they practically have a gym set worth of weights tied to the back of that seat.
But where they put the weight is some of the game, as far as you want the cart to be balanced. You don't, if you have too much rear weight,
you'll see a lot of it. You'll see a lot of it will get stuck like right underneath the seat. There's a good spot that's almost dead center on the cart. But sometimes if you have a lot of weights to put in there, you got to get creative with where you put it.
And you see, but you also have to keep a front-back balance if you have. Yeah, well, we see our winner. We're going to send it down to our victory lane with our pit reporter, Stephen Newbold. Take it away, Stephen. All right, we're going to get a word with our winner down in victory lane. So, Stephen Newbold, let's have a word with Bowen Green.
All right, guys, we're here with the winner of the last race, Mr. Bowman. Bowman, can you tell me a little bit about your background in racing and how you pulled that off?
I was able to get the early lead off the jump, and I never looked back, just kept gapping, and they started battling, and I started to gap and led onto it the whole race.
Awesome. So how long have you been racing?
5 years.
5 years? Man. Will, what were you doing 5 years ago? I know 5 years ago I was a track marshal here. All right, guys, I think that's going to be it for our interview. Good job, buddy. Hopefully see you next race. Back to you.
Yeah, to answer that question, Stephen, I was a brand new employee here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, just learning my way around the racetrack. Now I'm all the way up here in the booth calling the races. So it's been quite a change over 5 years. John, how about you? Where were you at 5 years ago?
I was trying to get into being a racing announcer wasn't yet a dream that had crystallized yet. I had thought about it but hadn't really taken steps for it. So I was just your Monday to Friday software engineer, and that's still what I do. A lot of the people here that you see racing, this isn't full-time. This is a part-time, a hobby, a passion. And so for me, racing was just something I'd occasionally do.
Well, I know I met you about 3 years ago down at the Lanier races,
yep,
which actually is coming up next weekend. If you like hearing my voice, I'll be out there calling the races at Legends at Lanier next week. But that's where I met you, John, 3 years ago. We were with Charles up there in the booth.
I thought we met here, actually. I'd come out to an event because of Charles Head.
I believe it was either Lanier or it was here, but because we did a couple of events back-to-back and had such a good time with you, John. Invite you back anytime you can make it up here whenever Sonoya's not running.
All right, next group of karts rolling onto the track. This is our KA100. You see those plumes of smoke coming up, so that's a sign of a two-stroke engine, that oil and gas mixture with the oil burning off. So these will run high revs, high-pitched sound. I don't believe these KAs have a radiator on them, so they're a little more simplistic. But lap times, these will be, I think, comparable to our tag class, maybe a skosh behind.
They're a little bit slower than the tags. The thing that's nice about the KA100s is it is the introductory class into two-stroke racing. So when you get to the tag class and you got the radiators, there's extra maintenance, there's extra cost involved with keeping those karts. Now, the X30s are on a national level. Usually that's what a lot of people finish before they go on to cars. You know, you do see a lot of guys in the shifter class, and that's a whole nother level of complication. But KAs are a good entry level. They've got lower maintenance, less rebuild time. It's a way better class if you're just getting started out and you're wanting to learn.
And for our fans watching, just adding a radiator, while it increases performance, it's just more parts on a car, more things that can break and go wrong. So while it gives you some performance benefits, there are costs and headaches as well. So these KAs, if we got a close-up of the engine, you see the metal fins radiating outward from the engine. That's just a way to cool these engines, almost like an old VW Bug. They're an air-cooled engine. And I don't think we're going to do a three-wide start, so let's see how drivers are going to stack up here. Yeah.
And that air temperature definitely playing a big part here with these air-cooled two-strokes.
So another false start here. That one didn't look good right when you see drivers going three wide. But that bluish smoke you see, a lot of engines, you don't have too many two-stroke engines left, maybe a weed whacker or a chainsaw where you have to mix the oil in. But you have to get the oil in there to provide lubrication in the engine. That burns off with each time the piston fires, so that gives that telltale color smoke that's coming out. But really, these engines rev very, very high revs.
Yes.
I'm not going to put a number on it, but it's probably 10,000 or more.
It's definitely above 10.
Definitely
these guys
screaming.
Get up there in revs.
So we have two groups on track here.
And they are woeing them down. Let's see if he likes it.
Yeah, but it's a good start on attempt number 3. Green flag is out for our KA 100. Juniors and seniors will be on this both together. They split them up so they can have their own individual race. And already some karts getting out into the weeds there off of turn number 1.
As you see, almost going 3 wide there on the exit of turn 2. They're starting to single file back out as they come up the hill and back down the back straightaway. They've got to get single file going through that kink. And as you see, that first group of KA 100 seniors are starting to shake their way out. We'll hopefully see the Masters coming into view here in a minute. I'm assuming they started that race because they have to, because when the seniors are started, you can't line them back up for a restart.
Pretty much, you're going at that point. Something interesting, race fans, you might notice on a lot of drivers, you'll see something stuck on the top of their helmets. As one of the drivers, that 410, had a problem down at the bottom of turn 2. That's really a horrible place. You can see how slowly the car,
especially in those 2 strokes, because you got to have the RPMs to make power. And when you're at a stop at the bottom of that hill, that is not fun making your way up.
Absolutely. So drivers are going to have to try to recover from that. For our leaders, Mateo Rubio, you heard that name earlier in the.
And it looks like right now Jose Garcia and Spencer Master going at it.
So some of these names, drivers will have a couple of karts, whether they race Lo206 and then the KA or tag and KA.
That Master kart, the 410 that was stuck at the bottom of the hill, he is now going to be lap traffic as your leaders are making their way back around. So it's going to be interesting to see if he yields position or if he tries to stay on track, because your leaders are catching up to him shortly. So this might make things scrunch back up here at the front.
That was Meyer Lewis was the 410 that spun, and there we see Mateo Rubio in the lead. Then it's Camden Trachtenberg, Jose Garcia, Spencer Mast, and Theodore Simonoff rounding out your top 5. A lot of familiar names in there as well. We saw Garcia running in the tags out there, so a lot of drivers doing some double duty today.
Yeah, and the best fight we have right now is the 00 of Jose Garcia fighting it out with the number 41 of Spencer Mast. And they are almost, looks like he thought about it for a second. There you go, side by side through turn 9.
Looked like maybe a little paint getting swapped there by those 2 drivers battling for 3rd.
And you could see them bumper to bumper coming through 14. And let's see here, looks like I think that's your lap traffic there. It looks like Camden Trachtenberg was able to get around.
So action aplenty as we see not only lap traffic, now we see drivers battling with each other through that. Out front, Rubio has been the leader from the get-go. They're going to try to be side by side through 4. That's a tough spot.
And there's your lap traffic right there in the middle of that sandwich. Oh, man, he tried to go around them, but they both go wide. Still made the pass.
So some great drama forming here. Drone cam, we're going to follow along with our top competitors here in our KA 100 pre-final. Coming up next on track after this, our Lo206 Master division. So we see Mateo Rubio on that red kart was the leader. Then it's Camden Trachtenberg, Jose Garcia just holding off Theodore Simonoff, and then Spencer Mast and Martin Simonoff. So top 6, really, you have Rubio out to a good lead, and then the battle's on for there. They're even side by side up the hill, and some contact with one going around. That's Jose Garcia, the Decatur, Georgia driver, not happy, pointing out to the race marshals who done him wrong, and now he can't really get back on track because of traffic.
We got that on camera too, so race director will be able to go back and look at it.
Look at all the grass on those tires, so he's going to have to clean off those tires before he's going to be back up to grip.
All the rain we had yesterday too. Yeah, those tires are coated right now.
So he'll have to clean off those tires. Might also put some debris onto the track.
Well, and that's going to push him further back too for starting the next race.
He probably lost about 7 spots because of that incident. Race marshals will look at that. Simonoff and Garcia get involved in an altercation in turn 4. Out front, no change. Rubio leads, then it's Trachtenberg. Now we see Theodore Simonoff in 3rd. Spencer Mast now up to 4th.
They get
Martin
the sticks
Simonoff
at the line, so we are halfway to go in this 10-lap pre-final.
Now, Will, how does what race marshals work do? How do penalties work? How are they assessed? Did you see a card?
Oh, yeah. Man, that was close.
I'm trying to get a number on that. Getting a little
Looks
wide.
Like the 992 of Jarvis Lee.
getting wide off turn number 5 there, and an unintended grass clipping happening there.
Yeah, and you could see the trail of glass clippings too, but he was on those rumble strips, so they're making the tire vibrate, so he's already losing grip by being on there. But man, that was some driving skill to keep from spinning out there going into the kink.
So Rubio leads, has a healthy advantage. Then it's Camden Trachtenberg. Then it's a tight battle here. Spencer Mast able to get by Simonoff, and then we see Theodore's brother Martin in the top 5. So action all over the course. We're 6 laps into a 10-lap race. Will, it seems like these karts crawl up that steep hill. When the shifters are on track later, you don't see that crawling. They seem to launch up that hill like it's not even there.
That racing incident with Jose Garcia seems to have spread out our leaders now. So we're going to see if we can find some more action on track, although it looks like we got a slower kart there, a back marker, getting passed by the field as everybody makes their ways through the S's into turns 13 and into that blind sweeper turn 14.
So once again, that healthy lead for Rubio, almost the length of the straightaway. Then it's Trachtenberg, and Spencer Mast seems to be the driver on the move. He was able to get past the Simonoffs and now is distancing them. Great 3-kart battle there, which is probably Simonoff, Yedla, and Jarvis Lee. And they're even going to try 2, maybe 3 wide briefly up the hill. Here they go into turn 4. Tough spot to go side by side. They're going to do it. Jarvis Lee trying to work down to the inside of Banu Yedla. Can't make the pass. Little hand signals between the drivers there communicating. I don't know if that's displeasure or, hey, take the inside. They're going to be side by side through 9 and 10. So from tough sledding on the far end of the track.
And Jarvis Lee hanging it out right now on track. As you see that mid-pack fighting it out for position. Banu Yedla, a very common name you hear up here in the booth. I'm surprised to see him so far back in the field, although, he might be having some issues. Like I said, drivers were not able to get a lot of practice in yesterday, so they're getting their setups figured out right now. So expect to see more out of him coming up in the final race later on. But we are 2 laps to go right now, John.
That's right. Those popsicle sticks up in the air indicating just 2 more times around. Boy, we haven't seen much of Rubio in this race. He's just been clear of the field, but some great battling here. I think that's the Simonoff brothers there, and Spencer Mast out ahead of them. So Mast, I know he picked up a couple of wins last year, definitely seems to be one of the drivers on the move. Don't know if he'll catch Trachtenberg, but boy, he would love to be on that front row for the final later today.
And it's all about position during this pre-final race, John, because that will set the grid for the final race. And, as we know, that first and second turn are very important. That's how a lot of the positions shake up at the start of the race. And if you get caught up in traffic, the leaders are just going to take off, and there is not much you can do to catch back up.
So we're following with our leader in that red number 6, Mateo Rubio Luengo has a nice, comfortable lead, just over 4 seconds. Battle shaping up for second as Spencer Mast has got one on the line and is reeling in Camden Trachtenberg. Boy, you can see the driver there in that 6. Lock him up. Little smoke coming off of them, heavy on the brakes into turn number 9, a heavy braking area. He has the GoPro set up on the left side of that kart, and he seems to be in mid-season form right now. Mateo Rubio sweeps down through turn number 15. One more time on the brakes as we're going to get an extreme drone cam. Our starter switches to the checkered flag. Mateo Rubio picks up your KA 100 win. The drive to the line for second. Spencer Mast was able to get by Camden Trachtenberg at some point on that last lap. And then Jarvis Lee ends up in 4th with Theodore Simonoff in 5th. Banu Yedla, Martin Simonoff round out the top 7. So a lot of battling mid-pack. Spencer Mast had to make some moves charging up through the field. But out front, that red number 6 had that lined up on a rail, and after he passes the tech, hopefully we'll get a word with him down in our winner's circle. Once again, all drivers pass tech. The weight of one of these KAs for the juniors, 320 pounds. For the seniors, 360 pounds. So a little bit of a weight boost as the seniors pretty much think high school students. Just as they grow, they need to have a little more weight available to them on the kart. So he is going to pass through. Looks like everything's good. The kart will go down into that little quarantine zone. They'll do some extra checking there of the top 3. So all drivers go to the scales. Top 3 go to the little extra inspection there where they'll just get looked over to make sure they're running the proper engine combination and check the tires as well. I feel the building rumbling to life. That means our Lo206 Master division is warming up for their presentation. But before they get on track, hopefully we'll be back down in victory lane to get a word with our winner, Mateo Rubio. Well, now we see down in victory lane the winner of our KA100 race with our intrepid reporter, Stephen Newbold. Take it away, Stephen.
Hey guys, hopefully you guys can hear me currently. Anyways, we are here with the last race winner. I'm not exactly sure to pronounce your name. How do you pronounce it?
Mateo Rubio Luengo.
Okay, I'll remember that for next time, all right? Okay. Mateo, you came out, had an amazing, commanding lead there for a while. Tell us how you did that.
Well, I've been practicing here lately because I've been getting back into racing. And so we've just been putting in consistent laps with 52 threes, 52 fours. This race, we didn't get that certain lap time that I expected to get, but we just had to put in consistent laps and work together. And my mechanics just put in the right cart for the right amount of time, and the tire pressures were nice, so it was all good.
Awesome. So how long have you been in motorsports?
So I was racing from 10 to 13, and I went into F4 for a little while. But then I stopped, took a break, and then I started again this January.
Now, before we go up to the booth, how old are you?
I'm 16.
All right, guys, so you hear that? 16 is your chance to get into F4. So, you know, that's your time frame. Will, it's past my prime. I'm going to say it's past your prime. You're a little older than me. I'm just up there picking on you now. All right, guys, so that's all for the interview today.
All right,
back to
thank you, Stephen. I'm pretty sure that my future in racing will only be as an Uber driver, definitely not in F4. So congratulations to Mateo Rubio Luengo for picking up the win in the KA100 pre-final. Next group that's rolling on track, the Lo206 Masters. Here's we're seeing some of the replay action from earlier, and that's that incident with Jose Garcia. But the green flag is out for our Lo206 Masters. Lo206 Masters, typically for drivers 35 and older. 400 pounds is the minimum weight at the scales for the cart with the driver. And here you can see the drivers lumbering up that hill, trying to get single file. A lot of the names in this you'll see in some other classes. Al Edwards out there, Matt Lassiter, as well as it looks like Aaron Cox is our leader, and they're trying to get single file down that back straightaway. And that seems like most of our drivers are single file. No one's stepping out yet. Al Edwards in that 711 is our leader, and behind him is Aaron Cox, who's in second. Matt Lassiter in the blue 87 is in third, with Paul McIrie and Chris Benson rounding out the top 5. You can just tell from the build of these drivers, they're a little more, shall we say, seasoned out there. This is a way for drivers to still be involved in racing without the full expense of maybe having to have a complete car. A lot of fun still out there. These drivers, I guarantee you right now, have a smile from ear to ear as they're getting some laps in competition for the first time this season. Al Edwards leads down the hill, and then Aaron Cox and Matt Lassiter, they've opened up some daylight. Although now here comes Paul McIrie not going away. I believe that's McElry, not McIrie. So 1 leads 3. Now we're seeing Aaron Cox starting to reel in Al Edwards down that back straightaway. I've had some conversations with Al last year. He really knows a lot about these karts, and we've talked about drivers helping drivers. Al is one of those that definitely helps the younger drivers down in the pits on how to set up these cars, whether you have a Tony kart or a Prega, how to do it as our top three. A little bit of bumper cars there and some hand signals, I think, saying let's fall in line, let's get some laps run, and let's pull away from anyone so we don't get too far back if we have a problem. But forget that. Here comes Matt Lassiter looking up the inside of Aaron Cox, but he pulls back in. So Lassiter in that blue kart, hungry for more as our top three are almost nose to tail down into turn 2. That's a heavy braking area. And then the drivers are going to be hard on the gas up this hill, trying to regain the speed that they lost. Once again, bumper to bumper through that corner. Just as this race started, we did see a brief replay of the incident that happened in the KA course. It'd be interesting to see that happen at a later point where Jose Garcia and Siminoff were involved, but we're seeing great live action here. Our Lo206 Masters, much like our seniors, not enough power to pull away, and these drivers can just about draft, and that's what our top 4 are doing here. 2 laps on the board, so we still are going to go 10 laps total distance. Waiting in the wings are the apex predators of the karting world, our shifter class, and you will see some ludicrously quick lap times. These Lo206s running about a 63-second lap time. Shifters on a good day will be sub 50 seconds, so quite a speed jump on this 17-turn track. So up the hill we go. Al Edwards just opens up a couple of inches over Aaron Cox with Matt Lassiter in third. And here comes Paul McElry trying to reattach himself to the lead trio there. A lot of these drivers, you see them duck their heads a little bit down the straightaway, try to get a little more aerodynamic profile. Will, you can definitely see on these drivers, I've said they're a little more seasoned. You can tell they're just there's some guys out there. They're not some students out there, but boy,
Yes.
they're having a blast.
Oh yeah, and that's the whole fun with the master class, because it's a healthy group of adults that are just out there having a good time. You know, all the kids that want to be super competitive, they run in the seniors class, and then once you're ready to just not be, I mean, these guys are competitive. I don't want to make it sound like they're not competitive, but it's definitely a little bit more relaxed when you get up to masters, and it's more fun. Those guys have a lot of fun out there. You know, they're not trying to go start NASCAR careers or F1 careers. They're just out there to have a good time.
35 plus is the age range in this group. I know Al Edwards is one of the guys you talked about, has a garage here. He's back in that back corner, helps a lot of the younger drivers setting up their karts, figuring out the physics and the geometry that's so important on these. As we see, looks like Matt Lassiter is the hungry driver here, but now we finally see Aaron Cox take a peek to the inside of Al Edwards. Let's see if he can make it stick into turn 9. He does. So a clean pass puts Aaron Cox back up to the point. Al Edwards is able to file in behind. And Matt Lassiter, let's see what he can do. He was applying a lot of pressure to Cox for a while. Now let's see what he can do with Edwards. Edwards puts that hand up, almost saying, hey, let's get lined up as we're going here. So let's see what they do. Maybe some defensive driving there for a moment down into turn 16. This time around, as we see the cross flags, we should see for the first time Aaron Cox at the top of the leaderboard, and there he is. We are using Race Monitor for timing and scoring, so if you're watching at home, you can open up the app on your iPhone or Google Android and get all the live timing and scoring here from Atlanta Motorsports Park today.
And 2 wide coming out of turn 2. Al Edwards holding that position coming up the hill. Matt Lassiter, hey, looked to the inside, tried to make it, but Al had the position, and he did not let him through.
These karts look slow compared to the others. I can guarantee you this. When you're driving
it
an
feels
inch off the ground,
yeah.
It feels like you're going, you know, insanely fast out there. Another drone shot here. We're going to follow in behind, so you're driving in 4th place right now as Al Edwards almost calling his shot there. I don't know if he was pointing to the outside or.
I think he's going to give him the position there, gives him the wave. He's going to let Matt Lassiter by.
Lassiter almost looking for a 2-for-1 there. Took a quick peek to the inside of Aaron Cox, but.
And if Al's not careful, Paul McCleary is right behind him. And we've got a train 1 through 4 right now.
Is it McCleary? Because I've been butchering his name all day on the broadcast.
It looks like McKilry to me. You know, hopefully we'll get down there. We can ask him later.
A good Irish name the day after St. Patrick's Day, laddie.
Well, that's why we ask everybody to submit their racer profiles, because one of the questions we ask is, do we butcher your name on the announcements? And if so, how should we say it? And a nice tight shot there as they come down the back straightaway.
Again, you're riding in with the field. I don't know. I've lost where the leader is at this point. I know it's still Aaron Cox. I think we've had a bit of a change-up back in second place, but we'll see when they come to timing.
You can see that train of leaders at the top of your screen. It looks like right now we're watching the fight for 6th place. That looks like Fusco and Benson fighting it out, but we're going to have to see when they get by the line. Your one cart and solely in the middle right there is Danny May.
And that blue cart in the lead, that is Matt Lassiter. So at some point he went to the point. Aaron Cox fades back to second. Then it's Al Edwards and Paul. I would say Paul in 4th right now. And then it's Danny May, Chris Benson, and David Fusco, your top 7 as our top 4. Looking to make some moves up the hill for the first time. We have some daylight for the leader. Matt Lassiter cleared by about 2 cart lengths down through the kink. So we're going to follow along. You're riding in 5th place as we're seeing some side-by-side action. Al Edwards peeks up the inside of Aaron Cox. He's there for now. Can he hold it off turn number 9? He does. Cox does not try any crossover move at the far end of the track. So Lassiter leads Edwards and Cox, and then we see that 4:03 of Paul McElree in 4th place. Once again, these are our pre-finals, 10 laps the distance. How these drivers finish in this race determines their starting spot in our 12-lap feature. Looks like we saw a black flag come out there, so maybe some drama developing here. I couldn't tell what cart was getting the black flag. Hey, was someone getting a black flag there? Yes. Who? Okay. So we're trying to get some clarification from our race officials. Will, I saw the black flag come out. I don't know who got it, but we might have some drama here in the last 2 laps of this Lo206 Master
race. Well, if we don't have it on track, we will definitely have it in the pits when they find out that they got the flag, because they, you know, if they're pointing at a group of 4, you don't know who they're pointing at. And that's a meatball flag we're hearing on Aaron Cox, which means he is having a mechanical issue. And from what I'm hearing, his bumper is the issue, so they're going to make him pull off track.
And you could see he had dropped to the back of that group. Out front, Matt Lassiter, we see the –
And that could have come from contact, because they've got those push bumpers, so it's easy to tell when they've made contact with the driver in front of them.
Well, Will, you were saying we might find out after. I could imagine drivers fighting. It's been quite a week in Georgia.
Oh, yes.
Racing, whether on dirt or asphalt. Last Saturday night there were fights and fire extinguishers and felony charges involved across the Georgia racing world.
Our friends over at the Ungovernable Racing Network, the crew that our trackside reporter Stephen Ubold is involved in, they actually were the ones that caught that viral footage of the fire extinguisher getting thrown at the drivers during the end of that race.
Which we're talking about the Southern Super Series race at Five Flag Speedway. That was one incident on track. Another, Casey Roderick, driver from Lawrenceville, Georgia, I'll just say was involved with an incident with Sonoya's Bubba Pollard. And Pollard ended up spinning out. And then after the race in Tech, Pollard tried to even things out with Roderick. No evening things here as we come to the checkered flag. Looks like Matt Lassiter has his hand in the air. He's going to take the win. Second place goes to Al Edwards, then Paul McElree, Danny May, and Aaron Cox.
And it looked like
David
Paul,
Fusco at the line.
And Paul tried to make the move there on Edwards. We saw him look wide. He looked back in and wasn't able to make it happen. Al Edwards hanging on for the second place finish here in the pre-final. So that'll put him on the outside pole starting on the final race. So it should be interesting to see how this all shakes up once we get to those final races later on, John.
Yeah, the wily veteran will be on the outside pole there.
And while we've got some quiet time outside, I have been informed to let everybody know, if you can hear me trackside, please spread the word. If you can hear me trackside, if you are on any sort of motorized vehicle, whether it be an electric bike, a pit bike, anything with an electric motor or an engine, and you are driving around the paddock without a helmet on, you are going to be penalized. If you do not get a helmet on, we are going to penalize you in the race series. This is a AMP policy. Anybody that is on a vehicle in the paddock that has a motor, any motorized form of transportation, you must be wearing a helmet. Our race team is looking out for that, and if we see you riding around the paddock without a helmet on, you are going to be penalized. I don't know how to follow that one up, John.
Yeah,
but
that's just one of those things. You got to follow the rules here. Shifter carts in the house, but before we get to that, we're going to get a word with the winner of our Lo206 Master class, and for that, we'll send it down pit side with our reporter, Steven. Take it away, Steven.
All right, guys, we're here with race winner Matt, and we were talking earlier before we even got started. I didn't throw a fire extinguisher at him, but I got him some Girl Scout cookies, and it looks like the Girl Scouts are here. So, Matt, tell us about that race. That was pretty good.
Ooh, that was an exciting one. Was in third for quite a while there, and then Aaron's bumper came off. Managed to get a couple passes in a lap, and from there was clean on sale and out in front.
So we got the Girl Scouts here. What's this about? What do we got going on down here?
Yeah, so we got the Girl Scouts up here today selling Girl Scout cookies right out at the end of the garages here. If you guys are interested, come support your local Girl Scouts and grab a box of cookies.
There we go. Well, thanks, Matt. Girl Scout cookies. I bought a box. It's your turn. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Stephen. We're going to apply a dad tax to those Girl Scout cookies, Stephen, when you eventually come up here. Once again, congratulations to Matt Lassiter, our Lo206 Master winner. Will, looks like we have Girl Scouts, Brownies, Daisies, all the groups down there. Really shows what a family organization, a family group that it takes for racing.
And we forgot to mention before. And we forgot to mention before the race, we actually had sponsors for the Lo206 classes today, and I will make sure I get some more read-throughs on our sponsor sheet. The action has been so much fun today to watch. But the ready to take your racing to the next level, our sponsor, Kinetic Karting, has you covered.
PSL Karting, the official leader of the Red Army and Burrell Arts, North American distributor, and official factory race team, housing a number of top names and top-level data analysis and driver coaching from cadet to full-size racing action across the United States and Canada. If you want to race or check out any online parts that you may need for your Burrell Art chassis, check us out online at pslkarting.com.
And sorry, we got a little mishap here. You're seeing the ad on screen for PL Karting, which is our sponsor, along with Eyes Up Body Symmetry for the shifter kart race. And those guys were out on track. A little confusing here. Thought they were racing, but they're actually out there getting their warm-up lap in before they go into grid. And the read I was going through was for our Lo206 sponsor, Kinetic Karting. Kinetic blueprinted race engines and parts are built for maximum power and performance so you can finish out front, blast past the competition with Kinetic. You can visit kinetickarting.com or stop by parking spot number 41 and ask for Tim.
All right.
So as I was blowing through that, that sponsor read,
shifter cards coming up on track.
We will
here.
play that ad again later without me talking over it.
So shifter karts, the apex predators of the karting world. You see them much like the beginner class for the kid karts. They use a standing start, but for a different reason. Shifter karts have a transmission on them. It's a sequential transmission, much like a motorcycle engine. They start from a standing start so that the drivers have to actually use first gear in the clutch. When they get ready to start, they pull in the clutch with their left hand. Their right hand operates the shifter. Pulling to them is a higher gear, pushing away is a downshift. So right now they'll probably have a foot on the brake to stop from rolling. They wind up the gas, pop the clutch, and we're underway. And boy, harrowing moments as some of the karts rocket and some of them stumble a little bit
Zach
there.
Frank was ready to go on that. It almost looked like second place wasn't even looking at the starter. He saw Zach take off and he hit the gas and go, and I mean, look at that gap already. Zach Frank.
Almost like a linebacker getting the jump on the snap and sacking the quarterback before the guard is even looking for him. So, boy, you can see Zach Frank. Now, watch the speed of these karts, particularly out of turn number 2 because of that shifting. They run the softest tires. They have that radiator off to their side to help cool the engine. It's an engine similar to what we see in our tag or our KA
and it
classes.
looks like all the action is happening in the back for third place right now. Your leaders, Zach Frank and Evan Bonfanti, are out to a healthy lead, but look at all those carts stacked up there fighting for third place. Let's see who that is. So that was Chad Lee in second place. So that is Ryan Corso, Evan Bonfanti, and Oswally Cheek.
Owsley Cheek.
Owsley, or Oz, I think, as they call him.
Yeah. Look at how they rocket up that hill. Because they can shift gears, they don't have to lumber and that be really a slow part. They just drop to a lower gear and charge on they go.
The dynamics of having those speeds, those gears to shift between really shake up the racing here, because there's a lot more you have to think about in terms of making sure you're in the right gear, making sure you've got the weight transfer down, you're on power at the right time. It adds such another level of complexity to racing these things. And if you really want a good perspective on this, our drone operator, Daryl Cannon, Killboy, just released his video log from last year on his first race day. And let me tell you, Daryl is a madman. He went straight into shifter racing with no experience. And so
we see a pass right on the front straightaway, a crossover, and again down into turn 2. So I don't know if that's Bonfanti getting a 2-for-1 there. Will, you had mentioned how this changes driving. Something else you'll see, the drivers in the shifter carts almost seem to get loose in the middle of the corner. And the reason for that is they want to get the front end pointed straight down the straightaway as soon as they can, so they can get back on full gas and start working up through the gearbox. So you see them attack the corners different, almost turning early so that they can get the corner exit set up and get the wheels straight. The other classes we see, they want that momentum. They try to sweep and arc through the corner. Here, they're cutting corners and trying to get straight as soon as they can.
Well, one of the other dimensions, too, with the shifts is if they can time those shifts and they can either downshift, upshift, the way they can leverage that power, they can hit it mid-turn to help the back end rotate through the turn. And you'll notice that as these carts start getting a little squirrely, especially here as they come past our vantage point up here at turn 4, they almost hop over the hill here as you see that back end getting loose as they're trying to lay down power to go through the kink.
Grayson Butler and Karsten Gregory on screen there in the battle, so the drivers will be hard on the brakes. Couple downshifts, and then, boy, they're going to be sawing on that wheel. You can really see how much they struggle to keep these carts straight. Once again, shifter carts. Look at that 48-second lap from Zach Frank. Just shows you how quick they are. 51 seconds is what we saw in our tag senior. So quite a step up here for the shifter division. Now there's all of a sudden, just like that, we're halfway through, 5 down, 5 to go. Butler able to get back by to the inside of Karsten Gregory. Great battle for 6th. Out front, Zach Frank has been your leader from the drop of the gas. And here right now he leads by 10 seconds over Chad Lee. Good battle setting up behind that. Oz Cheek is reeling in Chad for 2nd. So coming up after our shifter race, once again, this is a pre-final, we will move into our finals. 12 laps the distance. Drivers will start based on their finishing order in the pre-finals. And in those races, trophies and prestige is on the line.
And more importantly, with the shifter kart race, the winner of the season is going to get that $1,000 prize through Body Symmetry.
So we're proud to have Body Symmetry as well as Eyes Up joining us as sponsors this year.
And then some other big news, John, I didn't even tell you about this earlier. We've actually partnered up with the Georgia Karting Association, and we're going to be running a 4-race Georgia Championship Series this year. So it's going to overlap 2 of the race states here at the main track and 2 of the race states down at Barnesville for a 4-race series.
Wait, the karts will be on the main track?
No. So this will be on the kart track.
On the kart track, okay.
But it's going to overlap with our race dates here at AMP.
Okay.
So it'll be, I believe, and I don't have it in front of me, but it's our August and our July dates.
By the way, Oz Cheek was able to get by Chad Lee there for 2nd place. So Oz maybe didn't have the best start. He has gotten things dialed in, and he is the 2nd driver to get a sub 50-second lap here in our shifter.
And I've got some information on Oz from last season. Let's see if we can go through his stat sheet here. So this is only his second season racing. When he started last year, he only had about 3 months prior to getting started. So it's good to see him up in 2nd place. But he has experience racing motocross is where he got his start prior to coming into karts.
Not the conventional way drivers get in the karts, but going from 2 wheels to 4 wheels. There we see Oz Cheek in that light blue colored kart. He's going to dive down the hill. Watch as he comes off this corner, race fans, how quickly he's able to launch up that hill. But out front, the man on a mission, Zach Frank, already going down the back straightaway with that 10-plus second lead. Last time around, Frank 13 seconds ahead.
Well, we got to see Zach Frank battle it out with Marion Kremers last season on that spectacular final race day in the Summer Series where we had.
Kremers is like a world-renowned karting
and Frank
driver.
Got the whole shot on him, went to an early lead. Now, Kremers eventually got around him, setting a track record in the process as well. But Zach Frank is definitely your leader right now, your front runner for the season.
And there we see him how quick they just slide up that hill, almost like it's flat ground because they can shift up through the transmission and off they go. And they'll be hitting speeds approaching 90 miles an hour down the back straightaway before they're downshifting and on the brakes.
And one of the fun elements about AMP that makes us a unique track is we have one of the longest back straightaways of any karting circuit. You mix that with the 43 feet of elevation change, and these karts can quickly get to their top speed.
How many gears do they run? Is it a 5 or a 6 in the gearbox?
I do not know. I need to get somebody up here that knows more about that.
They'll only briefly, if it's 6, they'll barely get to 6 when they're at the end of that front straightaway.
I know a lot of people talk about shifters being able to hit triple digits, but you do not see a lot of tracks where that's even possible because that requires a really long run-up to get to those kind of speeds.
That'd be on an airport runway somewhere.
Or when we were doing karts on main track at the end of last season, we definitely saw some guys hitting triple digits in shifters.
Now you can see Frank leaning in that kart. These shifter karts are fast enough when they come off turn number 1. I saw it in qualifying this morning. The rear wheels of these karts will leave the ground as they start that descent down to Thrill Hill. The fronts, maybe not as pronounced, but boy, you can see those backs coming off, which has to add and amplify the effect of Thrill Hill when you only have, 2 or no wheels on the ground.
Most of the 2-stroke classes can get enough speed before coming in through 2. Oh, the checkered flag is out.
Zach Frank, your winner. Boy, those 10 laps click off quick.
We get talking and stop looking at the lap counter there, John.
Yeah, 49.1 seconds on the last lap, and Zach Frank had his quickest lap in the 48-second bracket. So, boy, the shifter karts get things done quick. Oz Cheek comes home in second, and I believe this is Chad Lee coming around to round out your podium. So, a breathtaking shifter kart run. You can imagine 3 Gs assaulting the driver's bodies.
And I'll tell you, having a 9-kart field, I love to see that because we're at the start of the season, so it's only going to grow from here. And this has been a class that we have been trying to rebuild over the last few seasons. The guys over at Body Symmetry and Eyes Up Racing have really done a phenomenal job to promote this and to get the shifter kart drivers out here because these are the pinnacle karts in kart racing. And, it's one of those classes where a lot of guys – they either skip over it because they're on their career, they're trying to get into Miatas, they're trying to get into spec racing. That's when they'll go from tags over to car racing. But you'll see a lot of these guys will come back, and they don't want to necessarily go back to tag because it's not as much fun, so they'll just go into shifter. But there's a whole other world of economics behind racing shifter karts, just the maintenance, the upkeep, just everything about it. And if you don't take care of the class, it will go away over time. And the guys over at Body Symmetry and Eyes Up Racing have done a real good job to help us rebuild this class and to make it what it is. And, we finished last season with a grid over 20 karts in the shifter class. Absolute madness watching that start. And, with the series again this year, it's only going to get better. And we look forward to seeing what they have to offer this season.
On Race Fans, that's why you need to give us a follow or give us a like on social media so you can see when we're going live here, so you can see this great action from Atlanta Motorsports Park. I did see our winner, Zach Frank, cross the scales and go into the impound zone, and that means that we should be able to get a word with him from our pit reporter, Stephen Newbold. So, Stephen, take it away down in Victory Lane.
Well, we're currently waiting on Zach to get ready to come over here. Oh, here's our race winner. Zach, what's up, buddy? Long time no see.
I know, right?
Yeah. Hey, how was that shifter race?
It was good. We knew that from previous testing with the Burrell R kart that we had incredible speed. So the goal with that was just to get out front and just make consistent laps.
Well, you definitely made some consistent laps. That was fast. I mean, that was really fast. Tell us how you did that.
You know, just, you know, a lot of training and fitness, really. Just drive a lot and just get used to the go-kart. The go-kart's easy to drive. It's perfect.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your time. Hopefully we'll see you back over here at the next race.
Thank you.
Have a good one. All right, guys, you heard that. Fitness. I don't have it. Hopefully you do. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Stephen. That's something we haven't touched on today, but the physical fitness a driver needs, the strength as well as the endurance over a 10 or a 12-lap race. When some of these drivers advance up to higher level races where they can be maybe a 30-minute race, boy, they need a high level of fitness to be able to be on their game in the waning laps of one of those races. So the pre-finals are out of the way now. The intensity is going to pick up as well as the distances. We're going to go 12 laps here, and we just had a fall start in our Lo206 Cadet and Junior race. Bowen Green picked up the win in the pre-final, so he will be on the pole. Looks like we're broken into two groups here with the cadets out front and then the juniors behind them. So it's a race within a race here. So these will be 12-lap races. The winners from these get the trophies, and they go to the podium presentation later in the night. So any give and take that they might have had in the pre-final is going away here. They're going to put on a show for you race fans. So settle in, 12 laps of Lo206 Cadet and Junior racing action. Looks like we have 11 cadets, and the green flag is out. We're underway with our first final of the day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Looks like Bowen Green got the jump on that front row, and he's going to go to the point. They're side by side down through turn number 2. Tough sledding as they get single file up the hill. And for the first time, they're going to sweep by our vantage point in turn number 4. I actually believe that might have been Luke Giglio that got the jump on the outside. We'll have to get a close-up for a number. And here we see a battle for third. Lincoln Massey looking to put a move on down the back straightaway, and that's going to stick. So for the first time in this race, our leader comes off the corner. And that is Luke Giglio. So Bowen Green did not get the start he had desired, but he's just going to have to settle in. He has 2 extra laps to work with, but he's got his work cut out as he is back in third place, I believe. Luke Giglio, your leader, by about 5 kart lengths. So he's going to come by the start-finish line and put lap number 1 on the board. Luke Giglio leads Bowen Green, Lincoln Massey, and then Ian Patterson in 4th. Giacchino Vino Figueroa is rounding out the top 5. Top 3 have broken away from the rest of the field. Let's see what Bowen Green can do. We're scoring Bowen Green in second. Maybe not the start he wanted, Will. You had talked about the outside here at AMP is not a bad place to be, and Giglio was able to make that outside work on the first lap.
So that outside line, especially on the opening lap when you're at slower speeds, it's more viable because then you're on the inside coming into turn 2. At higher speeds, you want to be on the inside because position is everything in one, and you'll push whoever's on the outside wide.
Let me get, here we go. The specially matched and staggered tires from Days of Thunder. Now here we see Bowen Green immediately reeled in Luke Giglio. So he was the winner earlier today, didn't get the start he wanted. Green's going to have to go to work here, and for now, he's right in the tire tracks of Luke Giglio. Both of these drivers have picked up wins in the past. You get the feeling that they're going to be battling it out all the way to the end here for the first feature of the day.
And it's great to see Luke Giglio back on track. He was out in the national circuit last year, so we didn't get to see much of him here at AMP. So awesome to see him and Bowen Green going at it toe-to-toe right now.
Something that you don't see, you might see on these drivers, we saw it in one of our previous winners when they had Mateo Rubio for his victory lane interview. You see that the drivers under their fire suit have the rib protectors on. It's just one of the other pieces of safety equipment. These seats that the drivers sit in really hug your sides, but if you get banged around, it's an unforgiving fiberglass, very rigid frame. So if you see the drivers with those pads on, almost like a flak jacket that an NFL quarterback has to protect those side ribs can be tender.
And that was one thing we failed to mention during the shifter kart race. Not only are you fighting the kart, but you're fighting the G-forces, and that applies to any class out here because these racing chassis, they pull a lot more G-forces than what you experience in a public kart. And if you don't train, if your body is not in shape, you will get thrown around in these things. And it is a long 10 or 12 laps to be in one of these karts, especially at race pace.
Well, and for the shifters, it's not just side lateral G-forces. It's front to back. You're accelerating or braking so hard. I know what you're saying. You definitely heard Zach Frank talk about the fitness needed. I can only imagine what their routine is for workouts. I don't know. Do you need strength? Do you need cardio? Do you really need both? Because it's not that long. It's about a 10-minute race, you know, so you don't need maximum endurance, but that's more than just going in and doing, you know, one set of squats.
Well, I mean, everything will hurt. Your hands, your ribs, I mean, almost every muscle in your body you're using to stabilize yourself, because there are no seatbelts. It's your weight and G-forces holding you into the seats. And so it is definitely a full-body workout for the entire time you are out there on track.
Well, here with our cadets, remember, this is elementary students as we see Bowen Green take a peek down to the inside, and he is going to take the lead as they cross the stripe for lap number 4. Giglio had no defense off turn 17 that time. Let's see if Giglio can remount an attack here, but already Bowen Green opens up some daylight. Bowen Green, our winner earlier, looking to double up today.
And that was a very clean pass by Bowen, so let's see what Luke's got in store to see if he can answer as they make the run down the back hill. Let's see if Luke looks to the outside or the inside. I think they're going to stay single file here, John.
And they do on our drone cam here. So we see Bowen Green leading Luke Giglio. Oh, awfully close there. Giglio maybe thinking about the inside through turn 10. Didn't work out. It's a gap back to Lincoln Massey in third. So we're focused all eyes in from our drone cam on our top 2. Bowen Green and that number 4, your leader. Luke Giglio in second, and you can see the gap that they have opened up. It's going to be one-on-one battle, I think, all the way down to the finale.
Like Luke had a little bit more of a run on him coming up there, but he did not have enough track to get around him, and he was just barely touching bumpers there. And as you see, they are still nose to tail as they shoot down through 2.
I might have seen Green slightly waving his hand down that front straightaway. Don't know if that was the get in line signal, but there they are, nose to tail on the brakes through 4, right under our vantage point. They're going to fly through the kink and down the back straightaway. You're driving in third place right now. You're seeing Bowen Green and Luke Giglio. You can tell the speeds that they're driving as the ground goes past, approaching 60 miles an hour before they're on the brakes into turn 9.
And keep in mind, folks, these are some of our youngest drivers out here right now in this class. The tag rookies are 7 to 10-year-olds, and the tag cadets are 8 to 12.
Which is, it's elementary students is really what
Yes.
we're talking. These are, you know, 3rd to 5th graders, maybe a 6th grader thrown in there before they have to advance up to a higher level.
I mean, just imagine putting your 5th grader or younger in a 60-plus mile-an-hour go-kart.
Halfway, 6 down, 6 to go here in our opening final of the day. Coming up next after this, we'll step things up with our tag Junior Senior Master finale. But let's not rush this. We still get to enjoy 6 more laps of Lo206 action. That satisfying rumble of these 4-stroke Briggs & Stratton engines, something you'd see more on your lawnmower, but tuned for performance here on the track.
And I believe these are 600cc engines that they're running.
No, that's got to be smaller. 100cc would be huge. 60 maybe.
On these, should do my research before getting on air.
It's not a 600 would be a mini sprint. Car, while you look up that, we're just going to sit back and enjoy. The cadets run the green slide. We've talked about slides a little bit on how much it lets the engine open up. So the tag cadets, again, 7 to 12, running a green slide.
The 206cc. I should have known that because it's in the name. Lo206. It's a 206cc engine.
There you go. Looking through our rules, do we have an entry for Lo206 rookie, or do they run the same setup as a cadet?
So the kit carts have LOs.
Oh, that's where they are. Okay. So these guys running the green slides in them out there. And that's, again, just how much the carburetor can open up. When you get to the higher levels, the juniors, seniors, and masters, they'd run a different color slide so they can open things up in the engine a little bit more. Seniors, I don't even see a slide in there. Juniors run the yellow slide. And then looks like for seniors, there's no slide involved in their setup.
And there's your leaders getting by some lap traffic. As they are pushing it into turn 2, down that hill, all 43 feet of elevation change.
Like a dive bomber of generations ago, setting out the dive flaps. We see Bowling Green maybe catching a little bit of that inside curb there through turn number 4. That upset the kart, and maybe this gives Giglio the opening he needs for a run down the back straightaway. You're riding in 3rd place with our top 2 here, and they're going to stay nose to tail. So the drone's going to take a short circuit and give you more action as they sweep through the S's off turn 12. Now they're going to charge uphill through turn 13.
And you could tell, I don't know if you noticed, but Darrell was getting a little itchy from following those X30s earlier in the shifters. A little eager on the stick, but these these cadets and these juniors a little bit, or the cadets and rookies a little bit slower than the shifters, but these are still definitely fast go-karts.
Running about 60-second laps around this track, and at 0.85 miles, it's working out to average of somewhere in the 50-plus mile an hour range. So a slower kart here. Let's see if Green's able to get to the outside. The kart gives way, so both our leaders sweep to the inside. Good to see that. That's Brandon Rivers going 1 lap down in the action here. So our top 2 look like they're going to battle it out with 2.5 laps left in the race here. We are grateful to have both Jeff Farver and Darrell Cannon working the drones here. So a couple of different drone options for the race today.
And it's nice to be able to switch back and forth from that pretty much a blimp cam view to that chase cam view. It's almost like a video game when you hop in the chase cam. And it's awesome being able to bring you guys all the shots here on the AMP broadcast.
So the driver's down into turn 16. Giglio just once again staying in the tire tracks. You have to wonder, is he playing poker or is he showing everything he has as they see those popsicle sticks? 2 to go here in our Lo206 Cadet and Rookie Final.
If I had to guess, he's going to wait till the very last turn to make a move. We saw him do it several times last year. He is very patient. He has really good racecraft, and I don't expect to see him sitting by idly here. But I also don't expect to see him make an early move.
So Bowling Green opens up a couple of kart lengths. That might allow for some drafting and slingshot from Giglio, but he can't make the move through turn 9, so his next best passing opportunity is 16. We're going to ride with our leaders to the finale. Bowling Green, we still have another lap and a half left. We don't have to. We get to savor it a little bit more here, Will.
Yeah, and it's almost like a football game. You don't want to score and leave your opponents with too much time so that they can come back and score. So I expect to see some big moves here coming up on this final lap.
So there we see the white flag unfurled by our starter, Hunter Halsley. Top 2, you see Giglio almost pushing through Bowling Green through turn number 1. Down the hill, hopefully this
He's turning the heat up.
Yeah, the slower kart hopefully will pull aside. He gets well out of the way and waves our leaders by here. So our top 2, they're going to charge down the back straightaway one more time this afternoon.
I expect to see something here. He's going to get the run coming down the back.
Defensive.
Looks wide. Let's see.
Green defensive. He's going to cover the inside to turn 9. Let's see if that impacts his exit speed. So for now, Green almost breaking the draft like he's at Talladega.
So he kept him at bay there. We got to look for the run now through 14. He's going to shoot wide once he comes through 14. Let's see what happens here.
Giglio glued to the rear bumper of that number 4 in front of him.
Get ready. Here it comes. It's going to be the race move. Let's see. Final 2 turns. Giglio tries to do it on the rear bumper. Not going to be able to make it happen. Bowling Green able to maintain position.
Fist pumping in the air as Bowling Green takes the checkers. Giglio unable to find a way around that number 4
Bowen
card.
Almost looked like he was on a rail there. He was that cart was moving, and I don't know if there's much Giglio could have done to get around him.
Lincoln Massey comes home in 3rd. Ian Patterson is in 4th. And we're still waiting for all our drivers to finish. Looks like Alyssa Vasquez will be our winner in the Lo206 Junior. Or excuse me, Ian Patterson is our junior winner coming in 4th overall. So Bowling Green goes sweep in our Lo206 cadet racing. He was the winner in the pre-final, and he got it done in the final this afternoon. All the drivers are going to cross the scales, make sure that their weight is appropriate, and then they're going to head into the tech little spot just to make sure everything is legal. You see our tag, junior, senior, and masters getting prepped for their race down underneath us as some of our fans enjoying the action. The day's getting a little warmer here in the sun. And there we see down outside of victory lane, he's taking off all the equipment. We're going to send it trackside with our announcer, Stephen Newbold, for a word with our winner.
Hey, guys. Well, we're currently waiting for the race winner to get ready. Congratulations, buddy. That was a good race.
Thank you.
How'd you hold him off?
I was able to defend on that last lap. He worked really well this race, drove a really good race. We were able to pull away, and I just got to be able to defend, and I won.
Awesome. So how many wins does that make it at AMP?
I don't know.
You don't know? You got too many to count? Impressive. F1 future driver. Who knows? Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Stephen. Too many wins to keep track of. Sounds like a star in the making. Congratulations to Bowen Green, our Lo206 cadet winner this afternoon here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Ian Patterson was the winner in our Lo206 Junior division. That's the race within a race. He came in fourth place overall. All the other drivers in the class are going to roll over the scales, make sure that they're the appropriate weight, and pass inspection. That's going to set or clear the deck for our next final, our tag senior division. Dan Perez was the winner in the pre-final. He just seemed like he was shot from a cannon in the first race, or excuse me, right from the first lap of that race. Fans, we do encourage you to connect with us on social media. You can find out a lot more of the fun things that happen here at Atlanta Motorsports Park on a weekly basis. So whether that's on Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, some of the Instagram stories that they put out about the main track, member socials, or events on the skid pad really can leave you chuckling. So check them out, Atlanta Motorsports Park, on all social media platforms. Or you can go to their website, www.atlantamotorsportspark.com. That's atlantamotorsportspark.com. You can get information about events here on the kart track, racing events on the main track, driving schools that happen, membership, or you can take a look at those condos that they're building, and you see those off the main track, sort of between turns 1 and 4. Some of the great building that they're undergoing here at AMP to make this truly a country club experience.
Okay. Well, they're braking early, but just flip it in. Put the nose in if you're going for it. Can you check with the guys on track to make sure they were good? Do a break after this. After the best one? Yeah. So check with Nathan and all right. Nathan, Tower Cam, everyone actually. After this race, it's a good time for a quick little break. Not everybody. We need some. Oh, not everybody? Yeah. Okay. Tower Cam can probably come in because we'll have Jeff follow. Or we'll have one of the drones follow for the next race. So, yeah, Tower Cam and Track Cam can come in and break after this next one. Okay. So, Tower Cam and Nathan specifically can come in for a little bit of a break temporarily after this next one.
Race fans, welcome back to Atlanta Motorsports Park for round one of our 2023 Kart Championship Series just outside of Dawsonville, Georgia on a cold March afternoon. We are setting up for the second final of our day, our tag senior division. You'll see at some point those plumes of blue smoke behind these machines. These are two-stroke engines, and the speed will step up quite a bit from the 60-second laps we saw in our Lo206 Cadet division. Thought we might have gotten a start there, but a false start. One of the karts to watch, Danny Perez up front, was the winner in our pre-final. He launched off the open and went to an easy victory comparatively. So we're going to set things up. Looks like they have a ton of karts in this race, so we'll start in two groups, one for the senior, and then we'll have a second group on track for the Masters. So we have a race within a race here, and by starting them separately, it lets the seniors and the Masters sort of race amongst each other for the win. So Perez is on the inside, I believe. He's in the lighter colored kart. And we got a false start on our second attempt. Race officials want the drivers to be side by side at a slow pace when they come onto the front straightaway. Maybe take three will make things work. So caution flags are out. You can see those plumes of whitish blue smoke, one of the telltale signals of a two-stroke engine. High RPM gives them quite a bit of power for their weight. These are air-cooled engines. You don't, these tags have a radiator on them, so a little bit more performance than in our KA class. They look to be side by side. Green flag is out. We're back underway with finals racing action here at AMP. No surprise, Dan Perez right to the front. Gets the jump on Leonardo Paredes, and it looks like Sam Machado got the jump on the outside through turn two. And here comes Mateo Rubio, also sticking his nose in. Rubio ran well in this pre-final. He was also the KA 100 winner. But boy, you can see Perez has already opened a ton of daylight on this sunny March afternoon here just outside of Dawsonville. Great three-car battle setting up. You can see it's Machado, Rubio, and Paredes, your second, third, and fourth on track. Let's see how that's all going to settle out. Up front, the one thing there's no question about, Danny Perez is your leader in that 282 machine. And Will, just like in the pre-final, he got the jump, and really before they were in turn one, it almost seemed like the race was over.
And that is the common theme we saw all last year out of Danny Perez. I don't think anything's going to be changing this season. It's going to be interesting to see how the rest of the field shapes up, to see if anybody can come up and start challenging Danny.
So there we're all maybe going to see some two-wide action down towards the kink. Mateo Rubio thinks better of it, but Rubio, now he dives to the inside down the back straightaway. So Rubio looking to go to second. Some smoke off those rear tires. You can tell the driver's really braking hard into turn 9. Move Rubio ahead of Machado.
They got to be careful not to flat spot those tires. They send it too hard on the brakes.
Or if you go too hard, the back end will come around very quickly on these karts. But you're right. If you flat spot, a flat spot race, fans, is just when you lock up the tires. The tire isn't round. It gets worn off in one spot. And unfortunately, as the race goes on, you tend to, when you brake, you'll be more likely to stop at that point. So that flat spot can get bigger and bigger. And not only a vibration because it's not even, eventually you could wear out and pop the tire on that spot.
Not something y'all deal with too much at Sonoya, but on the road track, that is definitely, with the amount of turns they take and the amount of locking up they do, the drivers have to be mindful of that.
Dirt tracks, you don't tend to have as much grip where the dirt would give way compared to the asphalt. You don't see really drivers lock. You can lock up on dirt, but you'll just kind of float above the dirt surface. Here, you're leaving some rubber on the road when you lock them up.
And we pretty much have a chain race going on right now for second, third, and fourth place between Mateo Rubio, Sam Machado, and Leonardo Paredes.
But off the chain is Danny Perez.
You
can see him already. Timing and scoring has him out to a 3-second lead with just 3 laps in the books.
He's almost half a second ahead of second place right now on that last lap. And everybody turned their fastest lap. The top 8 all turned their fastest lap that last lap. So the tire heat is definitely coming in now. But Danny has already put a gap on the field.
So here you're riding along. You're seeing our second, third, and fourth, and now fifth place flashing into view. And you can already see that Dan Perez has already made the U-turn on the far end and is headed away, so he is building onto his lead. Great battle here. Rubio in second in that red number 6. He was the winner in our KA class, so he may be looking to have a couple of podium finishes by the end of the day.
Well, he's definitely a familiar name on the podiums, so expect to see him do good things today as this race is 4 laps into our 12-lap contest.
Right now, our second, third, and fourth drivers just seem content to sit there. Again, 50-second laps. This is about the second quickest class that you'll see until our shifters come out. Shifters can get into the 48-second range. I'll say this, a good tag driver could probably hang with the back of the shifter class.
Yes, and this is probably one of our most competitive fields on the grid, period.
Oh, some side-by-side and some bumping and banging there for third. Looks like Pratis got to the inside of Machado. And we'll have to see how this settles out. Rubio Luengo was able to steer clear of all of that, but looks like we're going to have a new third place. Pratis, who was second in the pre-final earlier today, did not get the start he wanted. So there we see Perez already by 3.2 second lead. And then it's Rubio Luengo, Pratis, San Machado, Clabe Ferguson rounding out your top 5, and he's the back car of that quartet.
And Clabe is actually in his own race right now because he is your leader for the Tag Masters, and it doesn't look like he has anybody around him except for Jose Garcia, which we saw in that pre-final. Jose got into that racing incident, which put him to the back of the pack, or else we'd be seeing Jose out front right now.
Well, was that was a different race where that happened. That was in the Lo206s. This is Tag. So Daniel Perez continues to lead. Then it's Mateo Rubio, Luengo, Leonardo Pratis, Sam Machado. As Perez comes by, already getting the cross flag. 6 down, 6 to go. Will, we didn't get word in that Lo206 race if there were any penalties enforced. That was the race where Garcia was sent around at the entrance to turn 4.
So we went and looked at it on the replay, and I don't think a penalty was assessed during that. They called it a racing incident because it looked like you know, Jose was braking and just the guy behind him didn't brake as quickly, and it just unfortunately turned into a pit maneuver, but it was unintentional and unavoidable.
This is more side-by-side action here for second, third, fourth, and fifth. All of this just allowing Daniel Perez to slide further out of view with Pratis there. Ooh, bumping Rubio Luengo. You could see Luengo get almost loose in turn 14.
Not where you want to get bumped. Oh, and we've got a cart off track there in the wall at turn, looks like either
turn
16 or 17. That's right in the middle.
Right in there. You could see that little blue barricade. Looks like it had gotten busted apart. So local caution in effect. Drivers should just maintain their position. There we see, looks like, yeah, Pratis was able to get by Rubio Luengo. So Pratis started second, dropped back as far as fourth. Now he is back up to second. It is a long way to first place, though, over 4 seconds of a lead for Daniel Perez right now.
Yeah,
so we see another slow cart off to the side here.
Oh, it could be a mechanical issue. I mean, these 2 strokes, it takes them a minute to get up to power. At that pace, that almost looks like a mechanical. I'm surprised he's still staying on track, whoever that driver is.
And there we see, looks like the incident still in turn 16. The driver there, definitely a nervous moment there where there's not a ton of space between the racing line and the wall.
And I'm not sure how they're going to handle that, whether they just leave the cart out there for the rest of the race and just it's a local yellow to the end, or if they're going to have to stop it to be able to clear that wreck.
Well, we'll see how things develop. Great battle still setting up for third here. Machado hounding Rubio Luengo through turn number 4, not able to get alongside there. So, Will, we don't often see full course cautions. We occasionally see locals. How would a full course work here? As well, we see a battle for third there. Machado's able to get to the inside of Rubio Luengo, so move Sam Machado back up to third position. How would a full course caution work
So
here?
they would just throw the red.
They go straight to red.
They'd go to red. They'd send a recovery truck out to pick it up.
And when they reline up?
Then they just regrid them up, much like you do on a race start.
So Danny Perez would hate to see a red flag because he would lose this huge lead he has.
And that's such a tough spot for a cart to go down in the middle of that turn, because typically carts will go, they don't brake soon enough and they'll go into the wall at the start of the turn. And it's easier to get the karts up and over the fence and out of the way, but in the middle of the turn, there's not a lot of options.
So our 2nd through 5th really is kind of opened up as here we see Clabe Ferguson look to the inside of Rubio Luengo. But on your screen right now, that 282, Daniel Perez, we haven't shown much of him because he has been in command from the green flag dropping.
Looks like somebody pulled off there in front of our camera operator in the cut through. Didn't get a kart number, but I saw somebody standing over there in a helmet. And that local yellow is still out at turn 16.
So 2 more laps to go. That time around, Pratis and Sam Machado all had faster laps than Daniel Perez. I don't know if Perez is just playing it safe or if maybe things are starting to go away from the handle on that 282 card, but he has a comfortable 3.8 second lead. He should be able to milk this one home.
Yeah, and he could be saving tires for next month. Who knows? You know, could just be taking it easy, like I said, not to make a major mistake.
Wait a minute. Drivers barely save tires for the end of the race, let alone next month.
Well, it is an open tire today in this class, so that would be kind of foolish to save on them. But, you know, I'm not the driver. I couldn't tell you what he's thinking, but.
Looks like the car has been cleared from turn 16 and 17, so no more local yellow. White flag in the air. Daniel Perez leads down into turn 1. A couple of slower cars in front of him. That time, Pratis, similar lap times. Perez a couple of tenths quicker, so Perez works to the outside of one lapper through turn 3. And what's he going to do as he goes through turn 3 and 4? Tough to pass in the kink. And he swings to the inside down the back straightaway.
Let's see if we could follow the battle for second place right now.
As my announce partner, Will Rigdon, assumes his executive producer role and
casually mentioning to all the camera operators who to follow.
Casually hints. Dan Perez is on screen, though. Got through some lap traffic and really has been unchallenged in this race. He won the pre-final, and he's going to sweep through turn 16 and 17.
And there they are. Looks like your pack fighting through turn 16 and 17.
Dan Perez, a small fist bump as he picks up the win, but here comes to the line for second place. Sam Machado was able to get by. Mateo Rubio Luengo gets third, and Pratis, something happened on that last lap, slid from second all the way to fourth place.
I do want to say this while we got a little bit of time right now. Ethan Denny, our producer right now, this is his first race going solo in the booth. So he's normally our cowboy camera operator out there at the cut through, but his big sister Michaela, she's the one that's normally in here producing. She's out of town this week, so we had Ethan step up. This is his first race running the booth solo, so he's done a really good job. Got a lot of moving parts to this broadcast,
and I don't see an ounce of sweat on him.
No,
it's too cold today to sweat, but I don't see an ounce of sweat on him.
Now, if I casually disappear from the booth, that's because I'm running around doing what I normally do. But today we were a little understaffed on the announcers, so that's why I gave you the call, and that's why I hopped in here, because normally it'd be you and Mikey or you and Charles, you know. But part of the fun of being the executive producer is I can fill in for anybody.
One of the karts having a little trouble in a difficult spot uphill there. Boy, that just doesn't feel well. You know, you're of all the places to break uphill.
The other thing you got to watch out too is there's a lot of places that are very hot on that go-kart. So if you don't put your hands in the right spot when you're pushing it, you will have some third-degree burns pretty quickly. And so as we are winding this one down, Kid Karts will be up next. And our trackside reporter, Stephen Newbold, let's see if he can grab the winner from that last race. We are waiting on them to come by. Looks like he is trying to line up an interview for us. Stephen's part of the Ungovernable Racing Network. So we are happy to have him on broadcast today.
In the booth, guys, I think I've got our winner. How's it going? Number 282, Perez. All right, tell us about that commanding lead you took out and how you've just basically gapped the entire field.
Well, we worked hard and it paid off. We practiced a lot and it worked pretty good.
Awesome, and I believe we talked about last time. How long did you say you've been out here?
10 years.
10 years. I mean, that's just amazing, 10 years. I mean, so do you have any plans for the rest of the season or next season of where you want to go in your career?
Yes, sir. We're going to start in formulas, cars. We're going to finish this year with national championship. doing AMP and all the races I can in go-karts, and I'm ready to take my step into cars.
Awesome. Well, you heard that. He's looking to go big. Back to you guys up at the booth.
All right. Thank you, Steven. That is your race winner, Danny Perez. And right now, got to get those carts recovered. So as they are getting the kid carts lined up and ready to go, and all the tag carts that are still out there on track, I get those recovered. But we will be getting the kid carts underway here shortly. And we will take this time before we get into the kid carts to tell you a little bit more about our kids racing program we have coming up. We have just added arrive and drive karting for children as young as 5 years of age. We're calling them cadets and juniors. So we have karts and tracks set up now. So if you come to AMP Kart Racing, you'll notice a little, some of the things have changed with our public karting. So right now the adults get to run on our Super B track. So if you were basically to cut off turns 14 through 17 and you just make a hard 90-degree turn there at the top of the hill into turn 2, that would be the Super B track. That's what our arrive and drive karting is for anybody ages 15 and up. And then we've got karts for the juniors as young as 5. We've got a new fleet of electric go-karts. Those will set up in the paddock. We actually have a paddock course. So right now it's covered in parking, but we've got barricades that we'll set up, and we can govern these karts to a real manageable speed for juniors where we can teach them the basics of racecraft, the basics of handling, how to get in the karts, how to be safe, what they need to do. And it's a very good entry point for anybody with a child that's 5 years of age and older if they're wanting to get into go-kart racing. And then once the kids get a little bit bigger, once they're around age 9, 10, 11, once they really start growing in, getting some height, we've actually got some junior karts as well that we'll put out on the B loop, or the A loop, the C loop, the Jelly Bean, which is what the kid karts are getting ready to run. And so those are a little bit faster, do about 20, 25 miles an hour, and those are good for ages up to, I believe it's about 10 to 15 years of age. And then from there, you're an adult and you're on to the big track. But we've got it all ages 5 and up here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We really are about trying to get anyone into racing. If you want to get into racing, it doesn't matter how young you are, how old you are, we have got something for you. We've got go-kart schools where we can teach you everything. We can literally get you into a go-kart that does 80 miles an hour, like the ones we just saw in the KA class, and that's only $400 for a full day school. You can take schools, learn how to do the LO karts. We've got junior schools. We've got programs where if you want to buy a race car, we'll teach you how to drive it. We'll teach you how to maintain it. We've got private instruction. There is no excuse why you can't come out to AMP and find a class, find a division, find something to race. Because right now it is very imperative that we get as many drivers into racing. We want to bolster the ranks. We want to keep this going, and it all starts at the youth level, and we are doing everything we can in our power to make it accessible, to make it easy, to make it to where you can just show up at the track, you can drive, and you can get seat time. And so,
Will, you were mentioning kart classes here, kart school. Next kart school is April 10th. It is on Monday. That's a very typical schedule here, where on Mondays you can enjoy some of those karting schools. Starting up, looks like bright and early. I don't know if that's 8:30 or 6:30. Either way, it's pretty early on the schedule there.
Yeah, it's 8:30 a.m. Call for that, and those classes typically go to about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
That sounds like a lot more fun than a Monday at the office, I'll tell you, to spend some time here at the kart school. So just one of the opportunities. We have the arrive and drive. We have races. We have kart schools. I've also seen some posters around the building. If you can't make that school, you can actually have personalized coaching sessions here as well. Another offering in the portfolio for karting at Atlanta Motorsports Karting
like
Complex.
They are getting the kid karts almost lined up and ready to go. And
if form holds, Tyson Burkett will be the driver to watch in that blue kart. He's the one, or he is running an Lo206 out there, and he was able to put a hurting on the field in their pre-final.
We might have some replays lined up. Ethan was signaling over to me. So we might have a highlight reel here to go through from that last race. Oh, so this is everything. I think we need to, I'm hearing on the radio chatter, we need to go back live.
Does look like kid karts are underway on track, so our third final of the day underway, kid karts, but we're just enjoying some replays here. This is the replay of our tag senior division, and there you can see Daniel Perez on the inside, hooked up and gone once the green flag came out from Hunter Hersley. So once again, we have our kid karts on track. This is our youngest division. Will was saying about something set up here for 5-year-old drivers and up on non-race days, but on race day, that's the kid kart division, and already Tyson Burkett out to a hearty lead with 1 laps in the books. Luca Vino Figueroa, younger brother of Giacchino, is running in second, and then Arlo Stowers is running in third with Matea Sandblom in fourth. So there we see Burkett in that blue and white cart coming around to put 2 laps on the books. It's a 12-lap feature. They are running the jelly bean, so these laps will click off very quick, where they're able to do 26 to 30-second laps. Will be done in just a few minutes here. And then coming up next, the Lo206 Senior division will be on track, one of the more exciting classes here. They will be thundering around the hills of Dawsonville in just a few moments. Tyson Burkett just continuing to open this lead. He has that Lo206 kid kart opened up. And Will, as you had mentioned earlier, there's 2 configurations running in the kid kart, the Comer engines and that Lo206 engine. And wow, just seems like Tyson has it wound up with some serious speed in this race. So, well, we're just enjoying some of our kid kart action here, and as you mentioned earlier, 2 configurations in this class, and boy, seems like that Lo206 power plant that Burkett is running is just stomping on this field this afternoon.
It would be like watching a Miata race with one of the drivers rocking an LS motor.
Ooh.
Because they use definitely, because those little Comer engines make about 1.5 horsepower, and he is probably in the 4.5 to 5 with the slide. I'm not sure the exact number on it. That'd probably be a question for Al Edwards if we had him up here in the booth, because he is one of the engine builders on site.
The weight for these drivers in the kid karts, 150 pounds, and that's with the driver. Now you have to figure that a driver 5 to 7-year-old probably about 50 pounds, Will, so that still leaves 100 pounds for kart, engine, all the fluids, tires. Still a pretty light thing. You could almost see a couple of adults lifting this cart up onto its, what do you call the cart thing they push the carts around on? There's got to be a fancy term for
cart
it.
stand.
There you stand, okay, because I'd call it a cart, but it's got a cart on the cart, so. So there we see the cut through that the drivers use, just a way to form this kidney bean. They're heading up to head off turn number 1, and before they get to turn 2, they sweep hard to the left, and then suddenly they're in turn number 14 of the main track. Already Burkett putting lap number 8 on the board. He is just clicking off 27-second laps, a couple seconds quicker than any other driver on the course. Once again, coming up after this, Will, that Lo206 Senior race, probably our most consistently badass feature out there, that our class that we have. Those drivers can't seem to get away from each other. And this one, Tyson Burkett has gotten away from everyone 2 laps ahead of his closest competitor.
And this is a good look at that junior circuit right now. So like we were talking earlier, the new Arrive and Drive programs we're offering, this is the circuit that you will run if you're under the age of 15.
When you said this was the A or the C or the B, it has a letter to it.
This is the C loop. I get them. We call it the kidney bean, or the jelly bean loop. It's a 5-turn track. You've got turns 1, 2 right here. There's a slight bend. That's the exit of 14. That's turn. That'd be technically turn 3, turn 15 on the full track layout. And then your final 2 turns, turns 4 and 5 here on the jelly bean loop, are your traditional turns 16 and 17.
having done the rental karts, even turn 15 here can be a challenging turn because you're so focused on what's coming up in 16. About the only easy turn on this course is turn 8. It just sweeps down the back straightaway. That's it. Everything else, if you're not in the midst of something, you're already setting up for what's next. So Tyson Burkett came around. He took the white flag. He's running in the back of this pairing right here, but he has that blue and white cart hooked up. He was the winner in the pre-final earlier today, and he is in dominant fashion this time. He's going to sweep off turn 17. Look to the outside.
Whoa!
Oh, contact! Contact sends
Whoa!
Burkett around. He thought he had the outside clear to get around Vino Figueroa. Figueroa didn't feel him there, and Burkett took a wild ride.
And that's something we see quite a bit with the real young drivers is they will not they won't yield their line, and if they're side by side, they will still keep the line and push into another driver.
Well, also for Burkett, up by almost 2 laps, he didn't have to push it there, and he gung-ho'd it. And,
well, they don't. They just see what's in front of them, so they don't care if they're 2 laps down, 3 laps ahead. That's somebody to race against.
So Tyson Burkett comes home your winner in our Kid Kart Division final this afternoon. He was able to get it straightened out and get across the finish line.
So kind of like when you go for a nice trip on 285. You're racing against everybody.
Will, I can testify to you that in the left lane on 285, there is no limitation. There's no slides. There's no limits. It's lawlessness out on 285 in the far left lane. There's a great look at the new pitting area we've added or extended this year. That fresh black pavement allowing for a lot of spots for trailers to come in, and you can see they're full. You can see how many cars all the way down by turn number 1 on main track.
You can see a great look at our trackside condos that are just recently finished. We handed all the keys over to the new owners last fall, so they're currently in a rat race to see who can finish theirs first. I've seen a lot of interesting posts on our members group on Facebook, so there'll be some really cool build-outs coming this way soon, and we're going to have folks that just get to be able to wake up, go on their front porch, and watch racing.
Actually, they'll be able to wake up, pull out of their garage, and be on track, I think, very quickly here as well.
So it's exciting times here. A lot of things have been changing over the offseason here at AMP. The new paddock expansion definitely has helped out with some of the congestion down in the parking lot. And, we're trying to set ourselves up to host more large national events. One of the biggest gripes has been parking, and so – when you build a track into the mountainside, there's,
not a lot of flat land.
Not a lot of flat space to put paddocks. And we tried to use every square inch of this facility when building the track. And so it's a constant evolution. We're figuring out new places to put things, new areas we can expand.
Even the parking, the north and south paddock by main track at times is used for stunt driving schools or autocross tracks during certain events. So a lot of multi-use facilities here. Here we get a great look down. You can see the building, main track building. You see the water tower dead center in your picture. Wrapping around that water tower is turn 4, the carousel-like corner here of that Herman Tilke design main track. 16-turn, 2-mile facility. And boy, it has some incredible turns in it, a couple of hairpins in turn 1 and 6. The turn 4 complex is matching the carousel from the Nuremberg Ring, and the turn 15 and 16 complex is based on the Eau Rouge complex at the Belgian Grand Prix track.
And I'll tell you, the Eau Rouge turn on main track is incredibly fun to take in a car. If you have not done it before and you're riding with somebody that has done it before, just get ready to pray a little bit, because when you're coming through that turn, most street cars, you can be flat out and the car will literally, you're hitting about 100, 105 miles an hour onto the front straightaway. The entire car will just lift and go from the inside turn to the outside turn, and it is such an unreal feeling, especially if you're in a 4,000-pound, daily driver out there on the main track. One of my favorite elements, and then once you get in a proper race car.
Isn't that where if you lift coming through Eau Rouge, you'll actually spin the car out if you lift off the gas?
Yes, it's better to just commit so you can have the aero, you can have the downforce, because you need every bit of help. And if you're not on a properly set up car, it is very easy to lose it into the sand trap there. And that's what makes those downforce cars even more insane, because they get the extra help from the added aero. And you know, that's something we'll teach you if you want to come and sign up for the Primal Racing School. Absolutely wild, the main track. Some of the turns they have out there. It is a driver's track. It is one of the most technical circuits in North America.
And those primals will, at the end of a 20-minute session, actually wear the brakes out on the car. They'll not that they have to change the pads, but they'll fade because of the amount of heat. Doesn't happen on the kart track here, but on that main track, there's so many corners, especially downhill corners into turn 1. You're using so much brake that you'll be glowing the rotors red out there on the main track. Now, Will, I do have to say, one of the things I enjoyed seeing, but he's gone away here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, is Thurmond. Thurmond, the elf on the shelf here, and boy, he had some hijinks leading up to Christmas, including I think he stole a Camaro and went out onto the skid pad.
Thurmond had a lot of fun during the holiday season, so he is off hiding in the break room until next year.
Or he's at the North Pole until he returns, I guess. But yeah, Thurmond really seemed to enjoy himself with some elf-on-the-shelf hijinks here. Just some of the fun things, and that's why you need to follow Atlanta Motorsports Park on social media, whether it's Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook.
And here's a great shot of the property right now. You can really see the hills and the elevation, and you can see how this track is. I mean, we shoehorned this thing into the back of the property, and the track still owns a good bit of land. We sit on about 400 acres. Just behind us is Elliott Field. That's where, famous NASCAR driver Bill Elliott, son Chase Elliott, that's where they take off from, when they're flying in and out of races. And you could just really see the elevation change. And that's what makes this track unique.
You were mentioning the Elliott's. Unfortunately, Chase Elliott will not be racing down the street at the Atlanta Motor Speedway this weekend. A couple of weekends ago, injured his knee in a snowboarding accident in Colorado, and he's going to miss maybe 4 or 5 more weeks on the Cup Series.
It's a shame he can't defend his win at Atlanta, because I was there last I guess it was the summer race where he had won, and it was his first time winning at home, so it was kind of cool getting to be there.
In a way, though, it's sad that it happened, but in the old NASCAR point system, you were crucified if you missed a race, and now, as long as you win, you're going to be in the chase.
Yeah,
so
he just has to get back and get at least one win.
He does need to book a win, but in the past, this is where guys would be, we're going to race you until the first caution, and then we're going to peel you out of the car and stuff somebody in there as quick as we can. And you just hear about the agony. Speaking, not agony, their Lo206 classes stacked up, and we get a false start. So as these cars were pulling out of the building, Will, we could feel the building rumble to life. These 4-stroke Briggs & Stratton engines giving you that deep, satisfying rumble, and they are set to rumble for 12 laps here.
And it is going to be a royal rumble if it's anything like our pre-final. We're going to be watching that battle between Edwards and – or no, we're in the
this is the seniors.
This is the seniors. Never mind, we broke them out. I forgot we separated the 2 classes out.
Because timing and scoring shows 27 carts. Doesn't look like maybe that many have made the final here. Green flag is out from Hunter Hersley, our starter, and we're underway once again. Looks like maybe Michael Succo got a good jump down to the inside. We'll see how timing and scoring stacks out, but it seems like Nicholas Loferdo did not get a good start. They're going to be side by side down the hill and up through turn. Well, one car almost mowing the grass there.
2 off into the grass. That's going to cost him a little bit of time. But you see those drivers going 2 and 3 wide through turn 2. You got to get every square inch. You got to use every square inch of that track to keep the momentum up so that you don't lose time going up the hill.
Momentum so important versus in the shifter carts where you want to get straight and get the power down. Here in these Lo206s, only one gear. You have to keep the engine wound up and maintain your momentum.
Like Carson Craig making a move back there in the back on Banu Yella. That wasn't Carson. I looked like him for a second. I saw that teal livery.
Well, it's our leader, Dan Mitchell, in that number 14 cart. He was our winner in the pre-final earlier today. So the top 2 have broken away, and then it's a group of 4 pursuing them. These cars can draft a little bit. They're going to battle behind. That might allow our top 2 to pull away as Mitchell leads Loferdo. Then it's Succo, Juan Pablo Garcia, Ryan Florentino, and Carson Craig. That next 4, boy, they're hoping to get in line to battle it out to get up to the top 2. But there we see Loferdo trying to battle for Mitchell. And, Will, if the front 2 is side by side, they're going to have company in a hurry.
Yes, they are. And as y'all remember, Dan made that amazing last lap pass during the first race. So we're going to see what happens here, if he's going to let Laferdo back by again so he can just pass him one more time, or if he's going to try and maintain position this entire race.
Garcia looks to the inside of Suko for third, cannot make it happen. So our top two is nose to tail, that white 14. Dan Mitchell is our leader. Nicholas Laferdo hanging out with him in second place. Will, I don't think you could get a piece of paper between those two cars.
And look at Garcia right now trying to make the move to the outside of Suko. Not going to have position. Suko runs that line through the turn, so they're going to shake back up third through sixth place. Looks like Carson Craig is on the tail end of that train. You know, if Carson runs a good race here, he might be in position to get a podium by the end of this one, but he's going to have to start making some moves here to get through that mid-pack.
We'll see how it shakes out. Our top two on screen right now have pulled away by about a second over the next quartet, and you can see they're almost drafting, shadowing each other for now. 2 laps in the books. If this holds to form of what we saw the last time, as you see Laferdo take a peek back and see all is clear, we may see these top two just hang out for 9.5 laps and then open up the can on the last half a lap.
You're watching teacher and student right now go at it, Dan Mitchell and Nicholas Laferdo, so it's always fun to watch, especially when the coach gets in the cart and starts driving.
Maybe we'll see a moment where the student has become the master. As there you see our top two, and then our next four is just about side by side there.
They are shuffling things up. They're going too wide into 15.
Our leaders are loving this. They're going to pull away into the sunset. Big battle for third place there.
Looks like Carson Craig 2 for 1 there. Made the pass. Just got by Suko there at the line. Or maybe that was Florentino. Maybe it did score him proper.
And you see, now you can see Garcia vividly pumping his arm, saying, come on, guys, let's get in line and go here, because he knows if they're racing with each other, they will not catch the leaders. But, Will, that second quartet is about to be joined by a horde of other karts because they've been racing so intensely. And they're not quitting there, as we see, I think, Suko trying to get back up the inside of Carson Craig or Florentino.
And that looked like, yeah, that was either Suko or Florentino. I can't see the numbers here.
Craig is the blue cart, so he's in fourth behind Juan Pablo Garcia. So that's your front two there.
Suko's in the purple, the pink and purple cart.
And now, look, we have almost a 3, 5, 6, about a 6-car battle for third place here as our two leaders just trying to run away and hide for the moment, and they're going to put lap 4 on the board.
They are picking up company quick. That 4-cart battle is about to turn into an 8-cart battle if they keep fighting it.
Carson Craig took a look to the inside of Juan Pablo Garcia. I think he made it stick there, and they're going to be side by side through 3 and 4. So Garcia loses a second spot. You can see Carson Craig, like you said, he's up to third.
And Carson Craig making moves. Maybe he's got a radio in his ear. Maybe he's listening to the broadcast. But he is making moves right now, slicing through the field. Now he's leading this mid-pack, and let's see if they can make the charge to catch back up to your race leaders.
He's going to have his work cut out for him. Just 8 laps to go, and that front two is
and
about
there
2.5
goes
seconds
Suko
ahead.
to the inside. Crossover move from Craig. Takes the position back. Oh, man, I do not expect this lineup to stick through the end of this race, John.
Even side by side through 13. Garcia losing another spot. Maybe Garcia has a problem.
He might have a
He just lost 3 spots right there. So tough break for the Decatur, Georgia seasoned veteran in that 0-0.
And he is way off pace right now.
But our first and second still nose to tail. Dan Mitchell leads Nicholas Laferdo a comfortable 0.8 or 83 1/1000ths of a second gap right now, Will. They were about 8 1/1000ths of a second when they finished earlier. So these two, like you said, the student and the teacher, the color schemes on those carts, the Tony carts
those
out
are both
there.
Tony carts. And honestly, this is good practice for formula racing because that's a more team-based. You know, when you watch F1 racing, it's all about working with your teammate and not about racing each other.
So they're nose to tail, just getting some seat time, working with each other. Maybe not. Maybe Laferdo, the youngster, maybe not as patient back there. Maybe thought he was going to take a move off 9 as we see the 198 stuck. Looks like he's on the entrance to the pits, so that might bring out some sort of local caution here on the hill. That 198.
That's Juan
Pablo Garcia. So you were right. He had some mechanical and was not able to get up the hill.
I think he was just trying to make it back to the pits. But at a certain point, you just pull it off track, wait for the race to finish. But fortunately, that's not too big of a danger spot, so they'll be able to get that cleared up, and it shouldn't affect the racing.
They'll try to push him off or to the pits. Looks like they got him off safely there. Now, they're not under caution speed there. They're at speed. It's just these carts are so slow up that steep hill. Again, we see Mitchell and Laferdo, and look at the gap they have before third-place Carson Craig even pops into the picture.
And there goes that mid-pack again. I don't think they're gaining much time right now. So it might be Dan Mitchell and Nicholas Laferdo for this entire race up front. But, oh, more action there. Looked like some more crossover behind them.
Every time they're throwing crossovers and sliders, they're losing distance to the leaders. And here you can see Laferdo. This is a point where you'd say in NASCAR he'd overheat because he's running right behind someone. These air-cooled engines, I don't really think drafting matters.
Oh,
They're 3 wide in the pack. Good Lord, the battle for third is on.
Man.
I don't know how they're going to make it off turn 17 in that
we need
state.
to be following this action right here. Wow.
That blue cart, I don't think it is Carson Craig.
Man.
So Craig, Suko, Florentino, and Grant Lockwood getting it on for third place here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
They're just shaking it up like some dice. They're just throwing it on the table to see where it lands.
No holds barred here, as we saw a second car stalled out off to the side up to turn 3. Craig sweeps wide. That might open the door for Suko. Here comes Suko.
He's going to have to suck it back in the kink, though. You can't go too wide there.
Yeah, well, he's going to push Craig down the back straightaway out front.
That's a shame. He had the momentum, but he had to yield because that momentum was taking him side by side in the kink.
But Suko trying the outside through turn 9. Once again, our leaders about 5 seconds ahead. There's Carson Craig signaling, hey, let's get in line and try to put some laps on the board. But forget it. They're not listening behind him.
They are bumper to bumper right now.
Suko and Florentino. This is really where you can see that drafting come into play in this Lo206 Senior division.
And this is fun to watch, John. This is why we show up on Saturdays.
This
watch
is
some
what
good
makes
racing.
it. You're absolutely right. Tough break for Juan Garcia having some mechanical. He was running as high as third.
Ooh.
Now we see that move from Suko up the inside.
Gave him a little tap going down the hill, but he lost all the momentum, and he's going to lose a spot on that.
Yeah, so we see Florentino able to get by Suko. Suko thought he was going forward
He gave
and went
Craig
back.
the tap and just raked it to the inside, but he lost so much speed. That's what we talked about. If you don't go wide in turn 2, especially in these slower Lo206 carts, you're going to lose momentum and you're going to lose time going up the hill.
Right, so we're in drone cam. Great battle here. 4 cars involved for third place. Carson Craig in the blue cart leads that group. Then it is Ryan Florentino, Michael Suko, and Grant Lockwood. Zach Pang trying to clasp onto the back of that group. He cannot do it for now. Out front, we're not missing anything as our top 2 in those team cars, nose to tail, really from the get-go. Dan Mitchell leads Nick Laferdo.
And Carson Craig doing a real good job of maintaining that position at the front of this pack. He has got to keep it together for 3 more laps, and he's going to bag himself a podium here. But I don't want to jinx it.
Oh, you jinxed it. Can we get a crossover from Craig up the hill?
Oh, no.
We're going to try 3 wide up the hill.
He lost momentum. I should have just kept my mouth shut.
Oh, so Craig loses 3 spots on one turn, but Florentino didn't get it. So Suko actually got 2 carts there. Boy, you could see Suko went for the dive bomb down into turn 2, and they both came up losers on that exchange.
Craig almost got left out to dry. He lost 3 spots and gained 1. It looks like he's about to lose 1 more as he goes wide. And that's Fiorentino making the pass on Craig. So just like that, 3rd to 6th place for Carson Craig.
Well, that's a tough lap here to lose 3 spots. Out front, no news is good news. They'll see the popsicle sticks, but Dan Mitchell continues to lead Nicholas Laferdo. And then the battle is getting more intense by the lap for 3rd place, as now we see Fiorentino move up to 3rd, then Michael Suko, Grant Lockwood, and Carson Craig.
Man.
Oh, another dive bomb move
there
into
he
2.
is. He's going to shoot the turn. He's going to force him wide, but he's going to keep the momentum.
As that number 2 of Fiorentino can't battle back on the outside, so Suko, they're going to go side by side through 4. You can't do that.
He pushes him wide, and that's going to give Carson Craig some momentum. Look at this. He's going to have the run coming down the hill. Craig made the pass coming up too, but
here comes Lockwood up the inside down the back straightaway.
Oh, man, there almost going to be 3 wide coming into this.
Zach Peng trying to get his bumper in there. It's now 5 cars battling for third.
Oh, a little bit of contact there.
Great drone cam action from our pilots, giving you all the action here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, as we're going to be coming down to see the white flag this time around.
Oh, this is going to be a lap here, John. As your leaders still 1-2, Dan Mitchell, Nicholas Laferdo taking the white flag at the bottom of your screen, but the battle we're watching right now for third place.
I don't know what battle I want to see more, for the lead or for third, because this battle for third has been intense from the get-go. Up front, Mitchell and Laferdo, but they're a little side-by-side off 3 and 4. The leaders finally deciding to get after it as they're getting all over the place for third. So 2 great battles on the track.
And
this
we're
is the
switch
battle
back
for
to
the
the
lead.
leaders right now.
I'm assuming Mitchell's in front, but I don't know. Let's see. Yep, Mitchell still leads. Little defensive line into turn 9 there for a moment. So Mitchell leads Laferdo, their teammates in identical Tony karts, that white with green piping. Let's see who will win this, the student or the teacher. The teacher out front, defensive line there. So they're going to battle down through 15, and you can see Mitchell take a defensive line on the inside. Trees get in the way. Now, crossover move from Laferdo. Here he goes.
Side by side.
It's a drag race.
They're
They
bumping.
touch. I don't know who got it.
Look like
Laferdo wins on the inside.
Oh, wow.
And here's that battle for third.
Suko gets the final spot in the podium.
Wow.
Man, Laferdo just paid the favor back.
We're going to need a replay of that. You could see Mitchell playing defensive down the inside.
Man.
When he swung wide in 17, Laferdo just sent it up the inside, and they touched at least once in a drag race down the front straightaway. And Laferdo comes out your winner, timing and scoring 2/100ths of a second.
Wow.
Your difference.
And Laferdo paying the favor back from that pre-final. Mitchell did the exact same move on him during the pre-final, got the win, and Laferdo said, I see ya. Now let me show you how it's done.
So
wow.
the student learned something in the pre-final and applied it in the final exam
We
this
gotta
afternoon.
see if we can get Steven to get both of them on the mic after that one. We need to get them together. That was some racing.
We need a replay of that. You can see them celebrating down there in Victory Lane. They'll have to cross the scales. Great battle through the field. So your winner, Nicholas Laferdo, comes home in our Lo206 Senior Division. Daniel Mitchell second. Then Michael Suko was able to outbattle everyone else for third. Grant Lockwood fourth, with Ryan Fiorentino rounding out the top 5. Will, Lo206 Senior once again did not disappoint.
And that is the race to watch. And the beautiful thing is we also have the Masters coming up soon. So we're going to get another feature just like this here in a minute.
We are halfway through our finals. 4 down, 4 to go. Coming up next will be our Tag Cadet Series. But, boy, we're excited. I don't know if I'm more excited to see replays or excited to hear those Victory Lane interviews when we get the opportunity. So the drivers will need to pass the scales, and then they will head to tech quarantine to make sure everything is official.
Well, I am looking over my shoulder at producer Ethan Denny to see if we've got any replays lined up. So we're going to see if we can bring that to you while we get the leaders ready to go for a trackside interview.
That'll need to be in the highlight package for what happened this week at AMP.
All right, guys. Well, we're currently here with I'm honestly not sure who won this race. I've got 1 and 2 here. I need both of y'all's input on this. I mean, what a race. I mean, we need to have a complete breakdown of what happened on that last lap. Let's talk with you first. What you got?
Yeah, I defended into 2 and then checked him up into 5. Got a bit of a gap and then sort of knew I was safe and he got a run on the final corner. So I'll just keep him there, and he went for a switchback and just drilled straight into the back of me. So I was like, oh, shit. So then we sort of get tidied up and we're like going side by side to the line, just like bumping all the way in, and I don't know who won. I couldn't tell you.
Honestly, do we have an actual a result for that? Can I get that result? Could somebody tell me in my ear? Well, I guess we're going back trackside. All right, guys, wonderful race. Hopefully we can see something else happen next round. I mean, this was awesome. Y'all have a good one.
And there you heard somebody trackside asking about a protest, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with that one. But we do have carts on track, so they should be making their way back around. You never know when the mic's hot, John.
Nowadays, always assume that the mic is hot. And we got a green flag here in our tag cadet and rookie final. Bowen Green was the winner earlier. It looks like he's jumping right to the lead.
Breaking into 3 wide off that. Oh, a little bit of contact there in the back. I didn't see who that was. But Bowen Green shot off early. Gabriel Lopez Velarde right behind him. And let's see how this shakes out once they come back around to the line.
Callan Berghofer, Ryan Perez, Adam Durst, other names to watch in this 12-lap final for our tag cadets and rookies. This is a race within a race. They're going to try to be side by side through turn 9. They will be single file after that. So Bowen Green back out to where he was in the pre-final, and that's on the point.
And in this field, we have drivers age 7 to 12 right now, and they are in some of the fastest junior karts or cadet, the karts for the younger kids to drive. And so this is a lot of fun to watch. This is a mixture of novice and I'd say, amateur or middle of the road, because some of these guys have a lot more seat time than others, but they are all relatively new drivers, and so it's a lot of fun to watch these guys shake it out on track.
So 1 lap in the books. Bowen Green, your leader, Lopez Velarde in second, and then Berghofer in third. Boy, you can see once again Green adding some track between him and the carts behind him in that number 4.
Bowen almost a full second faster that last lap than second place.
There we see Berghofer move to the inside of Lopez Velarde. He seemed to do that with ease through turn number 9. Let's see if he can set off after Green. It didn't happen in their earlier races. Second and third are going to be nose to tail into turn number 16.
And they're going to have to pay attention, because if they start racing too much, Green is just going to take off. So they're going to have to see some work together to be able to catch back up to the leader, but we're going to see what that differential is.
About a half second quicker for Green. It might not matter what they do in second. Green might take off anyways.
He's got the sauce. He found it. So unless Berghofer and Velarde can find it, we're going to see it. I mean, it's a long 12 laps, as we saw. You could get hooked on the last lap like we saw in the kid kart race. So
that's right. Berghofer running some of the best lap times he's ever run. His stat sheet here says his best lap time, 57.9 seconds. So on that lap, he was a 57.7. So running some of the fastest times he's run. Will, I think this is just an indication that cold, dry air today, providing a lot of air for combustion in the chamber, and that's going to give more power to these little engines.
Well, and as the track is drying up or is warming up, the tires could start sticking a little bit. There's a lot of variables that can add to the lap times, and these engines are always tuned for a certain ambient temperature, and so if you're left guessing what it's going to be at race time, that gamble works for some people and it doesn't for others.
So Bowen Green, 57.4 seconds on that last lap, just a few fractions quicker than Berghofer, but that's going to allow him to build on his lead. Berghofer not going away, nor is Lopez Velarde, and then it's a big gap back from there to Ryan Perez. So we're going to ride along with our top 3. Bowen Green, your leader, in the number 4, and then second and third, pretty close on the track. Let's see if we're going to dive in behind them as they head up through turn 12 and 13.
And a great shot from the FPV drone pilot Daryl Cannon, Killboy.com.
Drones really add so much to racing, don't they? They bring you into the action in a way that static cameras just can't do.
And what's great is even 5 years ago, these weren't even that common in productions, and just having the technology, having it be affordable to the point where we can bring it to you guys, where we can have it on our streams, because I mean we're definitely not NBC Sports, but we try our best to get our quality up there, and we hope you guys enjoy watching this at home. I know we enjoy watching it in the booth.
One of these days we need to get them behind the field on the initial start and see them all charge off into turn 1. That's where, when you see a dirt track race and the drone is sitting about row 3, and you see all the cars charge out underneath you. That's really where you see drones add such an element to racing.
I've really been playing with the idea of wanting to take pole cam and just strap it to someone's helmet.
Where is pole cam today? I haven't. Have we seen a pole cam shot?
Well, since we've got since we've got 2 drones in the sky, we don't. Pole cam is down right now. Okay. So whenever we don't have the second drone, we could throw pole cam up and use our other smart controller to be able to capture that.
So we have not yet shared on this broadcast the legend of pole cam. It was last year the drone was flying and one of the motors basically had a failure, and that caused the drone to crash. So the
very rapid unplanned landing.
Yes. Descent, we'll say. Well, the camera still worked on pole cam.
That's about the only thing that still works on it.
The drone didn't work. So for races here at the kart track or at the main track, the camera still had great shots. So what we're on track here, Lopez Velarde takes a look down to the inside of Berghofer. Under hard braking, makes it work. Berghofer tried the crossover, but couldn't make it stick. So pole cam, they just mounted the working camera on a pole and attached the pole to some various point on the track to bring you racing action.
Very sad-looking drone with all its limbs just dangling.
But on main track, when you see the way the cars descend through turn 1, really added something to the broadcast. So repurposing a camera that was, it wasn't a functional drone, but the camera still gave great quality shots.
Well, the thing with broadcasting a road race versus an oval race is we have a lot more turns to cover, and so any extra camera, it just helps us get more coverage on the track. Definitely adding drones to the coverage was a huge thing for us and really lets us give complete coverage.
Ooh, some wild action here in the pack.
Look at
3
this.
wide.
Oh, they're going to have to
Bowen
file down.
Green's already through that, so second and third.
Man.
Boy, this looks like public karting, slicing and dicing through some of the rookies here. I don't know who's who here. Let's see. It looks like Lopez Velarde got to the inside of Berghofer.
Whoa, 2 guys got into each other there all the way back at turn 9. That looks like the 184.
And the 21. So the 21 is
Carvalho.
Isaac Carvalho, one of our tag rookies, and the 184 is Emma Schumann, also one of our tag rookies. So a couple of rookies battling amongst themselves as the leaders swept through, and that really created some turmoil. Looks like both of those drivers were able to get back underway. Bowen Green's the driver who's definitely showing the way, 5 seconds ahead of this great battle here for second. Velarde and Berghofer, they have been swapping paint for the entire day today, it seems.
And Velarde was your tag cadet champion for the Winter Series. He was the tag rookie champion in the Summer Series last year, and then he went up a class, won the Winter Series, and now he is currently competing for second place with Callan Berghofer, although Bowen Green has pretty much left the field in his dust. And so as it looks like your battle for second place is coming through turn 14.
So once again, we're following our battle here for second place. Excuse me, for fourth place, Perez and Mateen Fanian are battling there. They're slowly closing in on our top 2. We'll see how our second and third. We'll see how things shake out during the rest of the race. So great battle here. Perez and Fanian, another couple of tag cadets, swapping some paint here in the waning laps of our tag cadet rookie final. So I hear some skidding underneath the building here. We'll have to see if we can get a camera on that. Doesn't affect the leader as Bowen Green sweeps by to put lap number 9 on the board. Behind him, Berghofer is now in second ahead of Lopez Velarde. And here's this battle for fourth. Ryan Perez, Fanian, and Durst in close quarters, all battling for fourth, fifth, and sixth. These are names we've seen last year on the track as well. Whatever screeching I heard underneath our vantage point in turn 4 must have cleared away. Will, those are some harrowing moments when you hear tires screeching from
Oh,
out
yeah.
the door, out the window.
Well, that's a common spot for folks to spin out, especially if you're racing for position right underneath where we're at on the tower. But you know, when you're in a faster class, you really don't want to spin out there because everybody's hauling through that turn, trying to fight for position going into the kink.
Sounded like maybe again we just heard some from right underneath our vantage point. I can tell you when you're there we go. See, it's that 24 slow off the corner. Don't know exactly what happens there. The 24 Isaiah Williams is running in the tag rookie class, so tough spin for him. Looks like he was able to get underway.
Fourth and fifth place coming past the line right now. Ryan Perez and Mateen Fanian.
So 10 laps down, so the leaders have already seen the popsicle sticks when they swept by. This is our best battle right now on the track. Those two cars in that group, Perez and Fanian. Fanian in the 99 at the back of that. And you can see how far it is up to the second and third place drivers, most of that back straightaway. It does seem like the battle for second. Berghofer has finally opened a little bit of daylight between himself and Lopez Velarde. But right here, the battle is on for fourth place. Perez trying to hold on, chops the nose of Fanian. They're going to sweep down through turns 16 and 17. Meanwhile, our leader has already taken the white flag, and he is heading up the hill. Will, just a few more turns before Bowen Green can get that top spot on the podium this afternoon.
And it has been nothing but clear sailing for him since the green flag dropped, so I don't expect to see anything change this last lap.
There was Bowen, just held up a little bit by a couple of the slower cars. He is sweeping through turn number 9 there. A couple of more slower cars ahead of him, including that 24 Isaiah Williams that had spun. There's that number 4 Bowen Green slicing out of your view. So Green just has to avoid any problems with lap cars. The last time around, he had a 7-second lead, so he has a comfortable spot. Doesn't need to push it like we saw in the kid kart. So the white flag is going to be replaced shortly by the checkered. Bowen Green pumps his fist, your winner in our tag cadet and rookie feature. There comes that blue car, Caitlin Berghofer in second. Gabriel Lopez Velarde in third. In our battle to the line for fourth place, Ryan Perez is able to hold off Mateen Fanian in fifth place. So congratulations goes to Bowen Green. He was the winner in our pre-final, and he was able to hold on in the final to double up for the day. Green not only doubles up in this class, it's his second win of the day. He was our Lo206 Cadet winner earlier today, so Green has been on the track 4 times, and he's seen the checkered first all 4 of those opportunities. Drivers will roll through tech, make sure that everything is legal, and as we switch to this shot, race fans, you can see our next cars set to get on track are KA 100s. They will be warming up momentarily. Once again, race fans, if you're watching, whether it's on Facebook or on YouTube, we just ask that you give us a like, a follow, and then go down into the comments and let us know where you're watching from today. We know that many people watch from the Georgia area, but also we know people are watching internationally from parts of Europe. So let us know where you're joining us from this afternoon. I do see from our comments we have Charlene watching from British Columbia, Canada, so 3 time zones away, just getting past lunch there. Charlene, hopefully you're enjoying a nice lunch here with Atlanta Motorsports Park. And we're going to go to word with our winner in the tag class that just finished. Take it away, Stephen Newbold.
How's it going, guys, up in the booth? We're here with our winner. I honestly wasn't able to catch the whole race. We were kind of running around trying to get everything else taken care of. Tell us how you won that race.
Yeah, I got off to the early lead. They were right behind. They caught lap traffic in a funky spot, and I was able to pull away.
Well, that's always good. So your dad's telling me something about you needed to plug somebody. Who you need to plug?
My mom, my dad, my best friend Easton, Jackie Jones, and BGW Dental Group, and Waldry Engines, and Timmy Tech.
Well, there we go. He's got all of his sponsors in. Well, it looks like let's head back to the track.
All right, thank you, Stephen. Once again, joining us pit side from the Ungovernable Racing Network. It was Stephen and his team that broke that story from Five Flags last Saturday night, where the driver was involved in an on-track incident, grabbed the fire extinguisher from the safety vehicle and chucked it at the car of the driver that spun him when the driver came back around. High shot overhead, once again live here just outside of Dawsonville, Georgia. You're looking down on the main building of the Atlanta Motorsports Park karting complex, and these drones have been providing us some of the great footage you have enjoyed today. Do want to once again thank our drone pilots Jeff Farver and Daryl Cannon. We also have our camera operators Nathan Woodland, Kavion Cook, Trevor Metzger, and on tower, Blaine Hensley. So it takes a team to put on the broadcast you see here today. I'm John Matthews, joined by Will Rigdon up in our announce booth, and we see the cars staging and swerving on track for our 12-lap KA 100 feature. They're going to stack up side by side. Don't know what the 3-wide thing is there, so they want to get side by side. Maybe they weren't quite lined up right. You see them in two groups because we have a senior and then a master grouping on track. They like to start. Green flags out, and we are underway. They're going to try 3-wide with one kart going around right down to the inside wall at the end of the front straightaway. So all kinds of chaos happening on the first lap. But the race is underway. It looks like Mateo Rubio Luengo went to the point. I couldn't tell what driver was spun on that front straightaway incident as they practically went 3-wide. Then you can see our master division a little further back with more trouble. Oh, more big trouble right in the middle of turn number 4 as a couple of karts get spun and then one driver struggling to get refired. That looks to be the number 98 kart. And the 98, trying to get a name on that, Evan Strouser in our senior division. So all kinds of chaos as we had incidents in turn 1 and then an incident in turn 4. And the incident in turn 4 had the Masters drivers, excuse me, the junior drivers hounding down on that group. Out front, Rubio Luengo leads, and it's Spencer Mast, Theodore Siminoff, Jarvis Lee, and Martin Siminoff, your top 5. Rubio Luengo was your winner in the pre-final, but Spencer Mast has moving up through the pack. Let's see what he can do right now. The gap that time around 1.3 seconds for Rubio Luengo. As you can see him, he's opened up several kart lengths, and then it's just a horde of karts behind him. Let's see how this race develops. Just 1 lap's in the books and already a season's worth of drama in that short period of time. So once again, great action here. The battle for second, about 6 cars involved. Some breathing space for Mateo out front. He's looking to repeat what he did in the pre-final, run away and hide from everyone. A 53-second lap, so the fastest of that group. As we have Spencer Mast and Theodore Siminoff with one car going slow down into turn number 15. Don't know what the problem is there, some sort of mechanical. So once again, continued drama here in our KA 100 senior class. KAs are a 2-stroke engine. They do not have a radiator, so they're an air-cooled engine. You'll see the fins if you ever saw a close-up of the engine. As we see a pass and then a crossover back through the S's with one car up on the curbs, and that's going to send everyone scurrying. So great battling back in the pack here. Out front, Rubio Luengo continues to lead. So that what you're seeing on track there is that battle for 4th. 4-car battle with one car getting spun around and going backwards towards the wall in turn number 16. That at least brings out a local caution. Spencer Mast and Theodore Siminoff are locked in a Steady state battle for second, and behind them, it's action aplenty. Brant Estes is now in fourth. Martin Siminoff fifth. Camden Trachtenberg is in sixth. Don't know which driver had spun. I think that might have been Jarvis Lee. Yeah, Jarvis Lee, unfortunately, looked like the driver that spun in turn number 16. So several spins in this race as we see some drivers side by side. Still a great three-car battle for fourth place. Out front, Rubio Luengo flirting with a 52-second lap that last time around, 53.106 seconds. These cold temperatures providing for a lot of power in these karts. This time around, a little bit quicker, 53.007 seconds. But the battle for second, Theodore Siminoff able to get by Spencer Mast. And the pack is coming. It looks like fourth through seventh is starting to gain on second and third places. As the cars rumble off turn number 4, there we see Brant Estes, and behind him, Trachtenberg, Siminoff, and Blevins Jr. all doing battle down the long back straightaway here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Luengo in that bright red number 6 cart has some breathing room behind him. And then the battle is on. Siminoff that last time by had just gotten by Spencer Mast. Let's see if Mast is able to remount a charge to take back the silver medal spot. But for now, we're going to see lap number 5 on the board. 7 to go here in our KA 100 final. Most of the drivers we're seeing on track are the seniors. Our top running junior is Adam Wine, running in 12th spot. We'll continue to follow that race within a race. But right now, Luengo leads the front of the pack, and then it's Siminoff and Mast. And again, we're seeing a great battle in the pack here for 4th through 7th. On the screen now, Siminoff getting a little loose through turn number 10. He's in that red fire suit, takes a peek back over his shoulder, sees a little gap opening back to Spencer Mast, so maybe Mast didn't make the adjustments he needed for the final, and that's letting Siminoff slip off the front, and now it is the 4th place car of Brant Estes, who is reeling in Spencer Mast. We're going to soon see a battle for the final spot on the podium. Will, all kinds of action here in this KA 100 final so far.
Well, we would not expect any less out of these guys. This is a fun entry level. Well, it's not entry level because these are definitely faster than LOs. LOs are the real entry level, but these guys are a great entry into the 2-stroke class. They got a lot more speed. They're a lot more finicky. They're a lot more like, you know, the big boys in the X30s and the shifters.
Here we see Brant Estes work to the inside of Spencer Mast. Just seems like Mast has had a problem. He got up as high as second and has just been fading at this point. All kinds of action right on the start. I don't know what driver ended up basically down in the shadows on the front straightaway as they tried to go 3 wide. And then we had an incident in turn 4. Right as our juniors are sweeping through, we had a couple of our seniors trying to regain their footing in the turn. So some nervous moments on the first opening lap.
Well, I was actually down there at trackside during those opening laps trying to get our start-finish cam back up. So I was not up here in the booth to see it, but I will take your word for it.
Spencer Mast lost another spot there. Camden Trachtenberg getting by. So something seems wrong in that number 41. When Mast is out here, normally we see him charging to the front. Today, he seems to be retreating into the shadows. That'll be something to watch as we're past halfway in our KA final.
Well, Spencer Mast was one of the drivers to watch last season. Him and Gabe Spencer were going back and forth all season. Had that very thrilling final race between the two of them.
And we see a driver with their hand up. That might have been Mast. Maybe that cart giving up the ghost. Something that we'll continue to watch. That red car sliding off the bottom of your screen. That's Mateo Rubio Luengo as we see the 908 pulling up with some sort of mechanical issue. So continued mechanical problems. I'm looking down my timing and scoring. If that was a 905, it would have been Andrew Hamill, but don't have a name on that, Will. But seems like mechanical gremlins cropping up here in our afternoon session.
And that is something that will happen through the course of a day. Folks will start losing chains. You know, certain things will start popping. The engine will get out of tune.
Michael Hoffman there up the hill at turn 2. That's a tough spot to go from zero to try to go up
And
that hill. So
he's
you don't
not
know
going to be able to do it. He's going to have to turn around and get ahead of steam before.
I don't know if he
up.
can. If he slipped a chain, like you're saying about drivers slipping chain, if a driver slips a chain, they can have a problem. And one name that's dropped off our scoring list, I no longer see Spencer Mast. So probably a mechanical issue is under a local yellow. So this is like a breaking news event, Will.
Yeah.
There's just action all over the place. The only name we haven't had any problem with is Mateo Rubio Luengo, your leader from the drop of the green, consistent laps in the low 53-second range, and he is checked out by 5.5 seconds. That is Theodore Simonoff. Looks like I think Brant Estes got by him for second. So Estes in that number 18 on the move. He was in 5th place just a few laps ago.
And this race is starting to wind down, John. Only 2 laps to go this time by. And we will see if.
Look at the lead that Mateo has. Yeah. Just has to keep it between the navigational beacons as he sees 2 clenched flags indicating 2 laps to go. Brant Estes in second with Theodore Simonoff in third. And then Camden Trachtenberg and brother Martin Simonoff running in 5th. It looks like another kart on the inside of turn 2. So it's starting to look like a junkyard or 285 out there.
Yeah, it's,
karts just everywhere.
There will definitely be some downtime between this race and the next one because there's going to be a couple of recoveries out there. But not something we are unfamiliar with here because the guys trackside do a real good job of getting everybody scooped up and off track for the next race to get started.
It's going to be like someone having to go and shag carts at the Walmart during Christmas season. There's so many of them out there. There you can see Estes opening up some daylight to Simonoff. Simonoff in that red fire suit with the white helmet. He was as high as second, and now he is starting to lose some ground. So you have to wonder if his kart may be going away with the white flag twirling in the air. Mateo Rubio Luengo just cracked the 52-second barrier on that lap, 52.999 seconds. We're going to call that the 52-second bracket.
Yes.
So Mateo is getting faster and stronger as this race develops.
And, you talked about earlier about keeping up with the shifter class. That's only about a second or 2 off from the times we were seeing with them.
Well, we were seeing 48s in the shifters, so.
Well, the fast times, as the race was getting worn on, we were seeing some 50s and 51s.
So we're with our leader in that shiny red kart, number 6, Mateo Rubio Luengo. He picked up the win in the pre-final earlier today. He's going to sweep off turn 17, and he sees the checkered flag in the air. Mateo Rubio Luengo wins your KA final at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Coming to the line in the battle for second, it's Brant Estes, then Theodore Simonoff, with Camden Trachtenberg closing for 4th, with then Martin Simonoff rounding out your top 5.
I know Brant is going to be excited for that win. He's coming all the way from Alabama, so he's going to have about a 2.5, 3-hour car ride home, and it'll be a little bit sweeter having that second-place finish. And then rounding out your top 3, Theodore Simonoff. And then 4th place, Camden Trachtenberg. 5th, Martin Simonoff. And Christian Blevins Jr. in the 6th place.
I feel like we need our pit reporter to actually report on all the breakdowns out there, but hopefully we will get a word with him outside of our tech area with our winner. Hopefully that'll be in a couple of moments. Coming up next, our Lo206 Master Final. They're going to make things rumble to life in just a few minutes. All drivers are going to cross the scales. Looks like some of them are already, that might be the previous race down in quarantine. There's a host of cars down there.
Yeah, they're probably still getting through tech from that last race, but we will see. So we've got our sideline pit reporter, Steven Newbold, down there. I'm sure he's going to get us the scoop here in a second, as all those drivers are lining up in the tech line.
Well, guys, hopefully you can hear me up there. I'm currently waiting on our winner to get over here. He's going through tech real fast. He should be with us very shortly.
So, Steven, while we got you, tell me, how's your first race day down there? You enjoying it?
Man, this is ungovernable, okay? I'm not just saying that because I'm with Ungovernable Racing Network, but, man, this past 2 races, we've had action all over the track, and it's been amazing.
So you enjoying going from because you used to work down here at the kart track. You like being on the broadcasting side now?
Oh yeah, this is way, way better. I prefer doing this. It is an experience. I do enjoy it, and thank you, Will, for bringing me on.
Well, we appreciate having you out here. Hopefully we get you out for some more races this season, because if you're not the one down there doing it, then that's got to be me. So we like having you on the team, and hopefully we get somebody here shortly.
Yeah, hopefully our race winner is currently talking to Tech right now, so we'll give him just a second. We do have a little bit of cleanup going on track, so that works out for us.
Will, the funniest sign is behind Steven, the ones that say 10-minute parking behind him on the fence at the outside of Tech. That in the light of what we're doing here for Tech, that's a hilarious sign, posting in my mind. Steven, while we have a moment, why don't you tell us a little more about ungovernable racing? What exactly is that?
Well, I think I just heard somebody ask something about ungovernable racing.
Yeah, John, I don't know if you can hear John or not. He was asking, tell us more about Ungovernable Racing Network.
Well, Ungovernable Racing Network is a podcast that I have. We go throughout the entire Southeast. We cover everything racing. We have motorsports, well, obviously motorsports. I meant to say motocross. Motocross, late models. Currently, we've got 4 or 5 cars that we have sponsored. We have sponsored Jackson Boone for the Snowball Derby, which is in Pensacola. That's probably our biggest event of the year. Recently, we have sponsored with Brayton Laster. I can't remember exactly what team he runs for. He runs from like 4 or 5 different teams, but he is currently being sponsored by us. He runs in the ARCA Menard series, number 03. So if you guys are ever watching any ARCA races, you'll see our logo on the car. But Ungovernable Racing started just a bunch of guys that were just wanted something different in racing and sports in general. We cover every little aspect of ungovernable sports. So racing, hockey, baseball, all the fights, all the action. We've got it every week on Wednesday at 8:05 Eastern Time.
And can you tell us how folks can find out more about the Ungovernable Racing Network?
Ungovernable Racing Network is available on Spotify, YouTube, Facebook, and every streaming platform possible. And I believe we have our race winner here. So you were here earlier. You're back again. Tell us about it.
I kind of did the same thing. It was just getting a good start and just distancing the pack. And that's what I set out here to do, and that's what I did.
Well, that's always good. Now, did you get any of the action that happened in the corner over here? Did you get any view of all the chaos that happened?
Well, I looked back after the start, and I saw somebody straight down the middle in between 2 cars. So I was like, in my head, I was like, that's going to go bad. And so I looked back, and the order was reshuffled a bit. And I was like, I knew it. And so it was, I don't know what happened to Spencer down at turn by the S's, but something happened because he was off. But yeah, something happened over there.
Well, congratulations on your win. We're going to hit it back trackside. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Steven, with our winner in our KA 100 feature, Mateo Rubio Luengo.
I feel the building shaking. That can only mean one thing.
That's got to be some more Lo206s rolling on track. So here we go again. We're going to go 12 laps with a thundering horde of these. This was a fun race earlier today. Al Edwards leading for a long time, but Matt Lassiter able to make a move late in the race. I have to say that we're not going to call them old. We're going to call them the seasoned veterans out here on the track this afternoon.
Group probably has the most amount of years of racing amongst any of the drivers, is this group right here. So should see a lot of real good racecraft, a lot of statesmanship.
What racecraft? Like, is that like Minecraft or something? You just mean race handling or?
Just, proper procedure, knowing when to yield positions, holding lines, not holding lines.
Very gentlemanly out there.
Yes.
Until the last couple laps. Then
well,
it's,
yes.
Yeah.
Then it's racing again.
So they're coming mighty slow. I imagine we're going to get a start this time. Let's see what Hunter Holsley thinks of it. Hunter Halsey waves that green flag. We're underway with our Lo206 Master Final.
Great shot with that FPV drone. You can see
they
them
did
going
it. They
through the tram
followed.
lines.
This is what we wanted. Follow that
Yes.
start there as they're almost 3 wide over the crest
And
of that hill.
you can see how much calmer these guys are, not breaking the tram lines, unlike the juniors and the rookies and the cadets. Very gentlemanly as they come up through turns 3 and 4. Looks like Danny May just edging it out there in second place.
May is a name we didn't call much in the earlier broadcast. Out front, Matt Lassiter in that blue cart goes right to the point, continuing from where he left off in the pre-final.
We'll need to see what happened to Al Edwards, where he's at when they come past the line, because he was your outside pole leader. But that's definitely Danny May in front of him right now.
May in that white number 9. It looked like Al Edwards was in behind him for third. As second, third, and fourth all trying to push their way back up to reel in Matt Lassiter. They got one on the line, and they got a bite right now. So it's now a 4-5 cart battle as we see some battling happen back there for fourth, side by side, as they come to the line and put lap number 1 on the board.
And so your top 3, Matt Lassiter, Danny May, Al Edwards. And then Tim Clark and Paul McCleary battling it out for fourth place right now. That was that side-by-side action we saw at the line. Looks like they have now shaken back out single file. But there go your 3 leaders underneath us at the building and down the back straightaway.
It was so uncharacteristic to not see Danny May in the opening race. Now we see him where he won a lot of races last year, and you always saw that white and red number 9 charging to the front. Now we see him applying pressure to Matt Lassiter in the blue 87. Sitting back in third, Al Edwards just seems comfortable, maybe waiting for his opportunity as they're going to head up the hill. Will, I love that start action. They put the drone right behind the field like I had mentioned, and you got a feel for what a start was like here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Such a good shot. Drone operator Daryl Cannon, Killboy.com there, getting you the shots from our FPV drone. And here come your leaders, 1 through 5, bumper to bumper across the line. And it looks like almost everybody there running their fastest laps of the race. Whenever you see that marker tick green there on the side of your screen, that means that's their fast lap.
It should be. Usually the first lap's a little slower. They're not up to full song yet. But the second lap, they should get faster. We'll see where things go from there. But really our top 4 nose to tail. And 5th place, Aaron Cox yo-yoing off the back. Right now you're riding in 5th place with the drone as we see our top 4 charge down the back straightaway.
What's real fun to see is when they start ticking those green laps off, 8, 9, 10 laps into the race, then you know they're racing.
So almost feels like a cycling race where we're just watching the peloton and clicking off some kilometers here as the drivers have 2 on the board, coming around to put 3. Everyone right now seems pretty content to just ride in the tire tracks. But you have to imagine at some point Clark and Edwards realize they're not going to win from 3rd or 4th on the last lap. You need to get up to 2nd. But Danny May just seems content to ride and push a little bit as they all come across. Most drivers running 63-second laps. So one of our slower classes, more of a gentlemanly pace out there for now.
It's still faster than the rental carts. So
yes,
those LO motors definitely can push those race chassis a bit faster than what our public rental carts do.
I'm convinced those public rental carts, as fast as they are somewhat like, they're like turkeys out there with all the molding and bumpers on them to keep drivers safe and the seat that they have.
And look, here's a move.
That's Aaron Cox getting upside of McElry.
And he had a mechanical during that first race. I'm assuming he got it fixed out. It was, from what I heard up in the booth, it was a hanging bumper. So it didn't sound like it was anything too hard to repair. But he just put the move on Paul McCleary, just kind of knifed him down low in the turn and forced him wide.
So Lassiter continues to lead, and he's looking to put lap number 4 on the books. May almost just pushing his way up right as close as he can get. Still seeing a couple of green times on there, but again, most laps 63-second bracket. The gap that time, 1/10 of a second between 1st and 2nd. The distance between 1st and 5th, 0.8 seconds. So our top 5 car is all locked within a second on track.
And those top 3 are within it was about 15/100ths of a second. So that is some pretty tight racing, John.
Great view there of some of the mountains that surround us here in North Georgia. but now all eyes focus once again onto the track. Our top 5 have broken away from Chris Benson and David Fusco back in 6th and 7th. You can see Danny May taking a look back. Suddenly something broke open there that our top 2 have pulled away. I don't know exactly who stumbled there. If that was Al Edwards, maybe dropping back to 5th. We'll see as they come to scoring. Now you have to wonder if Danny May might use this as a springboard to try to drop Lassiter and get gone before the rest of the pack reels them in.
Oh, you can see he had a little bit of a run there, giving Lassiter a bump. He's got the space now. He's got the breathing room between 2nd and 3rd place, so I would look to see, him make a move here in the next lap or 2. But he's got to be careful, because if he's not, he's going to have a whole bumper full of Alistair Edwards and Aaron Cox.
Well, you can almost see the nose piece on May's car shaking loose as they come through turn 4. We haven't talked much about the bumps. There are some bumps on this track, especially as the drivers go through turn 4. Looks like smooth pavement, but those little bumps really magnify themselves because these karts have no suspension. The only suspension are the tires and then the driver's body.
Well, one of the big things here, too, is the sliding bumpers on these karts. That's how they're able to know if someone was pushed or bumped too aggressively, because they're set to fall once they get hit at a certain pace. And that's how race control knows to levy a penalty.
Well, so far it just seems like bump drafting out there as opposed to aggressive, knocking someone out of the way. Top 2 really now have opened up some daylight. They've both run their fastest times of the day, identical 63.125 second laps. So Lassiter and May inching away from the rest of the field. Al Edwards, Aaron Cox, and Paul McIrie rounding out your top 5.
And that gap continues to widen between 2nd and 3rd place. And it seems like Al is going to be content to hold off the pack behind them. But I don't know if Aaron Cox is going to have anything to do with that. He's getting a little bit of a run. Doesn't shoot out. He's just happy to stay on the bumper of Al Edwards.
Here you're getting a great shot at that blue 87 of Matt Lassiter. Having to work the steering wheel to get through the S's, but now he just locks in, takes a quick peek back. No rear view mirrors on these cars. So Lassiter has to look the old-fashioned way over the shoulder and sees a face full of Danny May right behind him.
And you can see that GoPro on the side of his helmet, too. Man, I wish we could get that feed live and see what their perspective is.
Yeah, no rear view mirrors on a go-kart. That was good in the last race for Mateo Rubio Luengo. He didn't have to see the carnage unfolding behind him, just focus ahead. Here, drivers, when someone's close, they can just take a quick peek back. Maybe Danny May makes a move down into turn 4. Can he make it stick to the inside of Lassiter?
Side underneath us at the building. He's got the position.
So a bold move. Danny May making a pass in turn 4. You don't see many drivers attempt it there. He went and took the lead. Now it's May followed by Lassiter. They didn't lose too much ground to their pursuers, so we don't yet again have a 5-car battle, as Lassiter now is going to have to try to regroup and find a way past that white and red number 9 in the lead.
And he pinched him in turn 4 to get that inside position, and he had the nose over him, so that forced Lassiter to have to yield going into the kink, or else somebody was going into the dirt, and I don't think either driver wanted to end their day early.
We'll see what their times are. They had some slower times last lap around. This time, decent laps, but not their quickest. And Al Edwards should be reeling in our 2nd place. So we may yet again have a 5-car battle with 4 laps to go.
And the action is starting to heat up here, John. I expect to see some more moves out of these guys coming up soon. I don't know who's going to do it first, if Al's going to try and make a run on them or if there's going to be some action behind him, because it looks like Aaron Cox and Paul McCleary are really heating up the action.
Well, we said that these drivers are gentlemanly early on. I think we've reached that point. That's going to go out the window. And not that they have windows on these karts, but that's going out, and we're going to see the aggression ratchet up. These seasoned veterans still like to win, and that competitive heart still beats within them. As now we see Danny May open up a couple of kart lengths over Lassiter, and then the 3 behind are on the hunt, and now we do have a 5-car battle.
It's tightening up good now, John. Look at that. Bumper to bumper to bumper, 3rd through 5th, and they almost have got that gap to nil between 2nd and 3rd.
Edwards running his fastest lap of the race. McElry running the fastest lap of the race so far, 102.748. He's in 5th place, but just ran the fastest lap of the day in this class. So he is trying to find a way to the front, but right now it's Danny May showing the way down through the kink.
All three of them are racing hard right now as they're trying to catch the leaders. And I think they're going to do it. We're going to have a 2-lap showdown.
Lassiter peeks to the inside. Is he up alongside? He is, so move Lassiter back to the point. Will May try a crossover? He cannot, so Lassiter got the draft down that back straightaway to move up to first, and it's a conga line as we head up to turn 13.
And if May's not careful, Al's going to get up behind him and take that second spot away, so Danny's got to be mindful of who's in front of him and also who's behind him.
I get the feeling May's not racing for points out there. I think he's looking for the win. Let's see what he can set up. They're going to see 2 sticks in the air, 2 to go as May gives another little pop to Lassiter, letting him know he is still back here.
He's just trying to rattle his cage a little bit coming into turn 1. Get him a little off kilter, hopefully takes his line wrong and create an opportunity. But Lassiter holding firm right now.
It looked like May took his little wide off turn 2. That cost him some momentum, and now there's Al Edwards. The KG veteran was right to the rear bumper, but he lost some space off turn 4.
And there goes your top 5 right now. Less than 2 laps to go, John.
As we just have about a lap and a half to go. Shifter karts waiting in the wings for their main event, but right now all eyes focused on the Lo206 Master Final. We're on lap number 11 of 12. Matt Lassiter leads Danny May and Al Edwards. It's a 5-car battle, and they've been putting on a dandy all day today.
It's a 5-car battle, and now it's a 1-lap sprint because the white flag is out, 1 to go. Expect things to get wild here, folks.
Danny May hounding our leader, Matt Lassiter. Took the lead for a couple laps before Lassiter put that blue 87 back to the point. They're going to charge up the hill for one final time. May gives a shot in the shorts to Lassiter. Will he make the move through turn 4 he did earlier? He cannot repeat it. Let's see what kind of run these drivers get down the back straightaway.
And they are single file through the kink as they make their way down that long back straightaway. This is the fastest part on track. If you've got to run, now's the time to make it. And you see Al Edwards looking to the outside, ducks back in, single file. They're still going to be bumper to bumper as they make their way through the S's.
So the best passing opportunity will be through turn 16. We're going to have to wonder, will some driver go for a hashtag send it moment? Lassiter shading to the inside. Will he drive defensively into turn 16? He's going to be defensive. May tries on the outside. They're through 16 into 17. May down to the inside. It's a momentum run. I don't think he has enough. Matt Lassiter holds on to win our Lo206 Master finale. Danny May in second, Al Edwards third, then Aaron Cox and Paul McElry.
Here's another good side-by-side right there. Looks like Fusco making the pass on Benson there right on the last lap. That'll secure the 6th position for Fusco, pushing Benson down to 7th. And there's Tim Clark going across the line in 8th.
Didn't we just see Tim Clark in the last KA race?
These guys, it's fun to watch them pull off track and sprint to their other kart just to make the next race. And that's what Danny used to do a couple seasons ago. He was running LOs, KAs, and the shifter class. And, man, that was a pretty good race, John.
Yeah, if you look at the scoring, you'd say Matt Lassiter won the pre-final. He won the final. But if you saw this race, you saw some great battles with Danny May able to get to the point, and Lassiter pulled by him and at the line just by a distance
unlike the
0.135 seconds, Lassiter was able to hold off the final charge of May.
Well, unlike some of those 2-stroke races we saw earlier today, Lassiter had to work for that victory. He wasn't able to get off to a big lead. He had company the entire time. All 12 laps, he had somebody knocking at the door. And for a short while, he lost the lead and had to get it back. And he was able to get the job done, get back around Danny May. So hopefully Steven can get a word with him. I can see Danny pushing his cart across. He's trying to probably grab both of them if you can, Steven. I don't know if you can hear me down there. But you see if you can grab Danny and Lassiter. while we wait, there is a great vantage point of us up in the building. We're over there by that little blue tent just on the other side of those doors. That's Tower Cam 1 right there, right next to our LZ. You can see drone pilot Jeff Farver bringing in that drone. And I believe that's Killboy right there, Daryl Cannon doing the battery change. And here we are, trackside with Steven Newbold with first and second place.
All right, guys. So Matt and what was your name again? I'm sorry. Danny.
Yeah.
God, I can't remember names to save my life. All right, guys. So that race was tight all the way through. Let's walk it down both sides. You both were running 1-2 for the majority of the race. I'm pretty sure the entire race, actually. Break it down. Did you think you had the chance to make a move at the last second?
I didn't really think so. If anything were to happen, it would have to happen in coming out of 2 or in 4. He was just so good up through the S's and to the end. I couldn't execute at the end. I didn't have the mid-range horsepower to get me to the line, but he was class of the field all day, so kudos to Matt, and we'll try to get him next time.
Now, this is just me talking, but ungovernableness, I'd think anything for the win. If you had the opportunity, I know you guys are friends, would you bump him out of the way for that win?
Nah.
Nah.
I like to do it clean. If I can't do it clean, I'm not going to do it.
There we go. That's what I like to hear. All right, Mr. Cookie Man, that's what I'm going to call you from now on. You going to make the cookies rain with the Girl Scout cookies.
Right.
All right, I told you there was going to be a party down here.
Yeah.
Where's my Girl Scout cookies at?
They're gone. They're gone. Girl Scouts sold out, so thanks to everybody who came and bought some Girl Scout cookies.
Awesome. Well, tell us how you pulled that off.
Danny was obviously right there with me the whole time. I feel like maybe he had a little bit of extra pace, but I managed to get a good run down the backstretch and just threw it up the inside, made it stick, and from there I was able to just control it and bring it home.
Well, are we going to celebrate with any cookies tonight? Well, what's your favorite Girl Scout cookie?
I'm taking the girls to the Girl Scout sock hop this evening. So I'll be partying with the ladies, enjoying it, having some cookies and some root beer floats, and just enjoying the family time.
All right, thank you guys. Backtrack side.
All right, thank you, Steven Newbold, with our winner and second place in our Lo206 Master class, Matt Lassiter and Danny May. Beard game was in full effect down in Victory Lane there.
And we've got a promo coming up here for our shifter race, final race of the day, sponsored by PL Karting.
PSL Karting, the official leader of the Red Army and Burrell Arts North American distributor and official factory race team, housing a number of top names and top-level data analysis and driver coaching from cadet to full-size racing action across the United States and Canada. If you want to race or check out any online parts that you may need for your Burrell Art chassis, check us out online at pslkarting.com.
And this race coming up is the first race in the shifter kart shootout. The shifter karts are on track doing a warm-up lap right now. In the past, we have let them, well, in the past, they just go right out of pit road to the starting grid where they do that standing start. But
I think these cold temperatures and standing starts are a really tough situation. It looked like from that last kart that went around that they almost had the radiator covered up. It's so cold, you don't need all that cooling that you'd have out of that big radiator.
Yeah, and that could play havoc if you don't get that right, if you're getting too much cooling.
If you get too much cooling, one, it's drag on the aerodynamics of the car, but it also, if the engine's too cool, you won't get that maximum performance. So this is similar to a NASCAR when you see a crewman reach out and slap tape onto the radiator on the front of the car. More tape means more downforce, so you're faster, but it also means your engine runs hotter. And on a hot day, your engine will blow. But on a cold day, you can get pretty aggressive.
And these shifter karts, they run incredibly hot, given that these are the fastest karts we have on grid. And these things are running anywhere from about 35 to 50 horsepower. They've got various weight penalties depending on the engine and the size of the kart that you are running. But these are the fastest karts that we run here.
And we had a new track record in the pre-final. It wasn't okay, but Zach Frank did have some 48-second lap times. Not a track record, but That's a pretty quick time out there to be in the 48-second range.
In our scoring system, that was a track record, but that did not count the lap that was set by Marion Krimmers last year because he ran in the 47s.
Whew.
I believe it was a 47.9 was the time that he turned, and he did that on his first race here.
Wow. So once again, we see the drivers using a standing start. They have a clutch that they operate with their left hand. The shifter is operated with their right, and then they have gas and brake with their right and left feet.
Here's something to look at. I'm seeing on the scoring screen that Zach Frank is in 7th.
I don't think that's real. I think Frank should be on the pole.
But not his red cart out front, I don't think.
Well, maybe we're going to have some extra intrigue.
Well, we'll see
here.
when they go past. Maybe he wasn't the first one out during the warm-up lap.
Yeah. Green's out, and we're underway. These carts launch up to speed. It was Zach Frank. Chad Lee was the second car across. Oz Cheek showing way back in 10th. I think he was a lot better in the pre-final, so we'll see how things shake out. Again, they're on somewhat cold tires today. We'll have to see where they need that grip right from the get-go. They do have softer tires, but boy, on cold tires, they're going to have to feather-foot it out there for that first lap or two until things get up to normal temperatures.
And look at that. Zach Frank already off to about a 10 to 15 cart length. He didn't quite get the jump off the pack from the standing start as he did during the pre-final, but that hasn't made much of a difference because he's already putting a gap on the field.
So again, the shifter carts, the fastest cars, the apex predator of the karting world, about 125 cc engines. So the biggest engines here, and then not only a radiator for cooling for higher performance, they have that sequential transmission so they can shift up through the gears to get better low-end performance as well as high-end speed. And it's that low-end performance that lets them just skip up that hill almost like it's flat ground.
And Zach Frank was our season champion last year for the shifter carts. And in that final race where he was battling against world champion Marion Krimmers, he was less than a half second off the pace of the world champion. So that'll give you an idea of how fast Frank is. And the kind of competition that the rest of the drivers are up against today.
Well, and it speaks to the quality of this track that Krimmers came here really as a final tune-up before a big race they had, I think out in Las Vegas late last year. The drivers can come here and know that this is that top-notch track where they're going to be challenged on every single corner. Zach Frank already in the 49-second range, and with 2 laps quickly in the books, he's out to a 3.5-second lead.
And a little bit of action there. It looked like at the bottom of turn 2, some passing going on. I didn't see the numbers. They went by so quick. But that looked like that was either 5th or 6th place, somebody making a pass.
So it's Frank leading Oz Cheek, and I think it's Chad Lee and Bonfanti that are battling there for 3rd place. We'll try to catch a number that is Chad Lee, that red cart with the 612 numbers on it. So Evan Bonfanti running back in 4th, having a battle for that final spot on the podium. Out front, Zach Frank comes by 48.585 seconds. Will, I get the feeling we're going to see him in green all day as he just sets a quicker time every lap out there.
He just set a quicker time than what he set the first race because he had a 48.601, and that was a 48.585 that last time by.
So the drivers maybe went back to the haulers and tuned the engine to find a little bit more power as they're adjusting to these conditions. Race fans, you can see just about crystal clear blue skies here in the North Georgia mountains on this cold Saturday. And drag racers love a cold, dry day. They get maximum horsepower out of those engines. Kart drivers probably like it for the power, although maybe not for the air that's rushing over them the entire time they're out there.
Even in the rental carts, when that air gets cold outside, you can feel the power difference. I mean, on the full track in a rental cart, when temperature goes from 70 down to about 50, there's a solid 1 second gain in lap time.
And also that humid air, you're putting water vapor into the combustion chamber, and that just fouls everything up in a way. When you get dry air like this, it's pretty much all nitrogen going into the combustion. It makes just the way the flame happens work perfectly. Frank a little slower on lap number 4 there, so he's still leading Oz Cheek. That time around he's leading by 5.9 seconds, so we're still watching this battle here. Chad Lee in the red cart, Evan Bonfanti in the white cart behind him. That's our closest battle on the track as these carts are flying around here. Frank coming by to put lap number 5 on the board.
And the skill cap on these shifter karts is such a steep curve. That's why you're seeing the disparities that you are, because it's not like the LOs where the top, you've got the top 4 or 5 guys all running in a train. It is such a steep curve that it takes years and years of training and practice in these karts. And, and Darryl will be the first one to tell you, I wish I had a mic so I could pass over to him because he's flying right now. But he'll be the first one to tell you that these things are no joke. And, a lot of people, when they get into kart racing, they think, oh, I could drive a supercar. Let me just go right into shifters. And does not work that way.
Well, and while these drivers may have a tachometer on the display in front of them, there's no way you can look at it while you're working around the course. They shift by feel. When they feel that the kart isn't accelerating or pulling as quickly, they know to go up a gear. But it is somewhat of a science, as we see a battle there. Bonfanti gets by
like
lead for 3rd place. So I think it was Bonfanti went up to 3rd place. They're waiting for it to click in on timing and
looks
scoring.
Like the scoring bug went down for a second.
Okay. But to know when to shift, to know when to downshift, it's a lot of feel. It's literally the seat of your pants. When you feel you're not accelerating enough, then you pop up to a higher gear. And you have to do it quick. You'll hear them ratchet up through 2 or 3 gears in the span of about 5 seconds. So they're not in any one gear for a long time. Another battle here. Whoa, sweeps wide, and so we have a crossover. So some more squiggling and wiggling all through the S's there. Just shows you the power. When these shifter karts stomp on the gas pedal, the back end of these can get twitchy very quickly.
I believe that is Chad Lee and Ryan Corso.
All right, we'll try to get more information as just the timing and scoring is down. What we do know, Zach Frank is out front and pulling away. Now it looks like some more battles here through turn number 1.
So that's actually Corso and Gregory going at it right now, what we're looking at on camera.
Okay. So it was the...
So that's Gregory in the 26. Looks like he just made the pass. So we'll have to see when they come by the line next time.
Such a different sound we hear coming in from outside, the high pitch, but also the gear shifting sound. And a different smell in these classes, the fuel that they're running compared to those Lo206s. So there we see just a quick moment of some of the cars flashing by. Once again, Zach Frank out front.
The LO karts, they're running 93, no ethanol, whereas these shifter karts are running 110 leaded. So that's the good stuff. Make the hair on the back of your neck raise up or in your nostrils. It's like when you go into the pits at a funny car race.
Oh, with all the nitro, that's going on there.
You can almost.
I don't know when you get gas with ethanol in it, that can get pretty wild at some.
Well, you can just taste the vapors in the air. It's some heavy stuff, but it definitely makes for some fun racing. The higher the octane, the higher the speeds and the fun.
All that octane race fans to go from 93 to 110. It just indicates that the engine's less likely to have a premature detonation or a ping. And when you have one of these high-performance engines, you want the fuel-air mixture to get compressed and to ignite at the proper point in the power stroke cycle. If it's too early, the engine's coming up and the explosion's going to push it down, and it's not too long until you're going to have parts coming out the side.
Well, that's how they're making more power, is they're getting more compression. And so, if you know anything about engines, the more you compress, the more likely you are to pre-detonate. And so that's how they're able to get more power out of these engines, because either the same blocks that we're seeing in the tags and the KAs, it's just the KAs have an air-cooled top end, and then the tags have that radiator, the liquid-cooled top end. And with these shifters, it's the same thing as a tag, but just turned to 11, and you add a gearbox to it.
Well, and also you were saying about the heat, since they are shifting, the drivers will spend more time at high RPM. High RPM just means more combustion cycles, more temperature in the engine. So you need that radiator to get the heat out of the engine as quickly as you can. Even on a cold day, you have to manage how much heat is in the engine. But you're right, that octane, that compression, as the things get hotter in there, even before the spark fires, you can get the fuel-air mixture to detonate, and if it happens at the wrong time, you can have parts coming out the side of the engine in a bad fashion. So that octane helps prevent that from happening.
And we're currently following Karsten Gregory right now. That was actually his best lap on lap 10. He ran a 50.093. And so the white flag is out. This race has already tick down because your leader, Zach Frank, is so far out ahead. He just took the white flag.
And a hearty 11-second lead for Zach Frank. We haven't mentioned Oz Cheek much today in this race. He's been running consistently in second, and I believe that's Oz right there with that blue valence on the front of that machine. So that would mean that Frank is probably already through the S's. It's hard to track down these little shifters.
Oh, yeah,
so fast.
You know, I can hear Ethan yelling at Jeff, you know, find the leader, find the leader.
I think the leader's probably at the start-finish line right
it's
about now because Zach Frank's led from the get-go, and we're coming down to the checkered flag. Zach Frank, your shifter winner this afternoon in dominant fashion, coming home in second in that light blue-nosed number 77. Oz Cheek comes home in second place.
And that was Oz crossing the line right there. So we should see Bonfanti and Chad Lee coming by next. There's Bonfanti. And that's your race winner right there, Zach Frank, pulling into the tech stall. Just another day of work for Zach Frank, putting the field to shame.
As well as running a quicker time than he had this morning or earlier this afternoon in the pre-final.
And if Marion Kremers had not been out to the track last October, Zach Frank would have set 2 track records today because Marion Kremers knocked almost a second off of that lap record when he came out last year. And so Zach Frank, he must have learned something because he was hot on his bumper that entire time. And you know, just a hair off the pace of world champion Marion Kremers.
So here we're getting one more drone shot, just looking at the new extended pit area. You can see the trailers, all the different tents set up. That looks like one of the factory shops down there with a big trailer and 4 tents outside of it. And you can get a good look at turn 16 and 17, the wall section down there. Looked like at least one kart was tasted that wall in unfortunate fashion in an earlier race.
See some of the modifications we made to turn 9. That's one of the hardest walls we have on this track, and it's mainly because of the lack of runoff. And so it's just tires, and it comes up on you real quick. So during the offseason, we added these little mini barriers, almost to kind of act like a shock absorber to slow you down a little bit before you make contact with the main part of the wall.
And I'll tell you, even in a rental kart, that wall is imposing because you're trying to go as fast as you can, and all of a sudden, you know, you're racing. You want to brake as late as possible, and then you look up and there's a wall in front of you that's, you know, an immovable object that definitely puts a check in your spirit at that point.
Well,
so I see our winner has made his way to victory lane, so we're going to send it down there with our pit reporter, Stephen Newbold.
Well, Zach, you said you were going to do something today, and you did it. You definitely laid down a hot lap time. That was probably the fastest lap time I've ever seen anybody lay out here. If I'm not mistaken, I think it might be the track record. It was 45.855, I think is what that was.
Possibly, yeah. Yeah, the Burrell art was just absolutely hooked up. I mean, they're just running stock, and it was just fast right out of the box.
You definitely had them very, very gapped to even start the race. I mean, you were, God, 6, 7, maybe 8 kart lengths out. How do you always manage to do that?
It's just, you know, putting in a lot of time and just working with the right people, working with Eyes Up Racing. It's the best environment. It's fun. It's fast. It's, you know, it's having all the people backing me. It's Frank Baldoza Racing and Body Symmetry MD. So without them, none of this would be possible. So big thanks to those guys.
All right, guys. You heard that from Zach himself. Back up to y'all.
All right, thank you, Stephen. So Zach Frank able to double up in shifter kart action. We were definitely blessed to have Kinetic Karting on board as one of our sponsors for that this afternoon. So, Will, that's the end of our racing action. What do you want to do to put a bow on it for just to capture what we've seen on track today?
Well, that was a very exciting day for our first race day of the season. And let me tell you, April can't get here soon enough because we're going to be back at it again back here at Kart Track on April 22nd. And then we get to kick off the main track the following week on April 29th. So we're going to be taking a few weeks off from racing here at AMP. But let me tell you, that was a good starter for the season. We got 7 more dates, plus that big crossover event with the Georgia Karting Association. So we can't racing can't get here soon enough. And, I mean, this is enough to whet the appetite and get us excited for the full season, John.
Well, Will, I can tell you're excited. I'm excited as well. And race fans, we definitely encourage you to connect with Atlanta Motorsports Park on social media so you will get notification of when we're going live with our broadcasts. So for all the staff helping put together the program, for our pit reporter, Stephen Newbold, and for my announce partner, Will Rigdon, I'm John Matthews. Thank you for joining. We will be coming up with podiums in a little bit.
All right, I need everybody start making your way towards the podiums. All drivers, friends, family, everybody start making your way towards the podiums. We're going to have our podium ceremony here in about 5 minutes. Need all drivers start making your way to the podium. All right, we are almost ready to get started. Just getting some champagne and some medals up here real quick. And we will get this podium ceremony underway. All right, that was some good racing today. You guys have fun out there? Well, we definitely had fun up in the booth. It was some good race. We enjoyed calling the action. We definitely enjoyed everybody coming out today. So we're going to go ahead and jump right into this podium ceremony. First podium, Lo206 Cadet. Lo206 Cadet. In third place, Lincoln Massey. In second place, Luke Giglio. And your winner, an Lo206 Cadet, Bowen Green. I know y'all have been up here before. You know what to do. Sorry, a little technical difficulties getting the champagne open. Yeah. Yeah. Good job, guys. Good job. Up next, Lo206 Junior. Lo206 Junior. In third place, Luke Corman. In second place, Ian Patterson. And your winner in Lo206 Junior, Alyssa Vasquez. Probably frozen. And we are struggling up here to get this champagne open. I think the weather might be playing a part here. All right, make sure you smile for the camera. Yeah! All right, good job. Up next, Tag Senior. Tag Senior. In third place, Mateo Rubio Luengo. In second place, Sam Machado. And your winner in Tag Senior, Daniel Perez. All right, let her rip. Nobody's safe. All right, that's the best one so far. All right, up next, Tag Master. Tag Master. In third place, Danny May. In second place, Jose Garcia. And your winner in Tag Master, Brant Estes. Good job, good job. Up next, Lo206 Senior. Lo206 Senior. In third place, Michael Suko. In second place, Daniel Mitchell. And your winner in Lo206 Senior with amazing final lap pass, Nicholas Laferto. It was only payback for the pre-final. Good job, guys. Good job. Up next, tag rookie. Tag rookie. In third place, Arthur Nahapedian. In second place, Camila Canache. And your winner and tag rookie, Isaac Carvalho. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, hang on to that bottle. Don't go sending that off the podium. All right, good job, good job. Up next, Tag Cadet. Tag Cadet. In third place, Gabriel Lopez Velarde. In second place, Callan Berghofer. And your winner in Tag Cadet, Bowen Green. All right, let it rip. Good job, guys. Good job. Up next, KA100 Junior. KA100 Junior. In third place, Talon Laney. In second place, Oliver Natchbert. And your winner in KA100 Junior, Adam Wine. That breeze is strong up here. Yeah! Good job, good job. Up next, KA100 Senior. KA100 Senior. In third place, Theodore Siminoff. In second place, Brant Estes. And your winner in KA100 Senior, Mateo Rubio Luengo. Five. We ran 12 classes. We ran 12 classes. All right, up next, Lo206 Master. All the Masters, Lo206 Master. In third place, Al Edwards. In second place, Danny May. And your winner in Lo206 Master, Matt Lassiter. I think they had a gentleman's agreement not to spray each other. They leave all the action on track. True gentlemen, the Lo206 Masters. Up next, Lo206 Kid Kart. Lo206 Kid Kart. In second place, Luca Vino Figueroa. And your winner in Lo206 Kid Kart, Tyson Burkett! Yeah, shake it up. Good job, good job. Good job. Up next, Comer Kid Kart. Comer Kid Kart. In second place, Matthias Sandblum. And your winner in Comer Kid Kart, Arlo Stowers. Yeah. Yeah. Good job, good job. Some exciting racing action today. All right, up next, we've got Shifter Seniors. Shifter Seniors. In third place, Karsten Gregory. In second place, Evan Bonfatti. And your winner in Shifter Senior, Zach Frank. Yeah, and they are going to leave the action on track. Good job, guys. Good job. And our last podium of the day, Shifter Masters. Shifter Master. In third place, Ryan Corso. In second place, Chad Lee. And your winner in Shifter Master, Oz Cheek. Yeah! That is how we finish it off. Good job. Good job to all the racers, all the podium finishers. Congratulations. Round 1 is in the bag. Folks, we will be back here April 22nd for round 2. Thank you for coming out. Please have a safe trip home. We appreciate all of you. So long, everybody.